Yo, what's up, everyone? Hope you're feeling amazing and keeping that good energy flowing. Before we end today's video, let me hit you with this. Ever wondered what would happen if Naruto, the guy who never gives up, followed Madara's path and was trained by him? Sounds wild, right? Well, buckle up, because we're about to jump into a world where Naruto Uchiha takes it to a whole new level. Get ready, cause things are about to get intense. Let's go. In a remote place, only destruction was seen as the sun slowly rose. Two men were seen, one standing and the other apparently dead, all over the battlefield. There were weapons craters and apparently a large waterfall, undoubtedly created by the intensity of the fight. This place would later be known as the Valley of the End. The man who was barely standing had long black hair down to his neck, black eyes, and was wearing what appeared to be armor worn red with plates that surrounded his arms and chest for protection. The man was none other than Ace Saramasenju, leader of the Senju clan and Yodak of Kokuro Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. Why did it come to this? Madara wondered as he gazed at the corpse of his longtime friend. The now identified man lying on the ground had long, sharp black hair that almost reached his hips and covered the left side of his face, including his left eye, deep black. As well, he was wearing the same style of armor. Lying on the ground with a sword embedded in his chest was Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan and co-founder of the Leaf Village. I'm sorry, but you chose the wrong path. Goodbye, old friend. May you find peace in the afterlife, said Asama. As he turned to walk away from the long battle he had just fought, his head hung low in shame, because he couldn't save his friend from his choices. A couple of days later, unknown location. Oh my. Head, where am I? Asked Madara, opening slowly. His eyes immediately shot up, and he winced in the pain in his chest. Looking around, he found he was in a small wooden house. By what it seemed was a modest-looking house. Small, probably only one person lived there. Calm down, champion. You got hurt pretty bad, said an unknown woman as she approached him. Looking at her, he noticed she had long, straight blonde hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and an oval face. She was wearing a brown shirt that showed easily her breast cup and dark blue pants, and short in front of him was a beautiful young woman who smiled at him. Who are you? Where am I? Asked Madara, a little tired to the female, even though he was still weak from the fight. Well, my name is Namek, and it has to do with where you are. We are in the country of rice fields near the ocean, said Anako with a small smile that did not go unnoticed by Madara. What happened? How did I get here? Asked an impatient Madara, trying to figure out what had happened since his memory was a little blurry. Lots of questions. Just lie back and relax. You got hurt in your last fight and barely survived. You're lucky I found you, brought here, and healed. There were times when I didn't think you'd pull through. After all, not many people survive taking a sword through them. Now, how about you tell me who you are? Asked Anako, considering the man was probably a shinobi. I am the great Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan, co-founder of the Leaf Village, said Madara, proud of being member of the Uchiha clan. We're a little full of ourselves, no, said Anna, coming away from Madara and receiving a glare from him. Are you a shinobi? Asked Anako, cautiously, not knowing yet if she could trust him. In fact, I am one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, only comparable in power with Asama Senju, the current Hokage of the Leaf, said Madara, spitting the last word with venom. He still hated the Leaf and his clan for not following his leadership and abandoning him to follow a Senju of all people. Yet they kicked his ass, said Anna, coming and letting out a laugh while Madara stared at her and muttered something about blondes and respectful and troublemakers. Inbara, maybe Madara was related to the Nara. Well, I'm going out to get something to eat. Get some rest. It will take you a couple of months to fully recover your health, said Anako, while Madara was lying in bed, remembering his defeat against Asama, but laughing darkly, remembering that he got what he was looking for 5 years later. Land of rice fields. Many would have thought that Uchiha Madara was a cold person, incapable of loving or caring for anyone other than himself. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. In the last 5 years, many things have changed, and although Madara won't admit it, he has become very close to Anako, treating her as his wife and even abandoning his plans for revenge against his clanmates. Perhaps this is the peace I've always sought, Madara thought as he watched the love of his life with his head resting on his chest. In years past, he adopted the life of a fisherman along with Hanako and left behind all the fights and wars she ever fought in. Hanako also met Madara and his clan and village that he created along with his long-life rival and friend Idama. She met the life of a shinobi and Madara's Kenkai, the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the great Uchiha Madara would just live a simple civilian life away from battles? It's ironic, since we always wish to be in the heat of battle at the hands of a powerful enemy, said Madara, while laughing as he almost died at Sama's hands. If leaving the shinobi life is what it takes to be happy and make a Nako happy, I will gladly forget my past and focus on the future, thought Madara as he fell asleep, embracing the warmth of his lover. Another 5 years later, land of rice fields, another 5 years have passed, and now we can see a happy Madara leaning against a tree, hugging a Nako to his chest, both looking out to sea. They could see a 4-year-old boy trying to stand up in the water. He had spiky blonde hair and bigger eyes. Blues that no one has ever seen. His name was Namake's Minato, son of Uchiha Madara, and Namake's Nako, seeing their son trying and failing to stay upright in the water, both parents sighed, feeling happy to have a wonderful son and a wonderful couple who loved each other. Although Madara had abandoned his shinobi ways, he decided to train the young men to defend himself if the need ever arose. Madara also explained that he decided to name him after his mother because the Uchiha were known and feared all over the world. He also explained and showed him his Sharingan, saying that one day he too would wield it, and that he should be proud of his heritage. A few weeks later, Madara was heading home. After going to town to buy groceries, on the way home, he felt a burst of chakra heading toward his house. Although it was late that Madara had abandoned his shinobi status, he still had most of his skills sharpened, never knowing when he might need them. As he ran quickly through the forest, he saw his house and saw a Nako bleeding and young Minato trying to hold back a pair of rebel shinobi. Without hesitation, he quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and stopped, just in time to block a sword that would have killed his only son. Activating the Sharingan, he simply stared at the 4 shinobi in front of them. By their appearance, they were only Chunin level. The shinobi, seeing the Sharingan shine with all its power, the leader of the group asked, "Who are you?" Stuttering after seeing the Sharingan. The shinobi knew the power of that Kenkai and the members of his clan all too well. "I am Madara, Uchiha Madara," said Madara as the wind blew the hair on his back, giving him an aura of power that intimidated even the most powerful enemies. After casting the name of the shinobi, Uchiha Madara, former leader of the Uchiha clan, without hesitation, Madara activated his Susanoo and quickly killed the 4 shinobi without remorse. Looking back, he saw that Minato was unconscious from the attack. Chakra exhaustion approaching his lover, he looked in her eyes, and his heart filled with remorse for not being there, for not being able to protect the one person that mattered most in his world, the love of his life. "Take care of our son," said a weak Nako, giving one last kiss to her lover. She closed her eyes, never to open them again. Madara stood there paralyzed, looking at his now dead wife in his mind. He saw flashes of the last 10 years of his life. In the last few years, all he had achieved was happiness, only for she was stolen. Taking one last look at his Aniko, he made a decision that would influence the whole world. "I was too naive to think that this would last, too naive to believe that the world had changed, too naive to let go of my plans. I will lead the world to true peace and happiness. I will honor your memory, Anako. I will create a world made of love and happiness, and I will make sure that you are by my side," thought Madara, as he picked up his son and jumped into the forest, leaving his old home behind. A month later, Madara and Minato, they were a few kilometers from the main gates of Madara, looked at Minato one last time. "Minato, my son," said Madara, getting Minato's attention. In the last month, Madara trained Minato to the ground, bent on making his son as strong as possible so he could stay safe during this month of training. Minato had activated his Sharingan, quite a feat for someone so young. Remember to keep the Uchiha name and lineage a secret from the village, but never forget your legacy. Although not I like the Senju of this village will keep you safe and strong. Never abandon your beliefs and fight for what you hold dear. Only when you fight to protect someone precious to you will you show your true strength. I'm sorry to go alone, but this is something I must do. Just talk to the Sandame Hokage and tell him that you are an orphan and that you wish to join Konoha. He will keep you safe. There may come a time when we fight each other. Until then, good luck, said Madara, as he began to walk away, leaving his son on a new path. Well, I guess that's all, said Minato as he walked through the main gates of Konoha and said to himself, I will make you proud too, San, and honor your memory. Kazan 20 years later, unrevealed location outside of Konoha. He thought about the whole room, and a scream was heard. This scream seemed to belong to a small baby. The baby weighed 3 kilograms and had spiky blonde hair and a pair of dark blue eyes, practically a carbon copy of his father. Mick, congratulations, Kusina. San, it's a boy. Beautiful, said the nurse as she handed the newborn baby to his mother. The woman on the bed could only be described as a red-haired beauty with long, straight crimson red hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and ample C-cup breasts adorned her well-developed body. She hugged her son for the first time. Hello, Sochi, said Kusina. Minato turned to her son and said, welcome to our family. Naruto. Hello, Sochi, said Kusina. Minato turned to her son and said, welcome to our family. Naruto. Current time, undisclosed location outside of Konoha. Rest, Kusina, you will have plenty of time, said Bawako as she picked up Naruto for his first bath. Bawako is a woman of 170 centimeters long, brown hair tied in a ponytail and brown eyes. She is around 50 years old and is the wife of Sarutobi Yusin the Sandai Hokage, the previous leader of Konoha. How are you feeling, Kusina? Asked Minato, worried about his beloved wife. Just tired, she replied. Thank you, she said, when suddenly a voice unknown to both Minato and Kusina echoed in the room. Stay away from the Jinchuriki, Yandame, said the masked man as he held Naruto like Rin with a kunai at his neck. Bawako and the nurse were lying dead on the ground. Is okay, calm down, said Minato. Scared worry was evident in his eyes. Speak for yourself. Yandame, I am perfectly calm, said the masked man as he threw Naruto into the air, preparing to stab him with the kunai. Suddenly, in a flash of yellow, Minato grabbed Naruto. As the masked man heads towards Kusina, a buzzing sound is heard as Minato realizes that there are 5 explosive tags placed on the blanket surrounding him. In a burst of speed, Minato removes the blanket and teleports to his safe house. Minato's safe house outside of Konoha, an explosion goes off as Minato flies off with his son in his arms. That man is no ordinary ninja, Minato said, wondering who the masked man was. He managed to separate me from Kusina. Teleportation is standard. To the Namek complex, Minato places his son in bed, whispering, rest. Now, Naruto, I'm going to save her mother. I'll be back. Undisclosed location outside of Konoha. The masked man approached Kusina and walked away toward the outside of the house, placing his head on her stomach. He begins to extract the Kiyomi. In a couple of minutes, a figure is seen, emerging from her stomach and materializing in the air. There was the 9-tailed demon fox in all its splendor with 9 tails, swaying with a glance. The man in brazen catches the Kyuubi under his control. The Kyuubi's red and slanted eyes, they are now red with 3 black Tamen, the Sharingan, shining with all its power weight, said a weak Kusina. Realizing what was about to happen, incredible, the Uzumaki clan, it's simply incredible. Not even extracting a tailed beast from you is enough to kill you, said the masked man, as he ordered the Kyuubi to kill its former Jinchuriki. It's only fair that the Kyuubi kill its container, he said. When the Kyuubi is about to crush Kusina, a yellow flash is seen. Standing in a tree not far away, we see Minato with Kusina in his arms, bridal style. He really lives up to his name. Minato Namek, the yellow flash of Konoha, says as he moves towards the edge of the village. Minato made his way to the Namek compound and saw Kusina near her son. As she hugged him, Kusina, I'm going to stop Kumi. Take care of him, she said, and in a yellow flash, he disappeared. North entrance of Konoha. It was a warm and quiet summer night in the village. Hidden from the leaf lights were seen everywhere as people went on with their lives, unaware of what was about to happen. Kucho, see, note jutsu, summoning jutsu, said the masked man, hitting the ground with the palm of his hand, and suddenly smoke appeared. The Kyuubi ready to unleash his fury on the unsuspecting village. Suddenly a roar is heard as the Kyuubi begins its destruction, swinging its tail and using its legs. Nothing stood in its way. Sandame, the Kyuubi, has appeared in the northern part from the village, said Unanu as he bowed to the Sandame. Hokage, yes, I heard summon the forces and evacuate the civilians. You must expel the Kabai from the village and wait for the 4th, said the Sandame. Minato Namek is seen standing on top of the monument, ready to face the Kyuubi when he feels a presence behind him. Quickly ducking and spinning, he brandishes a kuna and only to pierce his enemy's head. Suddenly, everything begins to distort as the masked man begins to absorb Minato in a wave-like pattern. Before it ends, Minato disappears. He faded towards his safe house. After Minato escaped from the masked man. That technique, said Minato, reflecting on what he had just experienced, is a more advanced space-time technique than mine. Turns out it doesn't require seals, or I would have seen them with my Sharingan. It's best if I hide my Sharingan under a Genjutsu. I don't know who it is, but their chakra signature looks familiar. Suddenly a figure begins to appear. Just a few meters from Minato, there stood the masked man, preparing to face the legendary Kiro and Senko. Yellow flash. The men stared at each other, each daring to make the first move. Who are you? Asked Minato, as he wondered who could have the power to not only free, but also control the Kumi. My name has been forgotten and scorned in the history of this village. Once I was known as Madara Uchiha, but you may call me Toy, he replied, laughing at the irony of asking a masked man, who is it? I don't know for sure. You're not Madara Uchiha, even though your chakra looks familiar. It's not him, Minato said, trying to figure out the masked man's identity. The masked man just stood there wondering how the hell could the Yondaime know that he wasn't Madara. Something isn't right here. How could he know Madara's chakra signature? Toby thought both warriors launched themselves at each other in a battle of speed. The fastest would win. Minato just launches his Yasin technique of the flying thunder god Kuin. Toby, as it pierces his head, approaching each other, preparing for the confrontation. Minato charges a Rasengan in his right hand, preparing to hit Toby. Toby is about to touch Minato, preparing to absorb it. Victory is mine, he says, and suddenly Minato disappears from his sight, only to appear behind him using the kunai he threw earlier. Minato spins his body, hitting Toby with the Rasengan, vaporizing the area, and marking Toby with Iron Seal. I underestimated him, says Toby, when suddenly Minato appears in front of him. He stabs with a kuna and applies a contract elimination seal to free the Kumi. Toby, seeing that he lost this battle, he says, I'll return. I will get revenge on the Leaf Village. As he walks away, something tells me he wasn't joking and that he's in Uchiha with a chakra signature similar to my father's. I wonder who he is, thought Minato as he got up and prepared to stop the Kyuubi that was heading to the battlefield. Part north of the Konoha village. On the battlefield was the Sandaime, leading the forces, trying with all his might to push the Kyuubi away from the village, when suddenly he heard Kuchi Sino Jutsu, says Minato, as he falls on Kyuubi with his summoning of the Toad Boss Gambunna, immobilizing the Kyuubi to the ground. Try to hold it. As long as you can. Teleporting something that big requires preparation, he says to the Toad Boss as Minato prepares to teleport the Kyuubi away from the village. You are crazy. I am not a miracle worker. Hurry up, says Gambunta. Suddenly, both Minato and Chi disappear near the safe house. When they get close to the safe house with Chi on their backs, Minato is panting from the massive use of chakra he just made to teleport the Kyuubi. Yondaime, quickly, you have to get rid of me. I can still feel that damn Uchiha pushing me. I refuse to be controlled, says the six to Minato's surprise. He wants me to seal him, Minato thought, as he teleports to the safe house to pick up Kusina and Naruto for the ritual. Kusina, I need your help to hold him down. They're still pushing him, he says as Kusina gathers the remnants of her chakra to form chains to trap Kyuubi on the ground. Minato begins to make a long chain of seals, and at the end, he shouts, Shiki Fujin, dead, demon, devouring seal. Yondaime, get out of the way. Kyuubi feels the urge to kill its next vessel. However, both Minato and Kusina jump in front of its claw to protect their son. Kusina, couch. We don't have much time. Any last words to you? Ask Kusina. Naruto, start. I want you to become a nice young man and a strong shinobi. Remember to bathe every day and go to bed early. You need sleep. Also, I want you to make friends. You don't need many, just a few, as long as they are true friends. Also, don't drink until you are 20 and stay away from Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Minato. I took your time. Don't worry. Start Kobe. You can take care of my son. I know he will have a difficult life. Ask, it would be an honor. I will take care of your team. The Kyuubi answers, wondering how the hell that night could have happened. Minato thought, make sure he knows about my father's legacy. I can't let him go with the Uchiha, not with the Kyuubi in him. But I never told anyone, and now it's too late. He starts to think when suddenly an idea hit his head. Maybe this will work. Suddenly Minato gathers what's left of his chakra and brings it to his eyes as they begin to spin and says in a weak tone, Tsukumi, Minato starts to flutter his eyes, which begin to stray, and says, "Naruto, listen to what your mother said and grow to be a strong and brave shinobi." And with the last of his strength whispers seal of 8 trigrams in every shinobi village, they're the reminder of their former leaders, and H is to honor their memory and the sacrifice they made to protect and defend their homes. In Konoha, there is a mountain that shows exactly that the mountain was actually called Mountain Hokage, leader of a Leaf Village, and on it were carved the previous and current Osas of the Leaf, and there were the faces of the legendary Noi, Senju, Shama Shoda, Mi Hokage, leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of the Leaf Village and the first user of the Mokuton release. He was a kind and caring person dedicated to serving his village. However, he ended up dying during the First Shinobi War. His fight against Uchiha Madara took its toll on him and left him permanently weakened. At the time of his death, he was only a shadow of his former self. But even now, some 80 years after his death, everyone in the village still remembers him. Second face belonged to Senate Barama Naidame Hokage. He was the younger brother of Hazarama and became Hokage after his brother's death. He was also a very strong shinobi. In fact, every single Hokage was hailed as the strongest shinobi of their time. Tobarama was known for his extremely high water affinity, which allowed him to use high-range moves in places without water by condensing the air around him. He too lost his life fighting in the Second Shinobi War, but before his death appointed Ain Sarutobi, one of his students, as Sandaime Hokage. The third face of the monument was Sarutobi Yusin of the Sarutobi clan, known for his monkey summoning and his extreme skill in taijutsu hand-to-hand combat. Yusin is currently around 55 years old. He is one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, but in his prime, he was hailed as Shinobi Nomi, god of shinobi, mainly for his skill in ninjutsu, which allowed him to combine different elements in his attacks. Yusin is the current leader of the Leaf Village after his successor, the Yonda-mi Hokage, died. The last face on the monument was Minato Namikaze, the Yonda-mi Hokage, hailed as the strongest of the Osas. He was also the fastest shinobi to ever live in the elemental nations. Not even the lightning armored Raikage could compete with him in speed. He was known for his use of Hin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique, an S-rank technique of his creation that allowed him to move at almost the speed of the light. This technique was the reason why he was known as Yellow Flash, because of his blonde hair. The only thing that people managed to see, it was a yellow flash. Because of his speed in the Leaf Village, he was a hero who sacrificed his life to kill the Cuban Yoko, who attacked the village 5 years ago. And here, 5 years after the attack of the QB, is where our story really begins, with a little boy who, despite having been mistreated throughout his life, will become the legend that was born to be Konoha 5 years after the attack of the QB on October 10th. It was a warm night in the Leaf Village. The sun was about to set. It was starting to get dark. The city lights were just coming on, and we could still see many people going around the village doing their business. Unlike many other villages, even though Konoha was the most powerful village in the elemental nations, it didn't seem militaristic or cold. Many people, if they saw Konoha, would say that it wasn't a shinobi village. However, the mountain that surrounded the northern part of the village was a clear indication. On it were carved the faces of the most powerful shinobi that have ever existed. It was October 10th. The village was decorated and celebrating the defeat against the QB that attacked CCO years ago. Everyone in the village was happy. It was a time of peace. The wars had been forgotten long ago, but not the hatred and pain of many that had been lost. Although everyone seemed happy, one child in particular was very sad and alone. Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan of the QB attack. He was about 120 centimeters 31, and he had spiky blonde hair, the bluest eyes anyone had ever had, and on each cheek he had 3 whisker marks, a birthmark. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with an orange swirl on the back and black pants. Even though he started out as a seemingly normal boy, Naruto was hated and despised by most of the village. He was a painful reminder of the Kiyomi's attack. He was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 4 and lived on the streets for about a month until the Enbu Hokage found him and took him to the Sandaime. The Sandaime eventually became a father figure to him. He gave Naruto a small apartment and an allowance to live in. But Naruto was constantly followed by the villagers and constantly abused and beaten. Shops would either kick him out or sell him rotten merchandise or charge him double the price. Even in the orphanage, he still received the same treatment. Growing up in this kind of life forced Naruto to mature quickly if he wanted to survive. Because of this treatment, he grew into a very intelligent child who could rival Inara. He became cold and calculating with everyone except his closest people, who in his case were simply the Hokage himself and the owners of a ramen stand. Only 3 people cared about Naruto, and they wondered if he was eating or sleeping well during his birthday. Things got even worse because the villagers and some shinobi would gather around and chase him like an animal. And this is where a scared little boy ran through the streets of Konoha, trying to avoid the villagers and the shinobi that were chasing him. The villagers were screaming, "Demon, grab him." Finish what the yondaime started. Naruto wondered what he had done to deserve such treatment and such a hard life. "Please stop, what have I done to any of you?" Naruto asked, running as fast as he could, his legs beginning to give way. "Oh please, you know very well what you did. You killed my brother and my father." One of the villagers shouted as he threw an empty bottle. "We will finish what the yondaime started and kill to hell," said the villager, as the others supported him. Naruto kept running until he looked toward his pursuers and noticed a couple of them appeared to be Chunin to Chunin mid-level shinobi, although Naruto was a monster stamina. A 5-year-old boy could not compete with the speed of a Chunin. The Chunin quickly closed the distance between him and Naruto, took out a kunai, and performed a horizontal slash. Naruto saw the kunai that would most likely kill him and ducked. As he ducked, he noticed that time he seemed to be slowed down after dodging the slash. He inadvertently channeled chakra into his legs, trying to jump over a fence to escape the rest of the shinobi. Seeing this, were actually surprised, but they couldn't let the demon escape, so they all threw a couple of kuna at him. And while saying kuna and kai shuri, kin no jutsu, the kunai multiplied to 15 and went fast toward Naruto. Naruto, knowing that he couldn't dodge them all in the air, began to observe them and calculate the best way to avoid them. It was then that it happened. His vision suddenly became clearer, and the incoming kunai seemed to almost stop. Just by looking at them, he could see where they would land. Reacting to his instincts, Naruto quickly caught a kunai in his hand and began deflecting them all, except one that managed to get past his defenses and hit his shoulder. He yelled in pain, but managed to jump over the fence and get to safety. He removed the kunai from his shoulder and noticed the wound was already closing up. "I wonder why I'm the only person who heals." So he quickly wondered as he walked through the village, hiding in the shadows to avoid the villagers, but quickly noticed his vision was different. It was black and white, and he could see people with a blue flame inside them surrounding their body. He tried to strain his eyes to see better, and suddenly he passed out in the alley. The stress and tiredness of running and receiving a kunai in the shoulder was too much. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up in what appeared to be a sewer. There were pipes in every wall, and the floor was filled with water, about 20 centimeters high, 8 inches. He wandered through the endless corridors, wondering where he was, when he heard a soft male voice calling him. "Follow my voice," said the strange voice. Naruto didn't know him, but he felt attracted to that voice. After walking for a couple of minutes, Naruto found himself looking at a large iron gate with vertical bars. In the middle of the gate, there was a small paper with the kanji for seal. He looked inside the cage, but it looked empty. "Hello, Naruto," said the. Naruto jumped back in surprise and noticed a man leaning against the sewer wall outside the cage. Naruto watched the man closely. The man was about 190 centimeters tall, 6 foot 2 inches. He had spiky blonde hair with 2 bangs that framed his face and had blue eyes. He wore a blue full bodysuit and a standard flat jacket of a high-level shinobi honing. He also wore a white cape with red flames and had the KJI of Yonda Hokage. And Yonda Daime Hokage asked Naruto. He knew very well what happened 5 years ago. He knew that the Yonda Dame died to kill the QB. He was a hero. "My name is Minato Namek, and I am the Yonda Hokage," he said, looking at the boy in front of him, and wondered how it happened. As soon as Naruto looked like he was 5 years old at most. "How were you supposed to be?" "Dead." "Am I dead too?" Naruto asked. "No, you're not dead, but unfortunately I am," Minato replied. "But if you're dead, then where am I? And how do you know my name?" Naruto wondered what the hell was going on. Naruto, "I'll explain everything to you. Listen carefully." "Okay," asked, to which Naruto nodded. "We are inside your mind. This is your mindscape. It's basically a representation of your mind in physical form. You understand?" Naruto nodded. "Now, the truth is that I am your father." Naruto froze, hearing that. "No, it can't be. Gigi told me He didn't know who my parents were, Naruto thought. And you're my father? How? Naruto asked. Well, about how you will find out when you're older, said Minato, laughing. But it's true, I am your father, and I'm sorry I wasn't here with you. But I had to stop the QB. But listen, I don't have much time. You probably wondered why this village treats you like a monster, to which Naruto nodded slowly. Well, there is no easy way to say this. But 5 years ago, when you were born, the QB attacked the village. Sandai told me that I killed the QB. But that is impossible. The QB is a mass of chakra without a physical body, so it can't die. The only way I had to stop the QB was to seal it inside a newborn baby. I'm sorry to say, but I had to seal it inside you, he said with a little embarrassed, wondering how Naruto would react. Well, what do you mean concealed? Am I the QB? He asked now, realizing all the names the villagers were calling him. No, you're not a monster, nor the QB, you're my son. And when I say sealed, I mean the QB is trapped in your guts behind these bars. QB, come closer, explained Minato. Suddenly, behind the bars of the empty cage, Naruto saw two glowing red eyes with black vertical slits. As the eyes got closer to the doors, he noticed the form of a fox with tails swinging wildly on its back there. It was behind the doors, the most powerful being in the world, the most powerful of the 9 Biju, the Cuban Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox. Naruto, seeing this, jumped back, scared at the sight of the monster that attacked the village and was responsible for many deaths. You have no reason to be afraid of me, said the Q as he watched the poor boy. He knew very well what the villagers had done to Naruto, said Minato, getting Naruto's attention. This is the QB, and no, it's the demon that everyone thinks is the attack 5 years ago. Wasn't his fault, said Minato, and began to explain what happened on that fateful night 5 years ago, from when Naruto was born to the masked man who unleashed the QB, controlled it to attack the village, until Minato sealed it in him. Naruto was still frozen, absorbing everything his father was saying. Naruto didn't know what to say. It was too much. Naruto, continued Minato, I'm sorry. I had to seal that QB, and you've had a hard life up until now, but I trust that with this it will be a little better, said Minato, and touched Naruto's stomach, effectively transferring the seal key to Naruto and opening the cage. What are you doing? Asked Naruto, worried because his father opened the cage and let the Kiyomi out. Naruto, I told you it wasn't the QB's fault that night. The QB will help you grow and will be by your side to help you in your battle and give you advice. The only thing I ask is that when you're close to your death, you free the Kiyomi. He didn't deserve to be trapped in a cage to be used as a weapon, said Minato. Will you really be my friend? Naruto asked, still a little afraid of the fox. Of course I will look after you and make you strong so you can protect your home and your friends, the QB replied. What happened next surprised everyone in the mindscape. Naruto suddenly moved away from his father's side and jumped into the QB's clutches. So soft and warm, he said, causing both QB and Minato to laugh. Now, Naruto, there's more I need to tell you. I don't know if you noticed, but it doesn't seem like your vision is different. Minato asked. Reality, everything is black and white. You are blue and the QB is red. Naruto answered. Naruto, do you know who Uchiha is? Madara asked Minato, receiving a grunt of disgust from the QB, who clearly showed no love for the Uchiha leader. Yes, I know that he was one of the founders of the Leaf and the leader of the Uchiha clan, who is supposed to be one of the strongest in the world, said Naruto, surprising his father. Naruto, although he was 5 years old, he was very intelligent and he liked to read, but entering the library was impossible because he was always expelled. Exactly, but what you and everyone else doesn't know is that Madara was actually my father. I never told anyone because I decided to keep his secret, said. Naruto's eyes widened when he found out that the legendary Uchiha Madara was his grandfather. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Konoha's yellow flash, and the great Uchiha Madara. There's no way I won't become Hokage, Naruto thought. With me to being my Tusen father and Madara being my Ajisen grandfather, there's no way I won't become Hokage. Believe it, Naruto yelled, raising his fist in the air and receiving it. A smile from Minato. I have no doubt that you will. Naruto said. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair. Now you know that the Uchiha clan has a lineage, more specifically a Dojutsu, right? Naruto nodded. This lineage is called Sharingan, and you activated its first level. Look at the ground. Naruto looked down and saw his reflection in the water. His eyes were blood red with a black tomo in each eye. The Sharingan will evolve until it fully matures, getting 3 tomo in each eye. Minato concluded that he did not want to continue focusing on the Manjikyu. His time was running out, and the QB could explain it if he ever unlocks it. God, I hope he never has to go through that, thought Minato. Oh, I knew it was. Awesome, said Naruto, happy to know all about his family and find out he had a lineage. Now, Naruto, pay attention to what I'm going to say, started Minato. I know you always wanted a family, but you can't go to the Uchiha clan besides having the QB in you, which if they find out you are in Uchiha, they will use for their own benefit. I want you to be a good person and not an arrogant, power-hungry like the Uchiha. Are never trust too much in the Sharingan. Remember that the Sharingan is only a tool. Having it does not make you all-powerful. Okay, asked Minato, receiving a nod. Okay, my time is running out. Everything I have, including the techniques and weapons of my clan, are in the Namek complex, and only you can enter since there is a blood seal around it. Be careful so that no one finds out. I have many enemies as well as Madara. If you ever wish to reveal your true heritage, I ask that you reveal it when you are strong enough to protect yourself and anyone you care about. There are people who would stop at nothing to kill you or your friends to get revenge on me, said Minato with a bit of regret. After all, during the Third Shinobi War, he was responsible for massacring U.S. forces. Do you know how to use chakra to deactivate your eyes? He asked, receiving a nod from Naruto. I'm fading my chakra is almost finished. Remember, Naruto, me and your mother, we love you very much, and I'm sorry you had to live this life and grow up without love. Minato said, sad for how everything turned out. He asked the Sandaime that the village see Naruto as their hero, but he was too naive. Don't worry too, San. I got to meet you. After all, you did what you had to do to protect our home, said Naruto, getting a smile from Minato as he said to fade away until she was no longer in front of him. Naruto woke up in the alley wondering if everything was a dream until he heard a voice in his head. No, kitty, it wasn't a dream. I'm here. After all, you should deactivate your eyes for now and start training. I'll help you in any way I can. And when you're old enough, I'll train you to use my powers, said Ki. Thanks, at least I have you with me. I could use your company, replied Naruto, happy with everything that happened. Who would have thought that tonight would turn out to be his best birthday? You don't need to talk out loud, or people will think you're crazy. Just think, and I'll listen. Besides, now that the cage is open, you got my second ability. You can sense the people around you, and with time and training, you will be able to feel their feelings. You should tell Cage what happened. He will help you, but keep in the dark about my health for now, said the QB, receiving a nod from Naruto. As he stood up, he deactivated his Sharingan and began to head to the Hokage Tower. 15 minutes later, Hokage Tower. Naruto headed to the Hokage office after arguing with the secretary and threatening her with telling Hokage that he called him a demon. The reason Naruto never found out about the Kabai is because apparently I cashed and put an S-rank law that forbade anyone from telling him they had the Kabai in them, and anyone who broke it was subject to immediate execution. Old man, said Naruto, earning a smile from the old man. Hokage happy to see Naruto and get a break from Hokage #1 enemy. The paperwork. Naruto, Kohen, how are you? Do you need anything? Asked the Hokage. Although the Hokage wasn't really related to Naruto, had become very close to him in the last few years and treated him like a grandson. Wanted art. If you could tell me who my parents are, asked Naruto, annoying a little like Cage, before telling him what happened. I wonder how he will react. He thought, I already told you, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I don't know who your parents are. The only thing I know is that they're heroes who died fighting against the QB, replied the Hokage. He couldn't tell Naruto who his parents were because he was too young. Gigi, before telling you why I came here, can you tell your Ambu to leave? I just want to tell you this, Naruto said, receiving a surprised face from Hokage. How do you know there's an Ambu in the room? He asked, to which Naruto responded by saying, I can feel them on the ceiling. Naruto replied, all right, Hokage said, and with a movement of his hand, he indicated to his 4 bodyguards, I knew that they should leave the room now. Naruto, do you want to tell me something? He asked. Gigi, are you sure you sent them all away? I can still feel another person there, Naruto said, pointing behind that bookshelf. Once Naruto said that, the 4 Ambu quickly returned and ran towards the intruder and quickly immobilized him. The intruder had normal Ambu gear, black pants, and a steel plate on his chest for protection, but his mask was completely white with the kanji for Rot Damn Danzu sticking his nose where he shouldn't. The Hokage thought, Naruto, you are an expert censor. You actually caught an intruder that was here, said the Hokage. Oh, I knew it was amazing, replied Naruto. What had caused a chuckle from the old Hokage after the room was empty. Naruto walked over to the photographs of the previous Hokages and stopped in front of the photograph of the 4th Hokage. He turned to the Hokage and said, "Something you want to tell me?" The Hokage paled when Naruto asked him, "How did you find out?" The Oki asked, wondering how Naruto found out very few people knew that Minato was his father. Now that I think about it, he could almost be his twin. I wonder how come no one noticed, Naruto said, and he began to explain everything that happened, leaving the KBI helping him, being Madara's grandson, and having the Shingon. Minato really was a genius. To think that even dead, he gives me a headache, thought the Hokage. Now that you know, what are you going to do? You know you can't tell anyone, asked the Hokage. I'm going to train to become strong like my father was, and then I'll take that hat of yours, replied Naruto, receiving a laugh from the old Hokage, to which he said, I have no doubt that you will. 1 year later, it has been a year since Naruto found out who his father was, and the training couldn't go better with the help of the Kiyomi. Naruto was now 6 years old, and he was never caught by the villagers except if there was a trained shinobi among them. Even then, Naruto managed to trick him into escaping. The QB made Naruto train mainly in chakra control, since one of the benefits of having a tail be sealed inside a human is that it gave that person ungodly amounts of chakra and almost infinite stamina. However, if you mix the QB with what you could call the Uzumaki bloodline, it wasn't exactly a bloodline, but many members called it the curse of the tailed beast. Members of the Uzumaki clan had unmatched amounts of chakra. The regular Chunin of the Uzumaki clan had the same amount of chakra. As a Kage, Naruto was only 6 years old, but he already had enough chakra to match most Chunin. However, with so much chakra control was extremely difficult. At first, any jutsu Naruto tried it overloaded with chakra, causing it to fail or explode in his face. The first jutsu Naruto learned was the Jino jutsu, which allowed him to change his appearance. Naruto actually asked the Hokage to teach him. Flashback to a year ago. Hey, old man, call your teacher. Inge asked Naruto, why do you want to learn it? Can't you wait for it to start the academy? Asked the Hokage, to which Naruto replied, ever since I found out who my father was, I want to train and get stronger, but I need to get into the library. And no, I can, because they think of me as the Kumi. The Hokage lowered his head in shame for not being able to convince the villagers or protect Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto. I did my best to protect you, he said. Don't worry, just show it to me. It will help me get into the library and not get kicked out of the shops. To Naruto said, it's okay. It's very simple. The hand seals are dog ram. Then you release chakra to cover your body and think of the image you want, said the Hokage, and Naruto tried to transform into the Oki, and the result, it was, I don't even know what it was. Go train now. I have work to do, said the Hokage. Okay. Thanks, see you. Then he replied. Into flashback with Ian by his side, his life improved significantly. Although he hated pretending to be someone else with Inge, he managed to get into the library and go to the shops and get good food at normal prices. What surprised him was that the villagers were actually kind and good people. The hatred for the Kabai simply clouded his judgment. Naruto promised that one day he would get his recognition, and if he couldn't, at least they would respect his power. He didn't want people to fear him, but it would be better if he discarded it as trash. Although Naruto wouldn't have access to the shinobi section of the library, since he was a civilian, he decided to try and become one of the shinobi. It worked like clockwork. The secretary had no shinobi training, so she couldn't detect Naruto's. She searched the shinobi section. She found what she wanted: introduction to chakra control, chakra basics, and even he read some scrolls about the basic forms of taijutsu. At the Taijutsu Academy, one of the best things he could wish for was his Sharingan. Although for now, his Sharingan still had a tomo in each eye. Every time he met a shinobi in the training grounds, he would observe with his Sharingan to try to learn what he could. Although the Sharingan was at its first level, he could see glimpses of some jutsus. After watching a fight between two Chunin, Naruto managed to copy the Kawar Mino jutsu one night. Naruto, he decided to sneak through the village and enter the Namek compound. He bit his finger to draw blood and pressed it against the main gate. A puff of smoke rose and the door opened. The compound itself was small, much smaller than that of the Yugas or the Uchiha. He first thought about moving into the compound, but he couldn't let anyone see him, so he decided to wait until he revealed who he was by looking around the compound. It had 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, and a couple of storerooms. But the largest bedroom, it was the library. It had tons of taijutsu scrolls, ninjutsu, and some jinjutsu, few ninjutsu books written by his father and the Uzumaki clan, including kinjutsu. There were diaries and magazines of the clan. His father must have collected what he found about the clan and stored it here along with his mother, since she was also the last of her clan, after searching Naruto, decided to open some scrolls until he found his father's personal style of taijutsu. The Namikes were never a shinobi clan. They were just civilians. Minato, he hoped to start his clan along with the Uzumaki in Konoha. Minato never named his style, but it seemed like a mix between the Hindle fish style of the Yuga and the interceptor fish of the Uchiha, which was based on the Sharingan. The style was based on predicting and avoiding enemy attacks with quick counterattacks to the enemy's pressure points. One hit was all it took to incapacitate arms, legs, and even completely paralyze or kill the enemy. It was similar to the Hindle fish style of the Yuga. Instead of attacking Tenketsu chakra points, focused on pressure points. Naruto's training program was lethal with the help of the Kyuubi to guide him. He started in the morning and worked all day, so that after sleeping, he could start again the next day. One fateful day, the Kyuubi forbade Naruto from constantly eating beef, forcing him to eat vegetables and a balanced diet. It was a dark day. Along with his training, Naruto also had weights to increase his muscle mass and speed, just a couple of pounds per. That wouldn't stop his growth. After all, he was 6 years old, but he was already at the level of a genin, except that he couldn't do the Shin no Jutsu. The minimum amount of clones he could make was 100, which wasn't much help when Naruto only wanted one. At least it would confuse the enemy to know. And the first weapon that Naruto decided to learn was the bow. He read about it in a book, and since the Hokage was a master with this type of weapons, he asked him if he could borrow some scrolls. Currently, Naruto always carried a B of wood. To anyone else was just a piece of wood. However, Naruto was a B level 2 master, 2 out of 5 at age 6. The greatest development Naruto had was his tactical mind. Perhaps it was having a fox sealed inside him that made Naruto extremely cunning and skilled at traps. Combining this with a prankster's mind, the next few years would be dark times for Konoha. One day, Naruto was walking through the village, and since Suing wasn't on his feet, he received the usual glares, and every now and then when an empty bottle was thrown at him, which he simply dodged. Naruto was going to eat his weekly meal of ramen. The Kyuubi allowed Naruto to eat a meal of ramen twice a week, which is better than nothing. Stupid fox and his vegetables, he thought. Ungrateful brat. If you eat only meat ramen, you'll turn into a dwarf. You need a proper diet to grow, said the Kyuubi in the pasture. Naruto and Kyuubi have become close as a human and fox can be after ignoring the constant fighting and death threats. Both love and respect each other. Okay, I understand, furball, replied Naruto, and continued walking towards his ramen stand. Naruto walked without paying attention to anything around him until he heard a couple of kids arguing about something. Got curious and looked closer, found 3 kids about 10 years old, probably students of the academy, who were playing with a girl, seemed to be their age, had dark blue hair down her neck and white eyes, trademark of the Yuga clan. Decided to help her and ran towards them. Hey, leave her alone, said Naruto, trying to get the bullies away from the girl. Oh, the kid who acts like a hero, get lost before we hurt you too, they said, which made Naruto jump in front of them to protect the girl. Determined to prove his point, he adopted his defensive bow style stance, his left leg slightly in front of his right, knees bent, and both hands gripping his wooden bow in a downward position in bar to yin stance. He's trying to attack us. Let's give it to him a lesson, they said, and advanced. One of the boys sent his right arm forward, trying to hit Naruto. Naruto simply used his B to hit the boy's hand and get it out of the way. Naruto then spun his B, sending a blow to the boy's chin like an upcut. Another boy tried to hit Naruto, to which Naruto ducked, and using his hit the boy's leg, making him stumble forward. So Naruto kneed the boy hard in the stomach, leaving him on the ground in pain. Naruto turned to the last boy, who froze his attacks after seeing his friends effortlessly defeated. Gathering his friends, he decided to run away before he too got hurt. Naruto turned to see the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thanks," the girl stuttered. Naruto didn't know if she was scared of him, but he guessed she was just shy. "No problem, Uzumaki." "Naruto, what's your name?" he asked. "H. Yuga." "H. Hinata," answered, looking at her savior. Even though she was still young, she couldn't help but blush and look down. Naruto was 6 years old, but he was a very handsome young man. "Come on, let me help you up," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling it gently. He noticed that she didn't have the cage bird seal on her forehead. He remembered hearing that the Yuga heiress was his age, which meant that the girl in front of him was the heiress to the Yuga clan. She was practically the little princess of Konoha. "Hey, I'm going to Ichiraku's for lunch. Do you want to come?" he asked, to which Hinata nodded slowly. They walked together and Hinata seeing how the villagers stared at Naruto, wondered why the walk was quiet. They didn't talk much since Hinata was terribly shy when arriving at the stand. Naruto ordered chicken ramen for both. "Oh, Naruto, is this your girlfriend?" asked a young woman behind the counter in a mocking manner. Her name was Aim. She was a teenager. She had brown hair and eyes and a pretty face. She wore simple clothes and had a white apron. And "No, nothing like that. We met just a couple of minutes ago," she replied, blushing a little. Despite from just meeting her, he could see that she was actually quite pretty and would grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Hinata didn't say anything. She just blushed a lot and looked away, so no one could see her. They talked a bit during their date. Food. When they were finishing the food, a member of Yuga appeared and looked at Hinata. His name was Ko, a member of the branch, and Hinata's bodyguard. "Hinata-sama, there you are. Your father is waiting for you," he said, taking Hinata's hand and starting to leave. By Naruto Konoha, "It was a pleasure meeting you," he said, to which Naruto gave him his sly smile and looked at his food finishing. "It seems he has found you with a little slut," said the QB, laughing. "She is not my girlfriend," thought Naruto, getting angry. "You say that now, but I will see you in a couple of years," said the QB, laughing. "Perverted fox," he thought after finishing the food. He paid and went to train. A few weeks later, Naruto walked toward his house. He had just finished his training, and it was like any other painful day. His whole body ached over the past few weeks. He increased his taijutsu training and started with weapons. Now he could use Kuna and Shuriken with lethal accuracy. And with the Sharingan he learned quickly during his training, he managed to level up his Sharingan to level 2. Naruto now had 2 black tomen in each eye and was very proud of himself. He heard rumors of the Uchiha clan prodigy who managed to fully master the Sharingan at the age of 8. Naruto said that he was going to fully mature him even before, and as fate would have it, Naruto didn't know how right he was. During his walk home, he felt 2 chakra signatures moving silently through the forest. He placed 2 fingers on the ground and focused on his chakra and discovered that one of those chakra signatures belonged to his friend Hinata, who he met a few weeks ago. Wondering what she was doing later that day, he went to look for her. When he got close to both of them, he saw a shinobi. It was a shinobi from Kyumo by his headband. He recognized this shinobi as Kyumo's ambassador to the new alliance between Konoha and Kyumo. Noticed that she was carrying a bag on her back, and Naruto, feeling Hinata's chakra, knew that she was being kidnapped. Quickly threw a pair of shurikens at the shinobi deflected them all easily and faced the attacker and was surprised it was a small boy. "Hey, kid, go before I kill you. I'm a Honin, you're no match for me," said the man arrogantly. But it was true that Naruto was Genin level and could not match the power of a Honin. However, Naruto was cunning. He knew that I needed to alert someone to come help. Naruto switches with me. I will send a fireball into the sky to alert the Amba. Naruto nodded and switched with the QB. The QB quickly performed some hand seals, looked at the sky, and shouted Katan Ka no Jutsu fire-style fireball technique. The Kyumo shinobi was impressed. A 6-year-old boy performing a C-rank fire technique. He shouldn't have chakra for that. Naruto simply knew he had to stop the man and activated his Sharingan. He didn't care if the secret was coming to light as long as Hinata stayed safe. The Kyumo shinobi decided to attack and quickly kill the boy and leave. Before reinforcements arrived, the Kyumo shinobi threw a couple of shurikens and shouted, "Shuriken Kai Bizin no Jutsu." The shuriken multiplied to a few cents. Naruto couldn't deflect them all and jumped to the left where the enemy was waiting for him and gave him a strong kick to the stomach and a punch to the face. Naruto crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Pain. The shinobi of Kyumo walked toward Naruto, thinking that he had just won. After all, he was just a little boy. Then he noticed that his eyes were the Sharingan and thought in Uchiha rescuing a Yuga. How ironic. But I'll still take. Also, 2 bloodlines are better than 1. And the Sharingan is one of the most powerful. The shinobi went to grab Naruto by the neck, but staggered forward when he noticed it was a Bizin. Naruto took this opportunity, taking off his weights and channeling some of the Uchiha's chakra. His body couldn't take much at this moment. He charged in a burst of speed towards the shinobi with a kunai in his hand and pressing his kunai into the man's chest, effectively killing him. The Kyumo shinobi wondered how it happened. How could a kid of this age be so fast and defeat him? He then noticed his blood-red eyes with 3 black tomen in each eye glowing and spinning. The shinobi fell to the ground dead. Naruto knew that he had just killed the enemy and that it was his first kill. Although he was ashamed of what he had done it needed to do it, the man wouldn't leave without Hinata. And he had to protect her. Growing up alone made Naruto overprotective. He would jump in fearlessly and destroy another village to protect his friends like he never had any, giving his life to protect the few he has. Getting up slowly, he staggered forward a little. It looked like that kick broke a few of his ribs. Walking over to Hinata, she opened the bag, and Hinata saw her savior for the second time. It was the blonde boy that she met a few weeks ago. She quickly jumped up and hugged him and started crying. It's okay, now you're safe. I won't let anyone hurt you," he whispered to comfort her. She was hugging him when reinforcements led by Yuga Yasi leader the Yuga clan arrived and saw what happened. Apparently the demon brat killed the Kyumo shinobi and saved his daughter. Walked towards Naruto and took him away from Hinata. "Stay away from her. Even though I appreciate what you did, I would like it if you kept your distance from her," Yasi said in a cold and hard tone, grabbing Hinata's hand and leaving. He said, "You're still weak. You're too soft. And you almost ended up being kidnapped. You're not worthy of being the heir of the clan," he said, and left without even letting Hinata say goodbye to Naruto. The Hokage arrived a few minutes later, and the Imbu told him what happened. His eyes widened when he noticed that it was Naruto who saved Hinata and managed to kill the Kyumo shinobi. "Naruto, are you okay? How are you feeling?" the Hokage asked worriedly. The first death was the hardest, and sometimes it destroyed shinobi and ended their careers sooner that it even started. "I'm fine. I only have a couple of broken ribs, but the furball will take care of that. Even though I feel bad for killing him, I knew it was the only option. I knew I needed to delay it as long as I could. And if the opportunity arose, kill him. So don't worry about me. It is the life of a shinobi, after all," Naruto said with a weak smile that the Hokage caught. "I understand, Naruto. Don't worry, tomorrow come see me, and I'll give you the payment of 8B rank mission for this," the OC said, rubbing his hair, and Naruto nodded and started walking home. Even though he killed a man tonight, he managed to save Hinata and actually broke the Uchiha prodigy record. "Looks like my Sharingan matured at age 6, he said to himself, laughing as he walked back home for a long night's sleep. A year later, Naruto, 7 years in the last year, a lot of things have happened in Konoha, and even more so with our noisy blonde now. He was a 7-year-old boy. Naruto changed his outfit now. He wore dark green pants, a blue t-shirt, and an orange sleeveless jacket in bar 2. Check the profile to see the image. A couple of weeks ago, an incident occurred that shocked Konoha. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha, Itachi, massacred his own clan, leaving only his younger brother alive. This event turned his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, into an avenger who only wanted to kill his older brother to avenge his fallen clan, the Uchiha clan. Although they were arrogant idiots, it was a powerful and highly respected clan in Konoha. The funeral was massive. All the people of Konoha attended, and they paid their respects, and the Hokage gave the eulogy. Naruto watched from afar with a sad face. He might not like the Uchiha, but in a way they were family. He also felt a little glad that he hadn't told anyone he was in Uchiha, or maybe he would also be sleeping underground right now. Naruto decided that after this incident, maybe it would be best to tell Hokage about his heritage, but keep it a secret from the village for now. What would the village think if right after the Uchiha massacre the demon child appeared using the Sharingan, and being one of the last Uchiha man, they would eat me alive? He thought most likely when he was ready they would force him to become a sperm donor to restart his clan. He was a demon child, most likely they would use him, and when it was not necessary he would discard him. He thought about getting close to Sasuke, but when he saw him at the academy, the type of personality he had, hungry for power, arrogant, wisely chose to forget him and let him be. The Konoha Academy begins at age 8 for anyone wishing to become a shinobi of Konoha. The curriculum lasts 6 years and ends when students are 14 years old, and the Genin rank is past their exams. The academy begins with history, mathematics, and other general subjects, then moves on to chakra theory and principles, stealth weapons, training, traps, and tactical training, and ends with taijutsu and ninjutsu training. When Naruto showed the Kyubi the curriculum of his academy, he wondered how the hell it was possible that Konoha was the strongest shinobi village in the elemental nations. The A class was very special. Naruto's class was full of clan heirs. There were the Inuzuka, known for their dog companions, and Sunday collaborative ninjutsu. The clan heir was Inuzuka Kiba, a loud and brash boy. He had brown hair and 2 red marks, one on each cheek. The symbol of his clan was the Akimichi clan. Their heir was Akimichi Chui, a small boy with large bones. Anyone who called him fat would be considered fat. Crush's clan was known for using techniques that relied on high-calorie usage, which meant that Chi was always eating. There was the Yamanaka clan. Their heir was Yamanaka Ino. She had long blonde hair and wore a dark pink outfit. Her clan used mental techniques. They could read thoughts just by touching them, confuse and make enemies attack each other, and even take control of enemies' bodies. There was the Nara clan. Their heir was Nara Shikamaru. He had pineapple-style hair and wore a t-shirt mesh with a sleeveless black jacket and black pants, was lazy, and slept most of the time during classes. The Nara clan was known for its members who had a high IQ and were extremely skilled in strategy. In planning, Shikamaru's father was actually the head of the strategy division of the village. Was the Aburame clan. Its heir was Aburame Shino, a quiet and distant guy, with everyone wore black sunglasses and a gray watch that practically only left see his glasses. His clan is based on the use of insects to fight their children once they are born. They are implanted with insects that feed on their chakra, so they can use them to fight. There was the Uchiha clan. The last member of his clan, an heir, was Uchiha. Sasuke wore a blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and white shorts. The Uchiha clan was known for their high affinity for fire and Sukenkai lineage limit the Sharingan that Naruto also had. Naruto was in Uchiha. After all, there was also a girl named Aruno Sakura, had pink hair and wore a pink dress. Although she did not belong to any clan, she was in this class. She was the daughter of Aruno Akira, who was a member of the civil council. I already imagine it thought the last clan was none other than the Yuga clan and its heir Yuga, and not of the Yuga clan like Loja, was known for Sadhutsu, the Byakugan. This lineage limit, when it was active, allowed them to see the chakra in great detail, a vision of almost 360 GR and a long range that extended to kilometers if trained enough. The clan also has the gentle fist taijutsu style, which is known to be the strongest form. Hinata and Naruto met a couple of years ago after Naruto saved her twice, and she fell in love with him. Both saw each other several times over the years and became close friends, and although neither of them would admit it, both loved each other more than just friends. The current year passed without many problems. Naruto decided to accept the Kyuubi's suggestions regarding the academy and wear a mask. The Kyuubi suggested Naruto to hide his true strength. Deception is the greatest weapon of the ninja, and that's why Naruto chose to show his mask by being a loud, dumb, and foolish kid. He chose to become the last one, and it was a wise choice since all the teachers did their best to make him look bad. He couldn't lift facts for now. I bet the civilian council would make me stay weak forever if they could. Naruto thought as he tried to sleep in the homeroom. A year later, in the last year, Naruto grew up more than he could have hoped for. Thanks to his mature Sharingan, he managed to copy an extremely useful technique. While watching two Honing fight flashback, Naruto approached a training ground, hoping it would be empty, when he felt two powerful chakra signatures suppressing his chakra, something the Kyuubi had taught him. He could sneak up on people very easily. Being a sensor allowed him to know if he was suppressing his chakra effectively or not. He approached and began to observe them. Kakashi, are you ready for our next challenge? Junior said, a Honing wearing a full-body green spandex suit and a flat Jonin jacket. He had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. Not paying attention, the silver-haired ninja identified as Kakashi said, did you say something gay? Damn you, Kakashi, and your manners. Our score is 50-50. Let's get started, he asked gay, to which Kakashi nodded. Kakashi had gravity-defying silver hair. He wore the standard clothing of a Honing: black pants, a mesh shirt with a flat Honing jacket, and covered his left eye with the Itate of Konoha. In bar, I think it's called Itate. Naruto watched in awe the speed of the battle. His fully mature Sharingan allowed him to follow every move. Each of them made the battle lasted a couple of minutes, until Kakashi took out his Itate, revealing a Sharingan. How can you have a Sharingan? I thought all the Uchiha had died, except Sasuke, thought Naruto. Wondering how could Kakashi having the Sharingan. Kakashi was very popular in Konoha. He was the son of Attack's Kumo, the White Fang of Konoha, known for being as powerful as a Sannin. So it couldn't be Uchiha. Look carefully, boy, hide it under the Itate. So it's probably an implant, replied the Kyuubi. The battle continued, and Naruto copied some jutsus, including one that would help Naruto enormously, and that would later become his trademark, Kai Bizin no Jutsu Shadow Clone Jutsu. Into flashback armed with the Kai Bizin, Naruto realized that it transferred his memories back to the original and started using it to train for now. Naruto's limit was about 1,000 clones if someone saw him doing a saw. Many would probably call him a monster after all this technique. With a rank of Kinjutsu, a forbidden technique, due to its massive chakra usage, it would kill most shinobi, as Naruto already had Kage-level reserves. Using this technique barely affected his reserves. One thing Naruto wondered was if using the Sharingan gave him memory photographic, because he remembered everything he saw. Naruto was walking toward the Tower of the Cache, decided that after what happened to the Uchiha clan, it would be the best option to tell the Hokage that he had the Sharingan. Hokage Tower. "Hello, Gigi," said Naruto. With a sly smile, the Hokage, seeing Naruto, smiled at him, barely saw him these days, and wondered if he was always training. "Oh, Naruto-kun, long time no see. How is your training going?" asked the Hokage. "Is it going very well? In fact, I learned some amazing techniques," said Naruto, smiling. "Can probably take you on." "Old man," said, laughing. "I'm not that old, Naruto-kun. So what brings you here?" asked the Hokage. "Well, I have some things you chose to tell me if you promise not to reveal them until I'm ready," said Naruto. With a serious face, the Hokage, wondering what it could be, made a gesture with his hand. "And you left the room." Naruto made some hand seals and said, "Fuin Jutsu." Cone of silence. The Hokage gasped when he saw Naruto perform a C-rank Fuin Jutsu, but as he knew who was his father, it wouldn't be surprising if he followed in his footsteps. "Impressive, Naruto-kun, 8 years old and studying Fuin Jutsu," said the Hokage, impressed. "Actually, Gigi, I never told you everything that happened when I was 6 years old, said Naruto with an embarrassed laugh. "Now, Gigi, pay attention to me," said Naruto, closed his eyes, and began to channel chakra into them, opening them slowly. He showed them to Hokage blood-red eyes with 3 black tomes in each one. The Sharingan. Hokage's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes opened like plates, almost popping out of their sockets. The Hokage simply asked, "How well am I Uchiha on my father's side?" He replied, "How is it possible?" Minato never had the Sharingan, asked the Hokage, wondering how Minato had never told him. "I'll explain everything to you," he said, disabling his gaze. "To start, I'll tell you that my grandfather was none other than Uchiha Madara. That was the straw that broke the camel's back." The poor Hokage's heart fainted, and Naruto, seeing this, began to sweat, and he says, "He's not old," he thought out loud as he grabbed the Hokage and lay down on the couch. A couple of minutes later, the Hokage began to wake up and saw Naruto waiting. "You're already awake, for God's sake," here, said Naruto, giving him a cup of tea. "Sorry, Naruto, I still can't believe. How can this be?" asked the Hokage, wondering how is it possible that Madara had a son and no one knew, and his son was Minato. "Mikaz, of all people, has blonde hair, for the love of God." Naruto began to explain what his father told him. Madara survived his battle with Sarama and was saved by a woman who years later he would become her lover. They had a son, and when his grandmother was killed, Madara decided to continue with his plans and left Minato in the village. "So Madara was still alive. Who would have thought that Madara had a son?" said the Hokage, assimilating the information. "Well, Naruto-kun, I will keep this secret until you're ready to show everyone who you really are. Remember, you have 3 legacies to continue: the Uzumaki clan of your mother, and the legacy of both parents, and that of Uchiha." Madara said, "No, don't worry, Gigi. I plan to reveal everything when I'm strong enough to protect myself and everyone I care about. My father and grandfather had a talent for making people angry. I don't need problems right now," he said, laughing. "That's what they did," thought the Hokage, while suffering at the hands of Minato Madara. "But when I reveal who I am, if they ever try to hurt me, I love someone I care about, I will burn their village to the ground," said Naruto in a serious and cold tone. He wouldn't tell them anything. "That damn Inoki the Chickage is an idiot, old and stubborn. Be careful," said the Hokage. "Naruto, I wanted to ask you, how is it possible that you already have the Sharingan completely matured? It is very rare to awaken it so early in life. You see, Gigi, I awakened it when I was 5 years old after some Chunin tried to attack me, and I matured it when I killed the Kimo ninja who tried to nada," explained, to which the Hokage nodded. It made sense. The Sharingan awakens and evolves in life or death situations. So that's how you were able to keep up with the honing. "The Sharingan really is a power terrifying," exclaimed the Hokage. "The Sharingan allowed a 6-year-old to kill a trained shinobi. I'm leaving, Gigi. I just thought you should know after what happened to Loja," said Naruto, leaving the Hokage's office. "One day he'll really take this hat off me," thought the Hokage, laughing. Streets of Konoha. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, heading to a training camp to find out and start training his elemental affinities. He already knew that he most likely had fire because of his Uchiha blood, but he could have more or not even fire better safe than sorry Naruto walked calmly staying in the shadows to avoid problems until he heard someone crying. While checking to see who it was, he realized it was Hinata. She had her knees on her chest and was crying. Naruto quickly ran to her side. "Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" he asked worriedly. To help her, Hinata, seeing Naruto, quickly hugged him, crying even more. Naruto tried to ask her what was wrong, but she didn't answer Naruto. He began to whisper comforting words to her, saying that everything would be okay, until she fell asleep on his chest. Tired of crying, Naruto picked her up Cal style and carried her to his apartment. He laid her down on his bed. He grabbed a chair and sat next to her. He said, grabbing her hand, he fell asleep minutes later. After a few hours, it was late at night. Around 2 a.m. Hinata began to wake up, opening her eyes, not knowing where she was. She jumped up, waking up Naruto, who was next to her. Seeing that he was by her side, she couldn't help but blush until she remembered everything that happened yesterday. "And Nat-chan, what happened? Can you tell me?" "I'll help you," said Naruto, doing everything possible to help her. Hinata looked at the floor sad. She decided to tell him everything and began to remove a piece of cloth that was tied to her forehead. She removed it, showing a green tattoo. It was the seal of the bird of the cage. Naruto, seeing this, was surprised that they marked the heir of the clan. "My father said that I was too weak to be the heir of the clan, so marked, and me's disown the clan." Yuga said, looking at the ground. Naruto was furious. How could they do that to the family? Marking him is a despicable decision, but eliminating a member and even his daughter from the clan for being weak is fine. "Hinata-chan, you are not weak, and you have me," he said, slightly blushed. "But I am weak. I almost got kidnapped. I was your same age, and you managed to save me. I'm nothing more than a loser," he replied, crying and screaming, letting out all his anger and frustration. "No, Hinata, you are not weak. You are kind, loyal, hard worker, and a beautiful person," he said, making her blush. "Look at me," he said, putting his hand to her chin and lifting her head. They looked into each other's eyes, and he continued, "I am hated by everyone in the village. Everyone calls me a demon and tries to hurt me. To them, I am nothing but a loser who shouldn't even be allowed to live. But I don't give up, and I never give, and I am a minute Nindo. And one day, I will show them that I am strong," he exclaimed, making her smile. "Is it because of the kibi?" she asked, knowing that it would be a sensitive subject. "How do you know that?" Naruto asked, stuttering, a little surprised that she knew that well. "When I use the Yugon, I can see the red chakra in your guts, and my father told me to stay away from you, and the villagers call you a demon. So I did some research," she said. "Do you hate me?" Naruto asked, wondering if he would lose his only friend. "No, of course. I don't know. You're not the Kiyomi. You're a kind person, happy and brave," she said, hugging him. Naruto felt a tremendous weight leave his shoulders. "Hinata, let's work hard and show them that letting you go was the worst decision they could have made. If you want to help you," she said. "Seriously?" she asked. "Hopefully, of course. I take care of the people I care about and love," said Naruto, with a blush, leaning forward slightly and kissing her softly on the lips. Hinata didn't expect that, but she loved him too, so she kissed him back, gently moving her lips. She couldn't be happier that her best friend, her crush, her love, was kissing her and telling her that he loved her. Naruto couldn't be happier when Hinata, he kissed her back. He thought that she never wanted him more than his friends. Little by little, stepping back and ending the kiss, they both blushed. Hinata quickly hugged him and said between sobs, "Naruto-kun, thank you. I love you too. I promise." And I'm blushed at the affectionate name. "That one day I will remove that seal. I promise that I will protect you, and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do," exclaimed Naruto, giving her a sly smile and kissing her cheek until she fainted. "Well, that lasted longer than she thought," she said, laughing. A couple of weeks later, a couple of days after Naruto found Hinata, he asked her if she would like to live with him, to which she accepted, and they started doing everything together, living, eating, and training. They even slept cuddled together. Naruto taught Hinata the cage bizin, and although she could only do one, it was enough. They started sending them to the academy, except on the days when there was taijutsu training. Naruto also took Hinata before the Hokage and explained everything that had happened. Say that Hokage was angry was an understatement, but since she was now considered an orphan, Salat Toy agreed to give her a 1-month allowance until they became Jin. Naruto suggested to Hinata that they keep their connection a secret until they were older. He didn't want the villagers to treat him the same way he does at the academy. Each of them took their different seats so as not to arouse suspicion, and so they began sending Kai Bizin to the academy and to train together. Hinata, during the last few days, she got to know the QB And when she found him with the doors open, he passed out, now we find. The pair at a training ground, Naruto took out a chakra paper and gave one to Hinata Okina. Aim, this is chakra paper. It is used to test elemental affinities. Just push chakra into it. And we'll see explain Naruto pushing chakra into his paper. It crumbled altogether, showing a high affinity for the lightning element. Then the paper split in two and burst into flames. Look, I have 3 affinities. My primary seems to be lightning, and secondaries wind and fire. He said since he suspected that fire and lightning came from his father. After all, he was in Uchiha, and Suarasen is a lightning element, right, on technique. So the wind must come from my mother. It was a shame she didn't have any defensive elements, but she could always create her own techniques. Hinata pushed chakra towards her paper, and it split in two, getting both sides. Well, it seems you have wind like me, and also water now. Let's start training. I will start with fire since our village is known for them. You should start with water, because wind is extremely rare in Konoha, he explained. And they both started off the usual way. Naruto made 100 kg Bizon. An attempt was made to burn a leaf Hinata by wetting it, and Hinata went to the ninja's library that they didn't want any trouble. So they got some techniques for each of their natures. Naruto decided to go to the Uchiha compound, since the Uchiha were known for their fire techniques. And with the Sharingan, they should have plenty of techniques for all elements. Well, actually, they would be breaking into a clan library and stealing techniques, but Naruto was in Uchiha, so he should have access to them outside the Uchiha compound late at night. Both Naruto and Hinata were outside the Uchiha compound, dressed completely in black. Naruto had his Sharingan active, as well as Hinata's Byakugan, checking for other shinobi making their way through the gates. And entering the library that was located in the main house, they saw their classmate Sasuke, who was awake. They quickly got behind of him and knocked him out with a blow to the neck and headed to the library. The library was huge, to say the least, as expected of a power-hungry clan. With copy eyes, the library was divided into sections: ninja arts, clan history records, and journals. They both headed to the shinobi section, and it had sections for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu. Then Hutsu's section was divided into elements: fire element, water element, earth element, wind element, lightning element, and non-elemental techniques. Each of these sections were subdivided and had scrolls on how to learn each of these manipulations, but also techniques of various ranks. They began to look through some scrolls until Hinata said, "They're all blank," she said, receiving a confused look from Naruto. Naruto could easily see the instructions for jutsus until he figured out, "I understand. Only someone with the Sharingan can read the contents of the scrolls. To anyone else, they seem empty." "It's a cool trick, actually," she said, receiving Hinata's puzzled look. "Don't worry, I'll read them all and teach you the water jutsu I find," he said, doing 20 kai Bizon, and began to review the fire release techniques. Katon Kakan Jutsu, Large Fireball Technique. C rank. Send a massive fireball at the enemy. Katon Ninka Jutsu. Phoenix Fire Technique. C rank. Send small fireballs at the enemy that burn on contact. Katon Riken no Jutsu. Dragon Fire Technique. C rank. Sends a torrent of fire in the shape of a dragon towards the enemy. Katon Mrik Hutsu. Great Fire Dragon Technique. B rank. Sends out a torrent of fire in the shape of a dragon towards the enemy. Enhanced version of Ruken Hutsu Kadon Kikken no Jutsu Fire Dragon Bullet. B rank. Created by Sandame. Hokage releases a volley of small fireballs that melt anything or explode on contact. Katon Zuko Kuno Jutsu Skull Driller. B rank. Sends out a fireball to the ground that explodes and creates a massive heat wave. Katon 8th Kish no Jutsu Ash Burning. B rank. Sends out a jet of gunpowder empowered with chakra and surrounds the enemy. The user can ignite the cloud by clicking their teeth, creating a large explosion. Water release. Mizuno Hutsu Water Clone. Rank B creates a water clone with 10% of the original strength. Mizu Shuriken Bunin no Jutsu Water Shuriken. Rank creates and send water-shaped shurikens at the enemy. The numbers vary with the amount of chakra. Mizuno Muchi Water Whip. Rank C the user creates a water whip that can contain or damage the enemy. Suiton Suiso Water Wave Explosive. Rank A the user expels large amounts of water from their mouth and smashes it against the enemy. Suiton Baku Suisa Explosive Water Wave. Rank S an enhanced version of Suiton Suisa. Suiton Daku, Funo, Jutsu Waterfall Vortex. Rank A creates a waterfall that then crashes down on the enemy. Suiton Sud no Jutsu Water Dragon. Rank B creates a water dragon that captures and crushes the enemy into the ground. Suiton Sween Water Wall. Rank C creates a defensive wall of water. Suiton Sur Jutsu Water Prison. Rank C creates a sphere of water that traps the enemy inside, preventing them from escaping. Suiton Tama Water Bullets. C rank. The user launches a pair of water bullets at the enemy. Earth Release Tsuchi Bunin no Jutsu Earth Bizin. C rank. Creates an Earth Bush Totan Shin Jan Sun Jutsu Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. C rank. The user grabs the enemy from underground and emerges from it, burying themselves and transforming the ground into a swamp that swallows and crushes the enemy. Doton Doherty Earth Wall. C rank. The user creates an earth wall to defend. Toton Tomo Earth Spear. C rank. The user creates earth spears that emerge from beneath the enemy. Wind Release. Futon no Jutsu Wind Release. C rank. The user breathes in and releases a small amount of wind that allows them to change positions while in the air. Futon Topa Breakthrough. C rank. The user exhales a powerful, compressed blast of air that launches the enemy into the air. Futon Hunt Shuriken Wind Shuriken. B rank. The user envelopes their own shurikens in a layer of wind that slices through all. Futon Rinkan Compressed Air Bullet. Rank A. The user creates compressed air bullets that are fired at the enemy. Futon Shinua Air Sword. Rank A. The user exhales a sword that cuts through anything. Futon Atsuji Pressurized Wind Bomb. Rank A. The user exhales a large sphere of pressurized air that explodes upon contact. Futon Repuesto Wind Wave. Rank C. The user brings their hands together and releases a powerful wave of air without needing to inhale. Lightning Element. Right Unrake Lightning Ball. Rank C. The user creates a ball of lightning bolts that he throws at the enemy and electrocutes them. Raiton Kai Bunso Jutsu. Lightning Clone. Rank A. A shadow clone created with lightning chakra. When this chakra is destroyed, it is transferred to the enemy and electrocutes them. Raitun Jan, False Darkness. Rank B. The user throws a spear of lightning from his hand that impales the enemy. Raitun Hibashi, Electromagnetic Assassination. Rank B. The user creates a wave of electricity that electrocutes everything around him. Raitun RMCH, Pillar of Delo. Rank B. An illusion technique that blinds the enemy with a bright light. Jin Jutsu Kokong Jutsu Bringer of Darkness. Rank A. The user traps the enemy in a black void that blinds them and dulls their other senses. This illusion cannot be interrupted, only the user cancels it or is forced to release it. Megan Jigaku Jutsu Hellfire Technique. Rank B. Creates an illusion that makes the enemy think they are being burned alive. Megan Jabaku Satsu Tree Binding Death. Rank B. Illusion technique that makes a tree grow behind the enemy. Megan and Kong and Aruno Jutsu Double False Environment. Rank B. This technique places an illusion within the original illusion to deceive the enemy in case they break the first one. Okay, Inat Sean, I've already learned most of them. Let's go, he said, and both left the compound. Uchiha, with a large inventory of techniques to practice later, they left the compound and headed home walking. It was still early or late. Depending on the perspective, it was around 2 in the morning. Hey, Hinata-chan, since we still have time, do you want to check the library? Yuga clan asked. Naruto knew it was a sensitive subject for Hinata's family, but still remembered to help her achieve one of her dreams. Flashback a couple of days after Hinata started living with Naruto. Naruto and Hinata were eating together after their morning training, and they started talking about their dreams and hopes for the future. Then Hinata, what are your dreams for the future? Asked Naruto. Hinata was still acting a bit shy around him, but that was starting to change. At least her stuttering and fainting spells were almost gone. I know I want to become a powerful kunoichi to prove that I'm not weak, but even though I've been disowned by my clan, I'd like to be able to undo the caged bird seal and unite the families. I know I may sound naive, but even after my father expelled me from the clan, the branch family was always good to me, and I want to help them again, she said confidently. She didn't know it yet, but Naruto's personality was starting to affect her. She was getting more trust and even started helping Naruto with his pranks. You're not naive, you're a kind person, and I promise to remove the seal. And when I do, we can plan to help the Branch family exclaimed, after all, with the help of his Bizenkage and his father's. Notes on Fuinjutsu Naruto was progressing quite well into flashback. I don't know if it's a good idea. It would be difficult to sneak in without being noticed, he said. After all, the Yugon was frequently used for scouting missions, and it was extremely difficult to sneak into a member of the Yuga, let alone enter the compound. Oh, please, everyone says. They have the all-seeing eye, but that didn't stop me from breaking into the compound and placing hooking powder on their underwear, said Naruto, remembering the laughs the Yuga received when he constantly scratched himself. Was it you? He asked, surprised. Of course, they were always cocky idiots. But I didn't do it to you, he said, assuring her. Okay, if you're sure we can sneak in, then I'll go in, he said. They headed to the Yuga complex and watched from afar. Naruto extended his detection ability and found 4 guards guarding the entrances. Fortunately, they did not have the Bakugan activated. They approached the walls and waited for the guard to finish his routine. Check, they channeled chakra to their feet and climbed the wall. Once inside, Hinata saw Naruto to the library. Since Naruto did not really know the compound very well, once inside the library, the same thing happened with the Uchiha. Only one Yugon user, she could read the scrolls. Apparently, ninjutsu and jinjutsu were practically entities. They must have thought it was inferior to rely on anything other than their bloodline. Hinata quickly opened the scrolls and began to copy them and give them to Naruto, who stored them in a storage seal. He brought Naruto's Fuinjutsu with him. He was pretty good for his age. He knew how to make simple storage scrolls of all kinds and was just getting started in mid-level Fuinjutsu. They left the compound with the details of the gentle fist style, of which Hinata already knew the basics and techniques that used Ko, 8 signs of divination, air palm. The user concentrates chakra in his palm and pushes it forward, sending a wave of chakra to the enemy. Rokuju, 8 signs of divination, 64 palms of the hand. The user closes the 64 main tenkitas of the enemy at an astonishing speed. Akaku Chiso, 8 signs of divination, 128 palms of the hand, similar to the previous technique. However, it closes 128 points, knocking out to the enemy almost instantly. Aoyukaten. 8 divination palms of the hand, celestial spin. The user begins to spin and release chakra from all of their tenketsu and forms a protective dome around themselves that deflects all attacks. It is considered the ultimate defense of the Yuga. Armed with new techniques, they began to train with more people, mainly Hinata. She wanted to master the Yuga. Gentle fist to later in life show them that with hard work one can surpass a genius. A couple of years have passed, and Naruto and Hinata have grown quite a bit. Now they are both 10 years old, and each of them is a little taller than children of the same age due to their constant training. Both Naruto and Hinata are very strong compared to others their age. If they can be compared at the academy, the physical conditioning and training of shinobi begins only when the students are 12 years old, in which they learn the academy's taijutsu style along with ninjutsu. If they were to face Naruto or Hinata, they would be destroyed. They were both very well-rounded shinobi, but Naruto couldn't perform a low-level jinjutsu without the Sharingan to save his life. He actually found it easier to perform high-level jinjutsus that required more chakra than low-level ones. Although Naruto focused a lot on chakra control to get it to honing levels, he still couldn't perform a single Bizen. He would do at least 50, or the one he performed would fail. Naruto eventually mastered the bow staff, but decided to learn Queen Jutsu since his mother was one of the best at it. Leaf, as he couldn't get it in most stores, he bought a couple of books on weapon forging. Since he had the nature of fire, he decided to forge his own weapons with scrap metal and other weapons he found in the training camps. Over time, he would buy chakra metal for a proper sword. In fact, they both learned Kenjutsu in the same style. However, Naruto preferred speed and E-Force. Being more flexible, he preferred to dodge blows. This type of Kenjutsu style, like his taijutsu, was based on parrying or dodging attacks with quick strikes intended to end the battle in one fell swoop. This was the Uzumaki clan's Kenjutsu style. Uzumaki Kusina was on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist before her death. This group was composed of the greatest swordsmen of the Mist and should not be underestimated. In fact, each of their swords had special abilities that favored each of their styles. Kusina was in fact known as the Red Death of Konoha due to her red hair color. Crimson Naruto also learned the gentle fist from Hinata and They both practiced until they perfected it. Although Naruto's Sharingan couldn't see chakra points, he adapted the shot for pressure points. One of the problems they had was Hinata's low chakra reserve, so they focused on that for almost the last year and managed to increase her levels quite a bit. She had low levels of honing chakra and cage level control. Naruto had high levels of cage chakra and Honen level control. Naruto noticed that Hinata, she was quite skilled in the gentle fist, and asked why her family treated her so badly when she was quite talented. The fact was that to learn the gentle fist effectively and train its stances and techniques, one would have to use another as a test subject, and closing Tenkwetsus was quite painful, so Hinata refused to do it with branch members. Hinata was too kind to try to harm someone in order to train, but with Naruto, that was no problem. Naruto used the clone techniques of Shadow to provide Hinata with as many guinea pigs as she wanted, and in doing so her technique soared and even managed to hold its own against Naruto in taijutsu and ninjutsu. They had both mastered their chosen affinities, and the jutsu that they had Hinata started in wind and Naruto started in lightning. An interesting fact was that Naruto discovered that he had a high affinity for lightning similar to the Nidame's water affinity. In fact, Naruto wasn't really a senser in normal terms, as he didn't sense chakra. Naruto, due to his affinity for lightning, he could feel the bioelectricity of the people around him. Knowing he had such an affinity, he began to invest more and more in this element. He went to his father's library and gathered all the lightning techniques he could. Now, we find Naruto walking through the village heading to the Hokage Tower. The villagers were still sending him the same looks and were still trying to hurt him, but now, with his training, he managed to escape. He could have fought them, but he chose not to hurt them. He didn't want to hurt them. More paperwork. Poor Hokage Tower. Hokage arrived at the Hokage Tower and headed toward it. Upon reaching Leji's office, he went up to the secretary. He had never liked her, and the feeling was mutual. She was one of those idiot civilians who couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and a sealed kunai. Let it go, little one, someday they'll understand, said the Kiyomi. Naruto nodded to himself. Good morning. I came to talk to the Hokage. Is he available? Naruto asked politely, since for once he didn't want any trouble. She looked up and saw that thing in front of her, and with a disgusted face said that she wanted the box with a thing like you. She spat. You must be careful how you address me. One wrong word, and I have permission to separate your head from your shoulders, she said in a serious tone, while releasing a bit of killing intent, since she was a civilian and too much could kill her. The Hokage will see you now, she said quickly, fearing for her life while showing a fake smile. Naruto opened the door to see a smiling face of the box. Naruto, Kun, how have you been? Asked the Hokage. I'm fine. In fact, I have a favor to ask of you, he said, to which the Hokage raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best. What do you need? He said. Well, you see, I'm a little short on cash this month, and I know I'm not a shinobi yet, but would it be possible for me to get a couple of ranks? Said the Hokage's thoughtful face. The Hokage reflected on the situation. Genins always hate these missions and tend to accumulate them. Besides, it wouldn't hurt, he thought. Of course, Naruto-kun, but you should know that these missions are usually done with a sensei honing and his Henin squad, so they will take a lot of your time. Said, no problem, old man. I can create my own army if I need to, said Naruto, placing his fingers in a cross shape, channeling some chakra. And in a cloud of how 20 clones appeared in the office. Hokage's jaw dropped to the floor, seeing a 10-year-old boy perform AB rank Jutsu. Where did you learn that? You realize that technique is a Kinjutsu because of its massive use of chakra, he said, trying to make Naruto understand the dangers of the technique. Relax, Gigi. I copied it when I was watching Kakashi. A weird guy named Gain Green Spandex, yelling something about the flames of youth. Plus, I have a lot of chakra. I can easily make 1,000 clones and still be in condition to fight, he said with a smile. The Hokage nodded slowly. Kami can make 1 clone at 10 years old. I know he's a Jinshu person with a tail be sealed inside, but __ it will be a chakra power. Thought, okay, Naruto, since you're not a ninja yet, officer, I will give you the missions, and later, when you become one, I will add them to your file. Come with me to the mission room, said the Hokage, and both left the Hokage's office in the direction of the mission room. Konoha mission room. Well, let's see what we have here, said the Hokage. Reviewing the available missions, how many do you want since you can create a lot of clones? I think you could end our workload, continued the Hokage. A thought. Naruto, give me 10 missions if I have time today. I will do some more. Besides, Hinata decided to go visit Karina and so I'll have a day for missions, said Naruto, taking the scrolls and opening. The first one, damn cat, thought Naruto as he read the first mission. It was about recovering a fearsome beast. The name of said beast was Tora, the one-tailed demon cat. Oh, please, I have 8 more tails, said QB, plus we can always burn it and blame it on the enemy ninjas, said QB, laughing, and Naruto, should a drop of sweat a few hours later come here. Tora come kitty, said Naruto, trying to get closer to the cat. Without her running away, Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and jumped, catching the cat. Torano found it very funny as she started scratching everywhere. Oh damn, I'm tired of this, Naruto said, activating his Sharingan, looked at Torai, and said, Megan K-scene, no jutsu chaining stakes. The Jinjutsu paralyzed Torai. Naruto said, Megan Jigaku, Kinjutsu Hellfire technique. This new Jinjutsu made Tora think that she was being burned alive. Muon. Naruto laughed evilly as Tora screamed pain. Kobe saw that he was sweating and thought, I have an idiot as a container in bar. To for evil laughter. Check next mission. Help the farmer. Naruto headed to his next mission. He read the scroll, and the mission was to grow a plot of land since the farmer didn't have enough time to do it himself. Naruto arrived at the place. The farmer's house was actually almost outside the village, and the land itself was quite large. Judging by the size of the land, it was most likely to plant vegetables and then sell them. Naruto, he approached the client and began to do his work. The client didn't seem happy that they sent the demon brat, but at least the QB would work for him. There was almost an hour left, and Naruto continued his work using a hoist to prepare the ground peacefully and undisturbed until a bang. A noise echoed through the clearing like the sound of metal colliding. Naruto removed a couple of inches of dirt until he saw a metal door in the ground. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he prepared to open the trapdoor. Once open, he saw a bunch of stairs that apparently led to the underground. As he was a curious child, he went down carefully as he felt he couldn't help but notice the smell. One of the advantages of having the QB inside him was that it gave him enhanced senses, mainly smell and hearing. The smell itself was of death and putrefaction. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought as he began to explore what looked like a large underground base with a long corridor with multiple rooms connected. Upon checking some rooms, even he couldn't help but throw up. In one of the rooms, there were skeletons of people and some others that were still decomposing. As he went further in and checked another room, he could see jars scattered across the table with strange colored liquids, and wisely decided that it would be best not to touch them as he continued exploring the base. He wondered how this could exist here and be kept a secret. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed that whoever lived here left in a hurry. This smell, like snakes, Naruto thought, as suddenly he put the pieces of the facts together. He read in the library about a shinobi who used snakes as summons and defected from Konoha after being found doing twisted experiments on children he had kidnapped. Orochimaru, the snake seinen, concluded Naruto and made a shadow clone and said, go tell the old man. The clone left, and Naruto continued exploring, looking at the rooms to get a brief idea of what they contained. One of the rooms seemed to be a small study room. Entering the room and heading to the table, he saw some seals and a multitude of blood vials with various names on them: Seiju, Saitama, Sun, Jitama, Namek, Minato, and a few others. Naruto didn't recognize. What could Orochimaru want with my father's blood? Not to mention the Senju brothers. Naruto kept wondering until he saw some notes written in what appeared to be a diary. He continued reading until that twisted bastard Lo Juzin's office was having a normal day at his office, and by normal, I mean he was cursing Minato for leaving him with the paperwork, when suddenly he saw Naruto bursting through the door. Old man, Naruto began, I think I found one of Orochimaru's old bases, to which the Hokage yelled, what was I doing one of the missions? And I was farming a field until I crashed into a metal hatch after opening it, and checking inside it stank of snakes, and there were corpses everywhere. Naruto said, Ambu, said the Hokage, and in front of him appeared an Ambu with a weasel mask kneeling before the Hokage and waiting for orders. Bring me Ike Yanko. Oh, Hokage-sama, he said. Uh-huh. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. The Hokage turned to Naruto. Are you the original? He asked, to which Naruto shook his head. The boss is checking the rest of the base and making sure no one enters. The boss replied, nearby. Then tell him to continue guarding the entrance until Anko and Vicky arrive. Then tell him to come here immediately after, said the Hokage, receiving a nod before the clone dissipated. Orochimaru base. Naruto continued moving forward through the base until the clone's memories hit him, and he stopped. He picked up what he was doing and headed to the entrance. Naruto waited a couple of minutes before a man and a woman landed in front of him. The man was approximately 193 centimeters 64 and wore traditional black bamboo pants and a black jacket. He also wore a long-sleeved black jacket and a scarf that covered the top of his head. The man had a few scars on his face. Naruto recognized him from a couple of jokes he made. Was Marino Iviki, a special Tokubetsu honing and the commander of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. Besides Ibiki was a woman who was approximately 167 centimeters 555. She wore full body mesh armor with a short brown skirt and a long trench coat that barely covered her breast cup. She had purple hairstyle, pineapple, and brown eyes. Naruto assumed this woman was Anko. Naruto faced them both and turned to the woman and said, "I guess you're Anko. I'm the sexy and single one, my Taranko," he exclaimed, raising his fist in the air, which made Naruto's sweat drop. "I was doing a rank, and I found this base, and after exploring it, I concluded that it belonged to Orochimaru. So I informed Hokage my job is done, don't interfere," said Naruto, and went to Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Naruto arrived at Hokage and saw him with a sad and thoughtful look. Naruto guessed that it had to do with Orochimaru. After all, he was one of Huin's most prized students, a genius that comes once in a lifetime. Without, however, he found himself caught up in his own ambitions. "I'm here, old man," said Naruto, getting Hokage's attention. "I don't even know if this should be called luck or not," said Hokage, sighing. That was Naruto's brilliant response. He said you were low on money and that you were going on some S-rank missions and ended up finding the lab of one of my former students. Naruto nodded, and the cashier continued, "How did you find it? I'm upgrading the mission to S-rank. You must never speak of it, and everything you found and you saw inside, you should never reveal it. It is clear," said the Hokage in a serious and demanding tone. "Oh, Hokage-sama," replied Naruto, as if he were a normal shinobi, which brought a small smile to the man's face. "I would call it luck," said Naruto, smiling. "Well, then I'm going to see you later, Gigi," said, and the Hokage nodded. Once Naruto left the room, the Hokage leaned back in his chair, lost in his thoughts, the wonders of the ranks. He thought the Hokage laughing to himself. He came out his thoughts and went back to work. The Hokage looked at the amount of paperwork and shouted, "Damn, Minato, see you years later. He is starting to appear and shine." Over Konoha, people are starting to open their shops for another normal day. However, for some people, this is not a normal day, if you can say. So 4 long years have passed, and now both Naruto and Hinata are 14 years old, and today is graduation day. During these past 4 years, their growth has been tremendous, and if we were to estimate their current level of power, it could be said that in terms of skill, Hinata's taijutsu is at the same level as Naruto's ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, if we were to be realistic, his taijutsu is at the honing level because despite the fact that they both use gravity seals to increase strength and speed, their bodies are still developing and cannot compete against adults who also lack experience. However, these rules do not apply to ninjutsu, much less to Naruto with his enormous chakra reserves that eclipse even the Hokage of the Leaf and reasonable control. Naruto, he must constantly train with chakra control due to his ever-increasing reserves. In fact, Naruto is a chakra powerhouse in terms of ninjutsu, with his high affinity for lightning, along with the natures of fire and wind, all of them offensive. There are not many obstacles that Naruto cannot overcome. In the last 4 years, Hinata has become a master of her own style of taijutsu, derived from the gentle fist, which she calls flowing fist, which as its name suggests, Hinata, due to its natural flexibility, flows through the enemy, dodging all offensive attacks, while closing off the enemy's chakra points. Even though his own taijutsu style is extremely strong, he is still very proficient in the original gentle fist. In Naruto's case, his taijutsu style is very different. He trained in his father's style and mastered it. However, if the enemy had some sort of shield, attacking the enemy's pressure points would be pointless no pun intended. That's why Naruto developed his own style, combining the best style, Goken's offensive strong punch, and pressure point damage with the defensive style of Uchiha's Interceptor Fist, creating what he calls the Dragon Fist. However, he can add a little twist, if you can even call it that. Naruto, after his training in the power of lightning, managed to envelop his own fists and feet in a layer of lightning chakra that, if it makes contact with the enemy, can greatly increase the power of the punch, sending the lightning chakra into the enemy's chakra circulatory system to effectively numb the area of punch. This style of taijutsu is called Raikon Lightning Fist. Actually, as both Naruto and Hinata have an affinity for wind, they can create invisible chakra wind blades on their fingers, invisible to anyone who does not have dojutsu. Of course, with this technique, they can inflict damage anywhere they hit, damaging their muscles and incapacitating the enemy. In the ninjutsu department, it can be said that Naruto is a monster with his 3 affinities completely mastered, and all of them offensive. Naruto is a force to be reckoned with. Her arsenal contains a large amount of techniques for each affinity, including some of her own creations. Despite Hinata having high levels of chakra compared to anyone her age, she is honing level chakra reserves when she should be gaining her advantage over Naruto comes from an extremely high chakra control, rivaling Tsunade herself due to her control. She has learned a few medicinal jutsus for self-healing if needed, as Naruto has the Fox chakra. As for the Jinjutsu section, let's just say Naruto is terrible at it. The only Jinjutsu Naruto is capable of casting without the Sharingan activated is Kokon Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, a Jinjutsu created by the Oken and Daime, considered a Kinjutsu due to the fact that even after activating, it continues to drain chakra constantly. If we check Hinata, due to her control, she can use practically all the Jinjutsu she knows, but refrains from using Kokon, no Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, since can't spend that much chakra on the weapon section. Both are extremely masterful, with Kunai's shurikens and Senbon, but also Kinjutsu. Naruto named the style that he and Enat learned, and Suryuken Dragon's Cry Sword style. In bar, it's not my style. I read it somewhere, given the fact that his shinobi life is about to begin. Naruto had previously forged his own sword. Naruto's sword was a Chikudo, a single-edged straight sword created from chakra metal for its affinity. With it, lightning was 20 inches long, without a hilt. The handle was dark orange with black stripes, and in the center, the Uzumaki swirl, end bar green profile for image. Hinata has a similar sword, the handle being the colored sash. In Fuinjutsu, Naruto truly honors the Uzumaki clan. His ingenuity in the art of Fuinjutsu is truly amazing. Naruto is officially a level 10 seal master, level 10 out of 10. Actually, Naruto even has a few of his own creations and is currently working on his father's Yasin technique. However, the Yasin Shiki formula must be created for its own user, so Naruto can't use his father's kunais since the Chiki formula is linked to the user's blood. Naruto has to admit that his father really was magnificent to create such a simple yet complex technique. Hinata also has training in Fuinjutsu, but not as extensive as Naruto, since Naruto used his army of shadow clones to devour practically all the books. In fact, I think Naruto managed to read almost all the books in the library. One might not believe it, but Naruto focused the shadow clones a lot on the politics and laws of Konoha, since he would one day have to endure the council. In the last section, we have medical training. Neither of them has extensive medical training. Hinata can use some simple techniques to heal superficial wounds. However, both have a good knowledge of poisons and antidotes, but also human anatomy. This is where semen come into play. Naruto can use Senbon to mix with his pressure point taijutsu, if necessary, but he can also cover the area with paralyzing or lethal poison of his own creation. Overall, both Naruto and Hinata are extremely skilled shinobi, even though they are actually civilians. However, any civilian who can use chakra can be considered a shinobi. Graduation day. Naruto's house. The sun was rising, and its rays filtered through the window. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, but began to stir when the sun began to shine in the room. She looked down. She saw what was probably an angel. Hinata was sleeping with her head on his chest, and the sun hit her pale skin, making her glow almost like a goddess. He kissed her forehead, and she began to stir, and She felt tempted to open her eyes and noticed a hand slowly stroking her hair. She knew it was Naruto. She didn't want to leave his warmth and tried to snuggle closer to him, burying her face in his chest. Naruto Seeing this, he chuckled and began, "We have to get up. Don't forget it's graduation day," he said while making a cashier, busy to go prepare breakfast. "I don't want to get up," she said, pouting. "You have to be my pillow," she said, to which he smiled, lifting his shin slowly, gave her a kiss on the lips, waking up his sleeping beauty. "Come on," and he said, rolling it. He said, finally agreeing with the blonde, getting up and starting to get dressed. "And Sean, it's time," said. Jinata nodded. Today was the day their mask would come off. They were more than powerful enough to protect themselves and let the world see who they really were. Of course, not to show off to the world, but the last one, the blonde Adobe and Loudmouth and the shy and kind and Nada, were no longer. Naruto was now approximately 165 centimeters 5 centimeters and had two fangs of blonde hair that framed his face. He wore baggy orange pants with black flames on the bottom with white straps on his right leg, had a white jacket with orange trim and mid-length black sleeves. On the back of the jacket had kanji for 9 on it. He wore black fingerless gloves with metal on the back of his hand, and on each wrist, armbands with storage seals for kunai, shuriken, sunbon, and his sword, and a small belt with numerous other scrolls on it. Anyone who saw it now wouldn't even recognize him. Hinata was slightly shorter than him, but compared to the rest of the class, she would be one of the tallest people there. He wore black pants with white straps, holding the cradle bag on, and a bulky white jacket with white fur on. It also has a piece of cloth, the band tied on his forehead, a gift from Naruto and Bara, like the cannon for part 1. Without the clan symbol, in Yuga, "You look handsome," Naren said with a sweet voice that sent chills to the blonde boss. "Breakfast is ready," said the clone, and brought milk and cereal, bacon, and eggs for breakfast. They both ate in silence and started to get ready for the last day at the academy. "Thanks, Cammy," thought Naruto. After breakfast, they both left the house and headed towards the academy. Yada was wrapped around Naruto's right arm. It didn't matter who saw them anymore. It was the beginning of their shinobi careers. The walk was pretty peaceful. Many of the villagers didn't even recognize Naruto. When they arrived at the academy, they realized it was a little early. They headed to the back of the classroom and sat down to wait for their classmates and their sensei. Shortly after his arrival, the classroom began to fill up, and moments later, the almighty Uchiha Sasuke walked and followed, of course, by his horde of horny fans. Sasuke scanned the room and saw Hinata and someone with her. He dismissed the idea and went to the front row and sat by the windows so he could look outside. When he got bored moments later, No Yuka walked through the door. Said person was wearing black pants and a standard Chunin flat jacket. She had brown hair tied back in a ponytail horse and a large scar on his nose. "Good morning, class," he said, checking the classroom, and noticing that he hadn't caught his attention, he used his patented big head jutsu and shouted, "Silence, everyone." Stayed silent, and Irika began to call his students to mark his presence until he reached Uzumaki. Naruto was about to answer when another one got ahead of him. "It seems that Dobe is failing again," said Sasuke, causing everyone to laugh. "You are all blind," said a voice from the back of the classroom, attracting the attention of everyone, and looked at him like he was a ghost. Said, "Hey, wave his hand." Present and Irika sensei. Everyone blinked at that person, still processing that it was Naruto, and Naruto asked the Bance Rosa, also known as Sakura, the one and only, said with her sly smile. The whole class looked at the new look. It was a big improvement over the old one. I must say the new outfit looked pretty good. Irika was surprised and finished his list. As everyone knows, Irika began. "Today is your graduation exam. At the end of the day, those who pass, they will become shinobi of the leaf. We will start with the written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu, and finally ninjutsu. Now let's begin," said Irika, and began to distribute the exams. As he approached Naruto, a discreet smile appeared on Muki Muki. He was Irika's assistant, and like many others, he hated the demon brat and tried everything to fail and have his revenge. Naruto felt something strange about his exam and discreetly activated his Sharingan and discovered a Jinjutsu while placed on his test, making a hand seal. Half tiger and saying in his mind Kai, the Jinjutsu dissipated and showed the real exam that Naruto began to fill out, and after 20 minutes he was done, as was Hinata, and both waited for the rest of the class. While class time's up, said Irika, and Muki got up and began to collect the exams. After that, the class moved to the training field for the weapons. Exam very well. Class, you have here 10 kuna and 10 shuriken that you must throw and hit the marks, Irika explained, and began to call the students by their names, and each of them advanced for the evaluation. Uchiha Sasuke called Hokage, and suddenly all the fans were screaming, Sasuke is the best, see Sasuke show them. And Nada, seeing this, rolled her eyes and thought, and they do, calling Shinobi Sasuke, doesn't even care. Sasuke took the weapons and threw them skillfully at the same time like the elite, that he was all the coin hit the center of the dummies, as well as most of the shuriken, except one that didn't reach the highest scoring area. Well done, Sasuke. You got 19 out of 20, said Irika, and the fan group went crazy. Sasuke was walking back to his spot and bumped into Naruto. He said, beat that, Dove Uzumaki. Naruto called Irika. The blonde just took the weapons and noticed they were blunt. He just shrugged and discreetly channeled some lightning chakra through them, so they would stick to the dummy. He threw them all at the same time, hitting each target in the center. Irika's eyes went wide. See, good, Naruto. Work, you got a perfect score of 20 out of 20, said Irika, congratulating him. The fans of the courses started to shout that Naruto had cheated, and Sasuke just frowned at the blonde. Yuga Hinata called Irika. Hinata, just like Naruto, walked over and picked up the weapons and without flinching threw them effortlessly and hit each target like Naruto. Irika was left open-mouthed. What's up today? Hinata was never good with weapons, congratulating Hinata. Irika finished the rest of the class and moved on to the exam. Taijutsu, good class. For the next exam, you must stand firm against Mitsuki for 2 minutes. Muki won't be too offensive, but be prepared, explained Irika. Uzumaki. Naruto called Irika. Finally, I have the demon in my hands, thought Muki. Naruto, seeing the crooked smile on Mitsuki's face, decided to make him suffer a little. He took his stance with his knees bent and his right leg slightly forward, his right arm extended forward with his right palm facing the enemy, while the left arm coiled around his waist. Irika's eyes widened as he recognized the Pepero stance. That's the gentle fist stance, said Irika. Poor Dobe doesn't even know what he's doing, said Sasuke, causing laughter from the rest of the class. Looks like Naruto is going to play a little thought. Anata, with a giggle, a jime started, said Irika, and immediately Mitsuki lunged forward with a closed fist, trying to hit him. Naruto lightly grabbed his fist and turned to dodge it. Seeing Mitsuki stagger forward, Naruto lightly touched Zuki's shoulder, closing a tenketsu, disabling his left arm. What did you do to me? Mitsuki asked, enraged since he couldn't feel his left arm. I closed the main chakra point on your left shoulder, disabling your arm. It's over, you can't win, Naruto explained. But how come you don't have the Bakugan? Irika said. How the hell could Naruto close the tenketsu? That's true, but chakra points are fixed on the enemy's grid, so I can remember where they are and estimate their location. Seeing my enemy after that, he sent a small area of effect chakra burst, since I can't know exactly where the chakra point is, but it still works, explained Naruto, getting surprised faces from everyone except Hinata to think that it's possible to use the gentle fist without Sudahatsu. He thought, hook a damn brat, you gonna pay, said Mizuki, and advanced blindly. When he approached Naruto, he simply smiled and said, you're in my divination field. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, AK Rokuyano, said Naruto, finishing his attack, sending Mizuki crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Naruto walked out of the ring area. With everyone staring at him, he just pulled out a secret technique from a Yuga clan main house trap. The fangirl screamed, how can that dope defeat a Chunin? That power should belong to me, an elite, thought Sasuke, meditating in his place. Irika gave everyone a 30-minute break, while he picked up Muki and took her to the infirmary. All right, since Naruto knocked out Muki, let's make them students fight one-on-one while I watch, explained Irika. Yada versus Yaman, Kaino yelled. Irika, poor girl, try not to get hurt, Hinata sneered, and note to which Hinata rolled her eyes. It was time to show them who they were. A jime. Ino quickly dashed forward, and Nada simply raised her right hand, aiming at Ino, channeling chakra in her palm. She said to Kiku, air palm. A blast of air was sent out and hit Ino right in the center of her chest, throwing them out of the ring and to the ground, leaving her unconscious. You cheated. It's just taijutsu, yelled Sakura, making everyone put their hands to their ears. That attack is considered taijutsu, sorry, explained Hinata. What the heck is going on here? Hinata was never that good at taijutsu, and Naruto always seemed like a street fighter, thought Irika. Irika picked up Ino, quickly checked her over, and left her leaning against a wall waiting for her to wake up so she could face someone since he didn't see her do much after the taijutsu exam was over. Everyone entered the classroom classes while Iruka called each student individually for the ninjutsu portion, and Naruto called Irika, and Naruto stood up, went down the stairs, and stood in front of the classroom looking at Irika. Good luck, dope. You're gonna need it, said Sasuke, smiling. Silly Naruto thought. Okay, Naruto, please perform the Ino jutsu, said Irika. And there was a puff of smoke, and in front of Irika was a man. That although Irika knew he was an Inge, he got chills when he looked in his eyes. The man's eyes were shining, and it was the Sharingan. The man in front of Irika was Uchiha. Lara, why of all people did you choose that man? Asked the Kiyomi. After all, the Kyuubi despise Malara. You may not like him, and he may have done more harm than good, but he was still a powerful shinobi, and I have to honor his legacy, thought Naruto, as he received a sneer of contempt from the Kiyomi. An interesting lesson, said Irika, putting aside the chills and continuing with the exam. Now prepare for the Kawarimi, said Hokage, as he took a kuna and blunt and threw it at Naruto. Naruto switched it with a chair that was nearby. Well done, Naruto. Now do at least two business, said Irika. Naruto was always bad at business, and Naruto himself knew that he couldn't create a single Bizin to save his life. Bizin no jutsu, said Naruto, and tried to release the least amount of chakra possible. A cloud of smoke rose, and on the ground there was a dead clone. The whole class started laughing. I still can't do a damn Bizin, and Irika-sensei, is it okay if I use another type of Bizin? He asked Naruto. Sure, no problem, replied Irika, wondering what kind of Bizin Naruto was going to do. Kai Bizin no jutsu, said Naruto. There was a puff of smoke, and in front of Irika were 10 perfect clones of Naruto. Naruto smiled at his teacher's reaction. Irika's mouth dropped open seeing Naruto doing 8B rank Kinjutsu. Wow, Naruto, the cashier Bizin, is a honing level Bizin. Congratulations, you passed, said Irika. Naruto smiled and took his black eye tape and tied around his forehead. Hinata followed soon after, and she got it too, an excellent grade on the exam. However, he can make perfect bushings, unlike poor Naruto. Well, class, the exams are over. Congratulations to everyone who passed. This year's Rookie of the Year is Uzumaki Naruto, and the best Kuno Yuga, said Hokage, happy that Naruto passed. And not just that he was Rookie of the Year. What did Kiba shout? How can a last to die be Rookie of the Year? Very simple question. Both Naruto and Inat passed the written exam. They got perfect scores on the weapons exam, but also in taijutsu and ninjutsu, explained Irika. I'm nothing more than a loser. I'm an elite Uchiha. I demand a duel between us for the title, said Sasuke. It's your choice, Naruto, said Irika. Let's go outside. An ODA, said Naruto, and Sasuke smiled, thinking that he could face him. Inat just shook his head, knowing where this was going. That idiot is going to end up in the hospital. Everyone left the classroom and headed to the training camp. Naruto and Sasuke entered the ring, facing each other, each making the tiger seal, which meant that we're ready for battle now. This is a duel for the title of Rookie of the Year. You can use anything. However, there are no hits that will leave him ineffective or dead. Understood, said Hokage. Both nodded, and Setojime, determined to prove his superiority and with the intention of ending this match. Quickly, Sasuke lunged forward and threw a punch. Naruto simply dodged the punch, put his knee and hit Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke leaned forward from the blow, giving Naruto the opportunity to hit him a blow to the back of the head, leaving him unconscious on the ground, said Naruto. And of course, the fans started screaming that Naruto had cheated. Congratulations, Naruto, you are the Rookie of the Year along with Hinata, said Irika. And both Naruto and Hinata left the academy with her wrapped around his arm. Of course, she was going to see this. She got angry because Naruto was leaving with his Hinata. However, the rest of the class wondered what had happened today, all except Shikamaru, who always suspected that Naruto was hiding his true strength. Shikamaru may seem lazy and unfocused, but he's also extremely intelligent and observant. Naruto and Hinata were walking together on their way to dinner out as a celebration for graduating and becoming a shinobi of the leaf. They were walking towards Ichiraku when Naruto felt someone running through the forest. Of course, Naruto remembered when Hinata was kidnapped. People running through the forest are always suspicious. They both decided to see what was going on And when after that person outpost Mookie was running through the forest with a large scroll on his back, unaware that he was being followed, he stopped near a small hut he sat on the ground. He opened the scroll and began to read it with the scroll of the seals. Orochimaru-sama is going to give me more power than I can dream of, Mookie thought out loud. Naruto and Hinata, who were carrying this, were about to jump on him and retrieve the scroll, when suddenly Iruka fell in front of Mookie. Mookie, did you plan to do this? You betrayed the leaf, said Iruka. He didn't understand how his best friend could betray the leaf and keep the simple scroll. Iruka, I want power, and when I give the scroll to Orochimaru-sama, he will give me more power than I can dream of, said Mizuki, took out a pair of shurikens and threw them at Iruka, shouting, Shuriken, Kai Bizin no Jutsu. The shurikens multiplied to 20. Iruka, seeing this, hesitated and ended up immobilized against a tree. Mookie took out a Fuma shuriken and launched himself forward with it, spinning with the intention of finishing off Iruka once and for all. Naruto, seeing this, jumped in between them, kicking back to Mookie. Naruto said, Iruka, surprised to see him. Hinata Kara, Iruka-sensei, I will take care of him, said Naruto. Oh, she replied, and began to heal Iruka. Damn demon, have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Asked Mookie, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. No, Mizuki, it is forbidden, yelled Iruka. 14 years ago, the Yondaime did not kill the Kyuubi. He sealed it in you. You're the Kyuubi reborn, said Mizuki, hoping to break the brat so he could escape. You are an idiot, he asked rhetorically. Mookie narrowed his eyes, wondering how he didn't do anything. I've known the Kyuubi since I was 5. Hell, I've been talking to him ever since then. You asked yourself, why do I have the cash for 9 and a quota? It's because I pride myself on being a Jinchuriki. My life may not have been easy, but I'm happy that the Yondaime chose me, Naruto said, receiving surprised faces from both Mitsuki and Iruka. Enough said, and since you broke the 3rd rule, I have permission to kill you, Naruto explained. Prove it, Demon Fox, Mizuki said, taking the last of Fuma's shurikens and threw them at him. Naruto dodged the shuriken and performed a couple of hand seals and said, Katan go jutsu, great fireball technique. Mitsuki's eyes widened when he saw the fireball coming. He jumped to the left where Naruto was waiting for him and gave him a fierce kick to the ribs that sent Mookie crashing into the trees. Mookie barely got up because he had a couple of broken ribs. He was trying to find the demon when suddenly something grabbed him by the ankle. When he looked down, he saw a hand sticking out of the ground and grabbing it tightly. Doton Shin Wano Jutsu, double suicide decapitation technique, said Naruto, dragging and burying Mitsuki, leaving only his head above the ground. Mookie tried to get out but got nowhere. Naruto took the seal scroll and glimpsed the technique. When he opened the scroll, it said Bun Sinda, I vacuous clone explosion rank B. Closing the scroll, he put it on his back and went to Iruka while Hinata finished healing him. How do you feel, Iruka-sensei? Asked Iruka. He was one of the few people that mattered to Naruto. Fine, thanks to you, he replied. Moments later, Ambu arrived at the place and took Iruka, Naruto, and Iin to the Hokage and Mookie to Ibiki Hokage's office. The Ambu arrived with the 3 to Hokage's office. Naruto gave the scroll with the seals to Hokage. Well done, Naruto. Thanks to your help and the Diata, we were able to get the scroll of the seals and catch a traitor with. I consider that this is 8B rank mission. I saw what happened through my crystal ball, and I know that you learned a jutsu from the scroll. Just be careful with that one. Is there anything else I can do for you as compensation? Asked the Hokage secretly. He was happy that Naruto was taking his training seriously. Actually, there is, Gigi said Naruto, and got hit on the head by Iruka. Show some respect for the Hokage, brat, said Iruka. Don't worry so much, Iruka, said the Hokage. I want to ask you if I could be on the same team as Hinata-chan. And without Sasuke, we both know that there will come a time when I will need my eyes. And no, I want trouble, said Kage, raising an eyebrow. Considering the request, I know what you're thinking. I bet you were considering placing me together with Sasuke and Hinata, since Rookie of the Year goes with Kunoichi of the Year, and creating a heavy assault team, Naruto explained and continued. However, you can still get the same benefits if you have Akaba, Sasuke, and Sakura for the heavy assault team, and you can have a perfect tracking team along with the heavy assault with me, Yada, and Shino, since I have my eyes and I'm a sensor. Naruto finished with his eyes. Iruka asked the Hokage, seeing that Naruto was asking him what to do. He said silently, It's up to you, Naruto, said the Hokage. Iruka-sensei, If you promise not to tell anyone until I reveal it, I will tell you, said Naruto. And Iruka replied, you could trust me, Naruto, you know it. Look me in the eyes, said Naruto, and closed them. He opened them slowly to achieve a dramatic effect. They were blood red with 3 tamen in each eye. Naruto's eyes were a fully mature Sharingan __. Yelled Iruka. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his neck. So you transformed into Madara during the exam, said Iruka, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow. Of course, sensei. I have a legacy to uphold. After all, Madara was my grandfather. Naruto, said Iruka. Iruka's mouth dropped open at this. Naruto was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi that ever existed. Naruto, you really are the #1 unpredictable ninja in Konoha, he said, and both Naruto and the Hokage laughed. Naruto, you have a fully mature Sharingan. How could you be the last one? Asked Yuka. Deception is the best tool of the ninjas. I heard some of your lectures, he said, smiling, to which Iruka just nodded foolishly. All's well. That ends well, Naruto. I agree with your request. I will be at the academy next week for the team placement. See you tomorrow, said the Hokage. Naruto, yada. How about I order you some ramen as thanks, asked Hokage. And of course, Naruto agreed. Jumping in the air, the Hokage just shook his head, seeing the 3 of them get out of his side, and took the pencil. No, shouted the Hokage. Seeing papers appear out of nowhere, Naruto heard Hokage scream and thought maybe he should tell him one of these days. Iruka, Naruto and Hinata walked peacefully towards Ichiraku's ramen. Stand a thank you from Iruka to Naruto and Hinata for saving his life. Iruka was injured by the rain of shuriken, but Hinata did a wonderful job healing them. Naruto, Yuka, and Hinata sat down at the ramen stand. Hey, old man, come here. I'm hungry, shouted Naruto. Oh, Naruto, I'm glad to see you. And Hinata said. Tucci and both nodded. Okay, since Iruka's sense is paid, you can start with 10 bowls of pork ramen for me, said Naruto, and Iruka opened his eyes, wondering if it was a good idea to offer him dinner. I'll have 2 bowls of vegetable ramen, said Hinata. I'll have a bowl of shrimp ramen. You say, Hinata, said Iruka, getting his attention. Were you pretending with Naruto from the beginning? Asked Iruka. Of course, you don't really know, but we are boyfriend and girlfriend, he said, kissing Naruto on the cheek, making the blonde blush. Who would have thought? __. Well, they're good actors, said Iruka, causing laughter from both. Why did you hide your strength even in your relationship? Asked Iruka. You know I am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, right? Asked Naruto, and Iruka nodded. And almost all the villagers and almost all the shinobi hate me for carrying it for them. I am a painful reminder of that night, you know. They try to hurt me or kill me many times. If the civilian council knew how strong I am, they would do everything possible to prevent the demon from getting stronger, said. The reason why that I decided to hide our relationship was pretty much the same reason they would try to hurt him too. I've already heard some call the understand demon, and I'll be damned if I let anyone hurt him. I'd burn this village down before I'd let anyone get their hands on him. So we decided to stay in the shadows until we were strong enough to protect ourselves. Iruka concluded. He was shocked at how the #1 fool thought of everything. Never in a million years would I have thought Naruto was that smart and perceptive. You certainly fooled me, said Iruka, and everyone laughed. They began to eat calmly. And you, Hinata, I have the feeling that you are not the shy girl, he said, pointing at them. She laughed and answered, I was shy when I knew Naruto, but as the years went by, I overcame it thanks to him. Besides, who did you think helped him with his jokes? He said, laughing, and Iruka was left open-mouthed. Actually, I liked acting shy and letting everyone else brag about how good they are. How strong are you really? Asked Iduka in a serious tone. Well, we've never faced anyone but ourselves, but the furball says we're close to being honing in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu. I'm terrible at jinjutsu, so I'm close to being a low chunning at it. Other than that, I'm a level 10 seal master, explained Naruto. And of course, Iruka didn't even know what to say. Poor guy. Wait, if you're honing level how __. Can't you do a single bizin? Asked Iduka, and Naruto chuckled. Well, you'll see a side effect of having a bull sealed in you when you're young is that you tend to develop large chakra reserves. I estimate that I have roughly 4 times more chakra than Gigi, so even though I have honing level chakra control, I still have too much chakra to perform a single bizin, explained Naruto. Iruka didn't know what to think or do. The last one in the academy was honing level. He had a chakra reserve 4 times greater than Hokage's and was a seal master. On top of all that, he had a mature Sharingan. Iruka did what he could and passed out. Hey, wake up, sensei. You still have to pay. Naruto shouted, trying to wake the fainted Iruka. Council room. The Hokage approached a room. Standing near its double doors was a Hambu guarding it. The Hambu bowed to the Hokage and opened the doors. The Hokage entered the room. To his left sat the heads of Konoha's clans, also known as the Shinobi Council. To his left were some important civilians, known as the Civilian Council. Near the Shinobi Council, three also Saturday people were my headdress Amur Yudatan Karu and Shimura Danzo, were former teammates of Hokage in his Genin days and are currently his advisors or elders. The Hokage made his way across the room and sat at a small table in front of the Konoha Council. Good evening, everyone. Now may I know the reason why the council has been called? Asked the Hokage with a bored tone after taking care of all the paperwork. He still had to deal with the damn council. Yes, Okage-sama, said a merchant civil council. As he stood up, we heard that Dim Uzumaki Naruto graduated from the academy. Can't allow him to become a shinobi. He's too dangerous, said the Hokage side. He knew this day would come. Naruto is not dangerous. He has already proven to be a loyal shinobi, but he also graduated as Rookie of the Year along with Hinata, said the Hokage. Yasi raised an eyebrow hearing that Hinata was the Kunoichi of the year. This year's generation must be weak to think that she was the best. Thought Yasi clearly is a demon. Stole the title of Rookie of the Year. Uchi-sama shouted a pink bands, making everyone tremble with her strange and high-pitched voice. You must choose your words carefully, civilian, said the Hokage, raising his ki, making her sweat. Miley is still in force, but Okage-sama can't allow her to get close to the clan heirs. She could hurt them all, said a fat merchant, while the shinobi side rolled their eyes. Enough, said the Hokage in a serious tone. Many of you civilians may not know, but Naruto has already saved his village today, said, receiving confused looks from everyone as if they didn't know. Today, one of the teachers from the Muki Academy broke into the Hokage vault and stole the scroll of seals. He was intercepted by Yumino Iruka, and they entered into combat. If Naruto and Hinata hadn't appeared, Iruka would be dead, and the village without the scroll. Hinata managed to heal Iruka, and Naruto defeated a Chunin. The Hokage concluded, and everyone was breathless. A rookie just arrived from the academy. Defeating a Chunin is almost unheard of. You see, Okage-sama, he is already becoming too powerful. We must kill him now and finish what the yawn started on me, said the fat merchant, trying to reason with the OC and finish off the demon. You keep forgetting that this is a shinobi village, and that I, the Hokage, am in command of my forces. My word is law. Remember that while this meeting is adjourned, said the Hokage, rubbing his temples and getting too old for this, or scorn. He thought as he watched everyone leave the room. Later that night, everyone in the village was sleeping peacefully, including our couple favorite. Naruto and Hinata were sleeping as always, hugging. Naruto had his chest pressed against her back, bringing her closer to him. Two figures were seen running across the rooftops. They were wearing the standard Konoha honing outfit, the Itate on their forehead, the flat honing jacket, and black ambu pants with white straps at the ankles. So you remember the plan? Asked one of the honing, receiving a nod from the other. Let's finish this so we can collect our pay, said the other, and left. They hurried towards their destination. They arrived at the red light sector and very quietly entered a house. The house itself looked old with some holes covered in the exterior walls. They approached the window and saw the couple sleeping. The demon and his prostitute decided to enter through the roof when they saw that their bed was too close to the window. They quickly and stealthily entered the house and headed to their bedroom. They approached their bed and one said, "This is your end, demon," and quickly stabbed them. Two kunais in the chest of both the honing smiled in a sign of victory until a puff of smoke formed, and delighted with two logs with kunais, they turned around and did not like the view very much. They saw a Sharingan burning and the Byakugan activated. Oh, the demon has the Sharingan, probably stole it when he killed the Uchiha clan. I killed Lozos, said one of the honing, and ran towards the couple. Okay, Hina, you take one, I'll take the other. Be careful, they're honing. We may be skilled, but they have more strength than us, he said. Naruto. Oh, she replied, and ran to intercept one of the honing with Naruto. Why are they attacking us? Is it a crime to attack a fellow shinobi of the leaf? Naruto asked, knowing practically the answer. You're not our partner, die demon. He replied, the Han, the kunai, and cut it horizontally. Naruto ducked, and using his foot hit the honing's foot, making him fall forward. Using his momentum, Naruto raised his knee and managed to hit him in the stomach. The Honing recovered quickly and jumped back. Not bad, demon. Let's take this to the next level, said the Honing, and quickly made some hand signs and shouted Du-Tun, Sino Yoro, and Earth-style earth armor, and wrapped his body in a strong earth shell. He is wearing an earth shell, good thing my main affinity is lightning, thought Naruto. They launched themselves forward and exchanged a few blows. Thanks to the Sharingan, Naruto managed to block or dodge each one of them. However, due to the enemy's armor, his attacks were ineffective, and he couldn't attacking any pressure points. Naruto switched to his own style of Night Hijitsu Lightning Fist. Naruto charged his hands and feet with a layer of lightning chakra. He lunged forward and tried to low kick him, but Honing jumped to avoid it. Naruto quickly recovered and delivered a tremendous punch to Honing's chest, destroying his armor and sending him crashing into a wall. That hurt, you damn brat, yelled the Jonin. Both they faced each other again, but Naruto had the advantage, deciding to finish it and went to help Hinata. Naruto dodged a blow and infused his fingers with lightning chakra and pressed hard against Honing's head near his heart, discharging the chakra into his vagus nerve, sending Honing into cardiac arrest in bar. By the way, the vagus nerve exists, and if you press it hard enough, it messes up your heart rhythm, or something similar. I'm not a doctor, but an engineer, but I know some things. XD. Naruto left Honing trembling on the ground and left him to help Hinata. He turned around to see that Hinata had the advantage until he made a mistake, and the Honing took advantage of the opportunity and performed a horizontal slash. Hinata screamed. Naruto deactivated his gravity seal and ran at full speed to help her. Knowing that he wouldn't reach her in time, he did the only thing he could and replaced himself with her. Naruto, now in Hinata's place, watched as the sword got closer and closer. His Sharingan could be seen as a curse as it showed his death in slow motion. He tried to bring his Kuna to bear and block the sword, but it was too late. Just as the sword was about to strike, he tried to detach himself from the sword. Make contact. Naruto inadvertently channeled a huge amount of chakra into his eyes until they began to spin and invert their colors. Suddenly, everything became even clearer, and time seemed to slow down even more. Naruto watched as the sword got closer and closer, and just as it was about to make contact with his skin, something very strange happened. The sword continued on its way, as if it was cutting him cleanly, but Naruto didn't feel any pain. The enemy Honing, he didn't know what was happening. His sword, it seemed to cut through the demon, as if it wasn't even there. The sword left its body, as if nothing had happened then, when he looked into its eyes instead of the blood-red eyes with black. Tama Naruto's eyes changed to be completely black, and in the middle was a cracked, glowing red circle with 3 red orbs above it. The Honing, he didn't know what it was, but it was too late in bar to check profile for picture. Naruto caught Honing's hand when he let go and broke his wrist, making him drop the Naruto sword. Looked him in the eyes with his Sharingan spinning and said, "Jinjutsu force sleep." While saying, the Jonin fell to the ground unconscious. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was too stunned with what happened that she didn't even see him approaching. Hinata, are you okay? Are you hurt? Naruto asked, worried about her. I'm not hurt thanks to you, she said, and hugged him and cried, I can't believe they would fall so low to attack us at night. I guess I was too optimistic. Naruto thought they separated until Hinata looked at him, and Jadeo Naruto in your eyes, said. Naruto didn't know what he was talking about and went to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror and raised an eyebrow. What the heck is this? He thought that kid is. The next 4 of the Sharingan, known as the Mku Eternal Sharingan, you are very lucky to have awakened it. That particular I only awakens in life or death situations through intense training, explained the Kiyomi, so that's why that sword pierced me. It must be its power, he thought, I guess, but I've never seen that one in particular. I've seen Madara's techniques using those eyes, but I don't know how to use them, so you'll have to figure out. Take care of the intruders. I'll explain something about those eyes later, said the QB, and Naruto nodded and quickly went to the Honin that survived and tied him up, placing a chakra restrictive seal on him. A couple of minutes later, the dead Honin's body was sealed in a scroll, which Naruto would then take to the Hokage. He took a glass of water and splashed it on the Honin's face, waking her up. Friend, let's talk now, said Naruto with a sweet voice that sent shivers even to Hinata, who had Subugan activated to see if he was lying. Damn demon, I'm not going to say anything. You better kill me now, said the Honing, trying to hide his fear of being at the mercy of the demon after trying to kill his lover. Where's the fun in killing you, said Naruto, and activated his normal Sharingan, and said Megan Jigaku, Kin no Jutsu Hellfire Technique. The Jonin was caught in the Jin Jutsu, and felt like he was being burned alive since he was tied up and had the chakra. Restriction seal, he couldn't break it. Illusion, this continued for a few minutes until the Honing decided he couldn't take it anymore. Okay, I'll talk, please stop, he begged, until Naruto finished the jutsu. He looked at him with a Sharingan along with Hinata, looking for lies. Listen, well, I'll only say it once, said Naruto with his Sharingan glowing. Making the Honing ace feel quickly. Why did you decide to attack us? Asked Naruto, wanting to know why they suddenly decided to take such a direct approach against him. Was it a deal, my friend? And I will kill you for a payment, explained the Honing, looking at the corpse of his friend and thinking that it was a mistake to accept it. But now it was too late. I see. And who requested the mission? The Jonin hesitated to tell him who requested the death of the demon. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and stared at the Honing. His cold blue eyes that seemed to penetrate his soul made him shudder. Was Tuno Kanta a merchant of this village and belongs to the civilian council? Answered the Honing, and Naruto already suspected that it would have been one of the civilians with enough wealth for telegraphed. And Nat is telling the truth? Asked Naruto. And Hinata nodded. Naruto turned to the tied-up Honing and smiled. What are you going to do to me? Asked Honing in a fearful voice. He didn't want any more pain. He preferred a quick death as much as I would like to kill you now. I will hand you over to Hokage tomorrow morning with your friend there. And after that, I will order the execution of said civilian, said Naruto, and went behind him and knocked him out with a quick slash to the neck. What do we do now? He asked. Hinata is too excited to sleep. It's 4 a.m. The Hokage office opens at 7, so in the meantime, I'm putting some security seals around the house to make sure this doesn't happen again, said Naruto. Approached Hinata and kissed her, hugged her, and whispered, sorry, it's my fault they were after me, said Naruto. He was sad and angry because the villagers would try to kill even her. It's not your fault, and besides, don't think that this is enough to push me away from you, she replied, and gave her a passionate kiss. Thank you, said Naruto, happy to have found the woman he would spend the rest of his life with. Naruto went to the walls and quickly placed security and privacy seals and a chakra detecting seal on the door with his cashier Bizin. It only took him about an hour to completely seal off his apartment, making sure that whoever tried to get in would get a nasty surprise. The two of them laid in bed with Hinata snuggled up until she fell asleep in the safety of his arms. This was not how he intended to start the day. Naruto fell asleep and went to his mental landscape to talk to the QB. Then, QB, what did you want to tell me about my new eyes? Asked Naruto, excited to have unlocked the eyes that made AI Madara so powerful. Okay, Kit, this is going to be a long story, so shut up and listen carefully, said the QB. And Naruto lied like this. It all started a few thousand years ago. The human race lived in peace until one day a fearsome beast appeared. No one knows where it originated from, but it was too powerful for humans to defeat. Many thought it was a punishment of the gods. The beast had 10 tails and was known as Jubi 10 Tails. Nothing seemed able to stop it until a man appeared and faced the beast alone. The man managed to defeat the beast sealed within his own body. Later, he would be known as the Rikudo Sennin, the father of all ninjutsu. The man was acclaimed as a hero for defeating the beast and was considered by all a god among men. However, he grew old and sooner or later reached old age, knowing that in his death the beast would be released, divided his chakra into 9, thus creating what we now know as the 9-tail beats, going from one tail to me. The 9 tails are you with me until now? Asked the QB. Seeing Naruto nod, he continued, during his life, the Rikudo Sennin had 2 sons. The eldest son received his eyes and founded the Uchiha clan, while the youngest received his bodily strength and was the progenitor of the Senju clan. On his deathbed, Rikudo Sennin had to choose which of his sons would continue his legacy. Due to the ideals of his youngest son, he chose him, but his brother didn't like it. His older brother thought that since he was the oldest, he should be the one to lead the world instead of his father. Angry with his younger brother, and his father tried to fight his brother for the position, but lost. Having lost, he realized that he needed to gather more forces and end the Senju line before it even began. But he realized that being alone, it would take him too long to build a clan. So he performed a blood ritual to transform, so to speak, ordinary civilians into many. The story ends here. Did you understand everything he asked? And Naruto answered, yes, I think I understand. The Rikudo had 2 sons, and the eldest did a blood ritual to increase his clan faster, to be able to defeat the Senju brother. That's how it is now. As far as your eye, you will see the descendants of the eldest brother are pure blood IS, while the others that were born from the ritual were known as mixed blood IS today. No one knows that distinction. The key difference between both is the activation of the Manjikyu. If you were part from the Mestizo side, you would have to kill someone close to you and experience the emotion of that loss in order to awaken him. And even after awakening him, by using your eyes, you would constantly lose your sight until you became permanently blind. Unless you removed your eyes and replaced them with the eyes of your brother, father, or someone directly related to you. By doing so, you would achieve the eternal Miniko Sharingan. However, the pure-blood Uchiha achieved the MQU in a different way. They activated those eyes in the heat of battle and in life or death situations. And when they succeeded, he was already in his eternal form. The pure-blood Uchiha line was the line of Uchiha Madara. As she only had Minato and his brother, she didn't have any children that we know of currently. You are the last of the pure bloodline, concluded the Kumi. Does that mean that one day my children will be able to have the Mao? Asked Naruto. Yes, given that the Sharingan gene is dominant, only one of the parents is necessary. If you're a pure blood, your children would awaken them Ku in its final form. Since you answer the Kiyomi is fine, I wouldn't even think of killing someone close to me for power. However, I have a question. I read that Madara stole his brother's eyes. Naruto wondered. You can't trust everything you read. He may have stolen them, but he didn't need to answer the Kiyomi. Now that I think about it, that cow is constantly bragging about being an Uchi, and he's not even pure blood, said Naruto, laughing. Thanks, it's almost 7 a.m. See you later, said Naruto, and left the mindscape. Naruto stood up and picked up the scrolls containing the two Jonin. He and Nada got dressed and headed to the Hokage Tower to start their day, giving the old man a nice, cool, early headache. Hokage Tower. The Hokage was leaning back in his chair, enjoying a hot cup of tea. To start with the roll, really was every Cage's nightmare. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Come and said the old Hokage. The door opened, and he saw a sad Naruto carrying two scrolls with Hinata. This can't be good, thought Naruto. Koen, how are you? He asked. We're doing well. Better than these two, in fact. Naruto replied, and threw the scrolls to the Hokage. Naruto, what is this? The Hokage asked. Open them and see for yourself. The Hokage opened both scrolls and saw that it was a sealing scroll. He channeled chakra through both of them, and on the ground appeared a dead Honing, while the other was tied up but awake. Naruto, what does this mean? The Hokage asked in a serious tone. Naruto walked up to the tied-up Jonin, removed the tape from his mouth, and asked, would you do the honors? To which the Honing quickly responded, Tuno Kana hired us to kill Naruto, didn't let him finish his sentence, and gave him a cold glare with his Sharingan. The man gulped, and continued, Uzumaki. Naruto, God, what a mess. I suppose the other one is dead, asked the Hokage, and Naruto nodded. He had to finish him quickly, otherwise Hinata wouldn't be here, he said, and he put a hand on Hinata's shoulder, bringing her closer. He should have suspected the council meeting yesterday was about you, and it didn't end. Well, he said the Hokage, sighing, at least neither of them was hurt. Don't worry, Naruto, whoever is responsible will be considered a traitor for attacking a shinobi and will be dealt with, said the Hokage, staring at the Honing. It was pathetic to see a shinobi fall so low as to try to kill a comrade. You know, old man, I actually find it funny, he said, laughing at Hokage's confused face. He continued, they tried to kill me because they were afraid that I would grow too powerful and one day attack the village. However, they ended up giving me more power, he said, activating the Sharingan and transforming into Imsai, showing Hokage in Naruto. That's what I think it is, said the Hokage with wide eyes. Yes, old man, I present to you my eternal Sharingan, he said, smiling, and with his eyes full of tears, he began to explain everything he knew about the pure blood Uchis and the activation of this. The Hokage stayed open while processing everything he heard. He came out of his stupor and said, that means Itachi will end up blind unless he gets Sasuke's eyes, said the Hokage. That's right. However, Sasuke must have unlocked his Miniko, and knowing him, if he ever found out, he probably wouldn't hesitate to end the life of someone close to him. Naruto replied in a serious tone. I'll try to keep an eye on him. Naruto, in the meantime, keep those eyes hidden. Now even more so, Madara was one of the strongest shinobi that ever existed. Thanks to the Sharingan, you still need to learn how to use them. So, keep quiet, okay? Asked the Hokage. Naruto nodded and left the room. The Hokage exploded his chakra and in front of him appeared an Ambu. Take the one who is alive to a Biki Yanko, also bring Tuno Kanta, and send him to a Biki. Also order the Hokage. Really am getting too old for this. _ thought. I cashed it the rest of the week passed without any problems. However, both Naruto and Hinata were especially tired when walking outside his house. Naruto placed a few layers of defensive seals on his house to make his house very secure. Anyone who tried to break in would, he would find a nice 100,000 volos passing through him. During the last week, Naruto and Hinata did some research on the possible honings that could be their sensei. Also, Naruto managed to finish his seals and Dasen press harder, so he could use them to always be present, and Hinata needed him at any time. However, he still hasn't mastered the technique, so he's not ready for the battle. Flashback, both Naruto and Hinata were at home. Hinata was preparing dinner, while Naruto, she was in the living room working on her seals. Hey Hinata-chan, come here, Naruto said, and Hinata came out of the kitchen. Naruto thought she looked even more beautiful with her hair tied in a ponytail and a lace apron. Do you need anything? Naruto-kun asked. Naruto walked up to her and gave her a light kiss on the lips. I have a present for you, he said with his hands behind his back, urging them to hold hands. Finally giving up, he pouted and Naruto smirked, handing her a wrapped present. She unwrapped it. She found a small ring and gasped. The ring was made of pure, shiny silver. It was in the shape of a fox. The ring started with the head of a fox and ended with its tail. Let's see the profile. It's beautiful. Thank you, she said, hugging him. I'm glad you like it, but this ring is special. It not only says I love you, but it also contains the Yashin Shiki formula, which means if you're in trouble, simply channel some chakra into the ring and I'll be there in a flash. She explained, giving him a passionate kiss, showing her his undying love. And a flashback. Another thing Naruto tried to work on during this week was his new Sharingan. He had to admit this new form was amazing. QB also explained the powers he knew of them because Sharingan, since he saw Madara using them. Flashback, Naruto was lying in his bed trying to fall asleep, but he was finding it hard since the assassination attempt on the Hinata a couple of days ago. Even though he had secured his house, he was always on his toes. He decided to pass the time and went to his mindscape to talk to the QB about his new eyes. In reality, Naruto changed his mindscape. It was no longer that old sewer now. It was a vast forest with nearby mountains and many animals so that the Cuban would not get bored. Hey, furball, said Naruto. And QB glared at him. What do you want, bro? I was trying to sleep, said the Kumi. I can't sleep. So I thought you would explain to me the new powers that I can use with my new eyes. He said, like I told you, I only saw him use them. I can't even be sure if he can use them for example, that power you used last time, I never saw Madara using it. So most likely them doesn't always have the same powers, explained the Kumi. Well, that sucks, replied Naruto. It doesn't mean you can't use them. I will explain the powers that I saw. So listen carefully. First, one of the powers is an extremely powerful genjutsu called Tsukumi Moon. God, once you lock your gaze on the enemy, you can launch the technique, and the user is trapped inside the technique. Your CI God. You can create and manipulate everything, even time itself. You can make time pass differently from the outside. It may be 3 days in your technique, but in the real world, it has only been a couple of seconds. The difference in this time varies with your ability. Also, this genjutsu is almost unbreakable. Another power that I saw is called Amaterasu, God of the Sun. It is the highest level of Katon ninjutsu known with your eyes. You can summon or extinguish the so-called Amaterasu flames. These are black flames that burn everything in their path step, and they don't disappear until the target you desire is completely incinerated. It doesn't matter if even a Sun Jutsu Suedon, they will never die until the target is gone. A last power, and probably the most powerful, is a defensive suit of armor with offensive capabilities. It's called Susanoo, God of the Sea and Storms. It creates a humanoid-shaped armor around you. The more chakra you send out, the stronger and larger it becomes. I have seen the perfect form of Susanoo, and let me tell you, it is not something you want to face. This humanoid armor also carries a shield for defensive purposes as it deflects more powerful attacks, but also a sword for offense. You have it all, concluded the KBI and asked for confirmation. I'm incredible. Believe it, shouted Naruto excitedly with such impressive powers. He's still an idiot, thought the Kumi. Now you know, go. I'm going to sleep, said the bar, ordered the Kiyomi. End of the flashback. With the last week already over, we find Naruto and Iin at home finishing their breakfast. Today they would find their teams and meet them. To her sense and honing, "Are you ready, Hinata-chan?" asked Naruto. Receiving a nod, took her arm and disappeared in a Chunin lightning towards the academy. They reached the roof. Without wanting to raise many questions, they went down to their respective classrooms. The classroom was already full of their friend, however, Yuka-sensei had not arrived yet. Yada made her go up the stairs and sat in the last row. Of course, Naruto followed her, but as he walked, he found himself with the withering gaze of a certain Uchiha. Sasuke was still angry for having lost against the dope, the last one from the academy. How could a piece of trash like that defeat me? And Uchiha, next time I'll beg for mercy, Sasuke thought, smiling. Although Naruto had grown physically and mentally, he couldn't resist some teasing, especially from Sasuke, a member of the clan. So to speak, they stayed like that for a few minutes, staring at each other until Sasuke had had enough and turned around, planning different ways he could freeze his brother. Naruto went up the stairs to join Hinata, when another problem appeared in the form of Inuzuka Kiba. "Hello, Hinata-chan. How are you?" asked Kiba as he moved to sit next to her. "I'm fine, Kiba. That seat is for Naruto-kun," she replied. "How is it possible Yada-chan am better than him?" And Alpha said Kiba as he rubbed the bridge of his nose with his finger. Kiba, of course belonging to the Inuzuka clan, he had a great sense of pride and manliness due to the fact of being a man and heir of the clan. "I don't care who you are, Kiba, and I told you that I like Naruto," she said with tone firm. Kiba even took a step back. The shy Hinata he knew was no more. "Kiba, stop flirting with my girlfriend," said Naruto as he approached them both. He walked past Kiba, who scoffed at him. He sat down next to Hinata and kissed her on the cheek. To further emphasize his point about Kiba stop teasing her, yelled Kiba, gaining the attention of most of the class and waking up the resident genius. Underscoring her, "Be Kiba, you have to be so loud, you're troublesome," said Shikamaru as he yawned. "And try to go back to sleep. Just forget it and go back to your cloud to observe," said Naruto. "Be smart," answered Shikamaru, and went back to sleep. "Kiba, Hinata is with me, so I would appreciate it if you stopped bothering us," said Naruto, increasing his ki, making him sweat, and increasing his points above Kiba's head. There was a small white dog named Akamaru. It was Kiba's partner in their collaborative ninjutsu. Akamaru just said Alpha. However, Kiba didn't listen and tried to hit Naruto. What nobody saw coming was that Naruto didn't move an inch. It was Hinata the one. He stood up and gave Ki a jukin blow to the chest, leaving him on the ground, holding on in pain. "Don't you think it was too much in?" Chan whispered Naruto. "I'm tired of him always trying to make me go out with him," replied Hinata, and Naruto nodded. "In bar, I'm giving Hinata a bit of her personality from the movie Art and Ninja. Someone has to keep Naruto under control." Kiba slowly got up and sat in another seat while staring at Naruto. A few minutes passed, and running was heard in the classroom. Suddenly, the door had opened, and Sakura and Ino ran in. First of all, Sakura yelled and tried her best to catch her breath. "What are you talking about? My foot was clearly in front of you," he replied, and no. Sakura took her chance and ran over to the seat next to Sasuke, but it was occupied by Kiba. "Kiba, get out so I can sit with Sasuke-kun," the pink band said. Kiba just frowned, wondering what it was about Sasuke that he wasn't. He was determined to prove that he was the alpha male of the class. He jumped up onto the table, and he started staring at Sasuke. His eyes were inches apart. Suddenly, one of the students in the row below stood up and pushed Kiba towards Sasuke. To Kiba, everything was going in slow motion. He was getting closer to Sasuke. Too close. Hit his face connected with Sasuke's. However, this connection was quite unfortunate. As they connected with their lips, the whole class froze at the sight of the most desired man. That was Sasuke, kissing the alpha male Shikamaru. He woke up and stayed looking at the event. Choji stopped eating. Even Shirno slightly dropped his glasses. "Looks like Kiba finally found his girl," said Naruto loud enough for everyone to hear. The entire male class laughed at the event, except the fangirls who were planning Kiba's assassination. Kiba and Sasuke immediately separated, and quickly Kiba received his C on the ends of the fangirls, leaving him on the ground in a bloody mess. Everyone stayed silent after the event, and suddenly the main door of the classroom opened, and Irika walked in with a stack of papers under his arms. "Morning, class," said Irika, and was surprised to find he didn't need his patented big head jutsu to silence his class. "Starting today, you are all ninja of the leaf, But you are mere Jin and started Irika. The hard part is just beginning now. You will be split into teams of 3 members, and you will receive classes from 1 sense. And honing, we try to balance the teams. So here your team 1 Naruto at that moment fell asleep. Team 7 Aruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, his sensei, will be at Kakashi. Said Irika. Naruto was happy that the Sandame took his suggestion into account and didn't put him with the Uchiha. Kiba, of course, wasn't happy to be with the Uchiha. He would have to show him who was the alpha team, or Uzumaki. Naruto Yada, Aber, Shino, Tensoryu, and Kyulin. Said Irika. Of course, Naruto and Hinata were extremely happy to be together on their team. Shin was not a quiet person. He always kept himself. It was logical, a good strategist, and long-term fighter range. So it was a very complete team. Hinata was more. Jutsu. Naruto were in Nutsu and had the long-range support of Shino and Bara. Even if Hinata was disavowed, he kept his name since he was not adopted. The new team is still in circulation. Team 10 will be called Kano and AR Shikamaru Akimichi Chui. Their sensei will be Sarutobi Suma. I will go now. Their senseis will arrive in a moment, concluded Hokage. And Chan, can I trust Karina? And sensei, do you know her right? Naruto asked. Can you? She's a good and kind person, but also a strong. Honing is like an older sister to me. Are you going to tell her about the Sharingan? He replied and asked Hinata. I think I should. Let's be a team, right? Asked Hinata. Nodded. The classroom door opened and 2 Jonin walked. In the first one was wearing the traditional Honing clothes. He wore black ambu pants and the flat Honing jacket. He was a tall man with spiky black hair, brown eyes, and beard. He also had the ninja headband of the 12 Guardians with the kanji for fire. This person was Sarutobi Asuma, and he was the son of the Sandame Hokage Sarutobi in ruin. The other Jonin was a very beautiful woman. She had shoulder-length black hair and red eyes. Her usual outfit consists of a red mesh blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this is a very wide material that resembles bandages with a pattern similar to rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages. She is Yui Kinai, the Genjutsu master of Konoha. Team 10. See you at training camp 12 in 30 minutes. She said. Asuma and left. Team 8. Oh, see you at training ground 8 in 30 minutes, said Kurenai, and also left. Naruto got up with Hinata and Shino, and both walked out. Once out of the class for Naruto, went to Shino, grabbed him, and used the Chunin lightning. Towards the training ground, Kurenai was waiting in the training ground, thought it would be a while until they arrived, felt chakra around her, got up, and saw her team arriving with the Chunin, saw that it was Naruto who used it. Naruto, can you use the Chunin? He asked. Normally, you don't see a Genin using Chunin, although it is a D-rank technique it uses. A lot of chakra. Yes, I can. Karina Sensei, Hinata-chan, can also use it. He answered. What do we do now, Sensei? Asked Hinata. We introduce ourselves, names, likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, things like that. I will start. My name is Yui Kinai. I like to learn new Genjutsus and work in my garden. I don't like perverts or traitors. My dream is to be the best Genjutsu user and a strong kunoichi. Your next. Naruto said. My name is Uzumaki. Naruto. I like Hinata-chan training and ramen. I don't like traitors or ignorant people. My dream is to be the best Hokage of Konoha that has ever existed, said, looking towards the mountain Hokage, more specifically towards his father's head. He turned towards Hinata. My name is Yuga Hinata. I like Naruto, Kuin, cinnamon rolls, training, and pressing flowers. I don't like people who hurt Naruto or traitors. My dream is to become a strong and brave kunoichi and get rid of the pride of the Yuga. He said, spitting the Yuga's name. Although he hated his father, he would do everything possible to help his old clan. My name is Aburam Shino. I like insects. I don't like people who mistreat them and don't understand them. My dream is to become a good clan leader, said Shino. Very well, began Karina and Naruto and Hinata have been training for some time now, so they can work well together. I expect the same from you, Shino said, receiving a nod from him. I don't expect any kind of problems between you. So we are officially a team. Now I'm going to test them to see their skills. It's 9 o'clock. Your goal is to capture me until noon. Understood? He asked. Seeing that everyone nodded, he disappeared into the forest. The group approached and began to discuss their plan. Kurenai was hiding in the forest near a tree using a low-level Genjutsu. When she saw Naruto approaching at full speed towards her, imagine the report said that he was the last to die, but also impetuous and loud, thought Naruto threw a blind punch that Karina She dodged and hit back. However, to her surprise, her punch went through it and revealed it to be an insect clone. She shook them off and jumped back. She scanned her surroundings, and her eyes widened when she saw a fireball coming towards her. She jumped to the left where Hinata was and took a couple of hits before replacing them with a nearby logger team. Regrouped another plan since the first one almost worked. Kurenai was watching more closely since she was surprised by an insect clone and she had some chakra points nearby, but nothing major. Kurenai was jumping from tree to tree when a barrage of shurikens attacked her. She turned to the left and engaged Hinata in taijutsu. Noticing that she was being outmatched, Kurenai jumped back and something caught her ankle. She looked down and saw Naruto pulling her down, trapping her. She jumped off the ground and was replaced by a log. Underscoring, she always escapes, said Naruto. If she used real attacks, she could win easily. Naruto thought. Disappointed Kurenai, she decided to hide in a high-level genjutsu while she rested. Her team wasn't easy to beat. She felt like her chakra was almost gone. Shino's bugs must have been draining her while she was distracted. She snapped out of her thoughts when she heard Suedan Suisa, explosive water wave. Hinata said, Raitun Hibashi, electromagnetic assassination. Naruto said, the combination of this was an electrified water wave that forced Kurina to jump. Naruto was expecting this and kicked her, causing her to crash against the ground. Kurenai got up, but suddenly couldn't move. She looked around and heard Fuinjutsu four-corner trap seal. Said Naruto, they finally caught Kurenai trapped in a trap seal. This technique works by placing a seal in 4 places, forming a square. When the target is inside, the user can activate it and automatically freeze the enemy in place. Congratulations, they're all very good. Hinata Tutai Hutsu, along with Naruto's, is impeccable. And so is tuning Hutsu. Shino, you gave me long-range support, and Drain takes a good portion of my chakra. Your clan's abilities seem good, but you'll also need Elemental Ning. Hutsu. Naruto, I didn't know you knew Fuinjutsu, explained Kurenai. Since we're going to be a team, there are some things I need to tell you. I think I can trust you, Kurina-sensei. And also Shino, replied Naruto, getting nods from both. Firstly, Kurina and Sensei already know, but Shino didn't say that the Yondaime Hokage killed the Kyuubi, but that's a lie. The Kyuubi can't be killed. It's true that his physical body can be destroyed, but it would reform later, as he couldn't be killed. Yondaime's only option was to seal it inside a newborn baby. The Kyuubi is trapped here in my guts, said Naruto, a little hesitant about his reaction. I'll understand if you want to change teams, said Naruto, looking at Shino. Nonsense, Naruto. To start with, I already knew about the Kyuubi because my insects could detect its chakra. Plus, I can understand it on a small level. My clan also uses insects that are inside we. So the village always feels a little uncomfortable when dealing with us. Shino, with a stoic voice. Thank you, Shino. Just one thing, the Kyuubi is a Hino that is a good guy once you get to know him, said Naruto. Shino raised an eyebrow. Naruto, how can you say he's a good guy? He almost destroyed the entire village, asked Kurina indignantly. Sensei, I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you that the Kyuubi was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village, said Naruto. Kurina and wanted to argue, but Naruto didn't give in. Speaking of Sharingan, Naruto said and activated his I am a Sharingan user. Since we are a team, I trust you with this information. I would like to keep this a secret until I reveal it, Naruto said, and Shino kept her face stoic. However, Kurenai was doing a very good imitation of a fish out of water. Naruto, are you in Uchiha? Asked Kurenai. I am on my father's side. I will not say more until I reveal my heritage, Naruto concluded. And you have it completely matured, said Kurenai. Yes, I woke up when I was 5 years old, and when Hinata was kidnapped, I killed the kidnapper and got the 3-tomer, said Naruto, and Kurina's jaw and fell to the ground. Are you saying you killed a Honing when you were 6? Asked Kurenai. All I can say is it was pure luck. He underestimated me and paid the price, explained Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll keep it a secret. You can trust us, said Shino. Naruto, I have a question. You're obviously very skilled. Then why did you come in last? Asked C. What do you mean? Is it true that I was the last in the academy to hide my true strength? But in the last exam, I graduated as Rookie of the Year, said Naruto. But I read your report, and it said that you were last in everything, answered Kurina. And confused, I understand. The person who filled out the reports must have been ignorant. And since I was the Kabai, he placed me last, probably putting Sasuke as Rookie of the Year. It doesn't matter in reality. He is even better now. The enemy underestimated me, said Naruto. And Kurina and just shrugged. "Okay, team, we will meet here tomorrow at 8. We will train in the morning and do missions in the afternoon," said Kurenai. The day ended with Naruto and Hinata going home, happy that they were both on the same team. The last few days flew by with Kurenai's team. They trained in the morning and did a couple of missions in the afternoon. Obviously, Naruto always complained since he wanted to test his skills in the real world, but Hinata was always there to hit him on the head. Who would have thought that about the small and shy girl? Hinata Kurenai was very surprised with the level of skill that Naruto and Hinata demonstrated. If she had to judge the QB, she was right in saying that they had Jonin-level skills. In fact, their team was composed of a Honing sensei, 2 Honing Perds, and a poor Genin Perdido in between Naruto, Hinata, and Kur, and they would never leave Shino behind. So they started to focus more on him so he could catch up Naruto with the help of Kurina, and started with cage-level exercises for his chakra control. He had 2 exercises that he needed to do to take his control to the highest possible level. The first was to climb waterfalls. This exercise, when mastered, allowed the user to control large amounts of chakra with great precision, since climbing a waterfall is extremely difficult. The last exercise allowed for perfect chakra control, almost rivaling Tsuna's slug Sannin. This particular exercise was quite practical to perform. The user would place a piece of multicolored sand in his hand. The objective of the exercise was to separate, and aligning the sand by color using only chakra was considered to have been mastered by the user when achieved in less than 10 seconds. Hinata had no weaknesses per se, had good skills in general, whether in taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or even kinjutsu. His chakra control was impeccable since it was a basic requirement for his Juken Gentle Fist, or its own version, the Flowing Fist. However, Shin had no other different level. His taijutsu was of low Genin level, since he was a long-range fighter, his typical weakness. Sunning Jutsu were the 3 basic jutsus of the academy, along with those of his clan. His Jinjutsu was non-existent. Overall, he was approximately halfway to a Genin in skill. However, they would change that. Naruto placed some restriction seals on him since he was too abrupt and was starting to use gravity seals. They decided to start his elemental training since everyone on his team had already mastered theirs. Surprisingly, he had earth and water, both defensive elements. His team was the perfect storm between offense and defense. In fact, his natures helped him much more than any other as a long-range fighter. Normally, his weakness would be hand-to-hand combat, which was solved with his training and his affinities. Along with all this training, they also did teamwork exercises. One of the things that made the Elemental Nation strongest was their notion of teamwork and loyalty. Above all, their teamwork was excellent. None of them had problems with the others. Currently, we meet up with Team 8 or Team C and heading towards the Hokage's office after a morning of training. I must clarify the last thing for Naruto, Hinata, and Kurina, and it was training, but for Shino one would call it torture. The poor Genin was taken to the ground in order to obtain the physical attributes he needed. The Hokage's mission assignment room. The old Hokage was sitting in the center of the table, smoking his pipe while handing out missions. To the shinobi's left was Iruka, the teacher of the school of the team students. The Hokage was deep in thought, remembering his best moment, the excitement of the fights, and the adrenaline that pumped through his system. Not many shinobi have the privilege of growing old. The life expectancy of a shinobi was around 30 years, and reaching old age was very rare. However, any shinobi who reached that age began to remember everything he had done his life. Shinobi from birth are trained to fight, and fighting is all they know do throughout their lives. There is no greater death than death at the hands of your enemy in the midst of battle. However, being overtaken by old age is not something any warrior would want. Yusin Surtobi, 3rd Kage of Konoha, has been hailed as Shinobi Nomi, God of Shinobi. The man who had witnessed 2 great ninja wars and survived has been reduced to little more than a bureaucrat. Don't get me wrong, he loved his village and his place as Hokage, but his time was drawing to a close. It was time to pass on his hat and let the younger generation to take their place. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Team Oo walk through the door. It always brought a smile to his face, seeing Naruto and even Hinata. He was like a grandfather to both of them. Ever since Hinata was expelled by her father, he didn't know why, but Naruto's smile always managed to cheer him up. No matter how depressed the man was, Naruto was, for lack of a better word, a bundle of happiness. It surprised him how, despite the hate he received, Naruto managed to maintain a cheerful personality and loving. Team 00 is reporting for the mission. Oj-sama said, Kurenai, bowing to the Hokage. Although the Hokage was clearly older, he was still a very powerful shinobi and one of the strongest in the Leaf Village. Team 8, welcome, let's see what we have here, said the Hokage, receiving the mission scrolls from Duka rank. We need to clean the Inuzuka core, capture, help an old woman move to a new house. The Hokage never managed to finish old man. We will take care of catching Tor, said Naruto, smiling. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. Nobody liked chasing that damn cat, and Naruto had already done it in the past. Are you serious? Naruto-kun asked. Hinata was in no mood to run after a damn cat. What people don't know is that Tor is actually a Nenko cat ninja specifically trained to help Genin teams with their teamwork. Trust me, Naruto replied as he picked up the mission scroll. Hey old man, what's Tor's capture record? Naruto asked with a knowing smile. I think they are about 3 hours, but why ask? Do you intend to tear it up? Asked the Hokage. Something like that, replied Naruto, walked back to the middle of the room and took out a small scroll from his pocket, unrolled it to show a small intricate seal on it, placed it on the floor. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, and slammed it on the seal, saying Kuchi Sco Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu, there was a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, in the middle of the scroll was Tora. Hokage's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and Naruto laughed, seeing everyone's expressions. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. And I think that's a new record, said Naruto, laughing out loud, and handing the cat to the Hokage. How did you do that, Naruto? Asked Kurenai. Even she had to chase that damn cat back in her Genin days. I've had to chase her a few times in the past, and somewhere along the way I got tired and placed a summoning seal on the cat. So I just offer a little bit of blood and chakra, and I can summon Tora through the seal on this scroll, explained Naruto, and a lock. And Karina, and they just nodded dumbly. Karina and Sensei, since I have Tora, I set the record for about 15 seconds. Do you want another mission, Naruto? Asked Karina. Didn't have time to answer, as suddenly a puff of smoke appeared on the cashier's desk, revealing a small dog. It had brown fur and was wearing a Konoha itate around its head. A dog? Asked Naruto, wondering who it was. This is Paken, a messenger dog and tracker of Kakashi, explained Hokage-sama. I have a message from Kakashi, said Paken, handing the scroll to the Hokage. The Hokage opened it, and it said, Lord Hokage, our client Tazuna lied about the mission parameters. It seems the wave is under Cat's control, and wants Tazuna dead. We were attacked by the demon brothers Nzumezu of Kirigakure, and we defeated them. We decided to continue, however, I request reinforcements, since we will most likely be attacked again, this time probably by Honing level Nuke Nin, missing ninja attack, Kakashi Honing sense, and Team 8. Oh, the Hokage started calling your attention. It seems that the rank CA mission that I sent Team 7 turned into a rank down 1. Kakashi requested reinforcements. So I'll send you. He'll explain everything when you meet up with him. Leave. Oh, said Team 00. Okay, team, go home and get your supplies. We'll see you at the North Gate in an hour, said Kurenai. Everyone left the room and went to prepare for their first rank at North Gate. An hour later, Team 8 met up at the North Gate and prepared to leave. Kurenai inspected everyone's supplies, since it was a sensei's duty, honing her equipment well before leaving. Everyone has their supplies. Kunai, shuriken, food, first aid kit, pills for soldiers. Karina asked, and everyone nodded. Since we will be traveling at high speed, we will arrive at Team S in a couple of hours. However, we don't know which route Kakashi took, so we will take the main one. Kurenai said, no need, sensei. Do you still have a message Kakashi sent you? Naruto asked. Yes, I do. Why do I ask? Karina, wondering what good that would do. Naruto bit his left thumb, causing it to bleed, and spread to his right palm. He performed a few hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, slammed his hand on the ground, and said Kuchi Ino Jutsu summoning technique. A puff of smoke rose up, and when clear, it appeared in front of him a medium-sized brown fox with 5 tails. Flashback. Hey, kitty, come into the seal. I want to talk to you, said Kiwi. Naruto was 10 years old. He sat on the ground in the lotus position and began to meditate. After a few seconds, Naruto stood in front of the Kyuubi, who was lying on the ground under a large tree. Do you need something, Kurama? Asked Naruto. Actually, Kurama was the Kyuubi's real name. It seems that young Naruto became fond of the Kyuubi and confided his name to him. I'm giving you your birthday present, said Gamma, smiling. It's a very striking jutsu, asked Naruto, excitedly. During Naruto's birthday, on October 10th, Konoha always celebrated the defeat of the Kyuubi at the hands of John Dame. Some of the villagers would gather around and try to hurt Naruto. So his birthdays were always a dark day for Naruto, but Kiwi, Hinata, and the Hokage always managed to cheer him up. It's a great technique, and you'll be the first to use it. I trust you will use it wisely, said Kurama, and in front of him a rather large scroll materialized. This is the summoning contract of the Fox clan. Open it and write your name in blood in the first slit, explained Kurama. Naruto did as he was told. He opened the scroll and bit into it. Thumb wrote his name in the first slot and pressed all 5 fingers down, making a handprint. Now to summon a fox to help you bite your thumb and perform these hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and pour chakra into the technique. Try it, Kurama explained. Naruto did the technique, and when he finished, a small fox appeared in front of him. Thank you, Kurama. You're the best, Naruto said. Of course I am. I'm a 9-tailed fox, the king of the beasts, the strongest being in the world. Kurama boasted about himself. Do you still have one? That stick up your ass, said Naruto, laughing while dodging the Kyuubi's tails that were trying to crush him. Into flashback. Naruto, do you need help? Asked the fox. Yes, fifth. We need to track Kakashi-sensei to provide support. This paper has his sense, said Naruto, and gave the paper to him so he could track him. I have it when you're ready, said fifth. And Team 8 ran out of Konoha towards the team. If I didn't know you could summon Naruto, said Kurenai. I have the fox summoning contract. It was a gift of Ki, explained Naruto and Kurina, and nodded, not wanting to interfere too much. A few hours later with the team, if the team had just left the ship they had used to cross towards the wave, everyone was walking at a civilian pace since they were with Tazuna. Tazuna was, as he himself said, a super incredible bridge builder. They traveled in diamond formation, Sasuke in front, Sakura and Kiba on the sides, and Kakashi in the back with Tazuna in the middle. They walked calmly, but they had their guard up since Kakashi warned them about a possible encounter with Joni. Suddenly Kiba felt someone in the bush and quickly grabbed and threw a kunai. Cow, stop using kunai, yelled Sakura. I'm not playing, I thought someone was there, replied Kiba, and went to check the bush only to find a small white rabbit. Kiba, you idiot, you almost killed this poor rabbit, said Sakura, and that made Kakashi think white fur and spring. That's weird unless it was used as Kowarimi's substitution technique. Get down, yelled Kakashi, and they all fell to the ground as Kakashi dragged Tazuna along. Just as he screamed, a huge metal sword flew over their heads and got stuck in a tree. A few moments later, above the sword, a person appeared. It was a tall, noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short, spiky hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He wore bandages like a mask over the lower half of his face. Underneath the mask, he had a relatively narrow jaw and uneven teeth. He wore his forehead protector positioned sideways on his forehead. Head, what is this? A group of children playing at being ninjas, said the shinobi Momochi Zabuza, Nuken into rank of Kirigakure, known as Demon of Kirigakure Mist Village, said Kakashi, preparing to face him in battle. Oh, look, if it isn't Kakashi's Sharingan, said the shinobi, now identified as Zabuza. Just pass me the old man, and you can go. I can't do that, Zabuza, said Kakashi, and raised his Itate, revealing a fully mature Sharingan in his left. I got the Sharingan from the beginning. I feel honored, said Zabuza, removing his sword and making some hand seals. Kirigakure no Jutsu, the fog technique. The air began to thicken, and after a few seconds the entire area was covered in a thick fog. Kakashi barely managed to see his own hands right in front of him. Team, keep your senses alert. Zabuza is a master of the silent assassination technique, Kakashi said, and his entire team trembled. I demand that you show your face, Zabuza said, and face me, Sasuke shouted. A honing sound was heard. Someone he could test his power on, and once he defeated him, he would be closer to killing his brother. Are you serious? Asked Zabuza, rhetorically projecting his voice around the area so as not to give away his position. Zabuza began to release killing intent, and Sasuke began to tremble. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and brought Sukuna to his neck, preparing to commit suicide. Relax, Sasuke. I won't let my comrades die, said Kakashi, reassuring his team. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared in the middle of Sasuke, Kiba, and Sakura, who were protecting Tizuna, took out his sword and began a horizontal slash. Ready to kill them all, however, Kakashi was faster and impaled Zabuza, revealing that he was a Mizu water bison. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and split him in half, only for Kakashi to burst into water. Zabuza, seeing this, suddenly felt a sharp metal on his throat. He turned slowly and saw Kakashi with a kunai, ready to kill him. However, Kakashi didn't expect that this Zabuza was a clone. Seeing the Zabuza in front of him burst into the water, he looked around only to receive a vicious kick to the stomach that sent him crashing into a nearby lake. Zabuza Chunin. Kakashi performed a couple of hand seals and said, "Swait Unshirono water prison." Jutsu. The water around Kakashi began to burst and surrounded him, trapping him. Zabuza stood there with his hand over the water sphere that was holding Kakashi in place. They got me thought Kakashi. Everyone take Tizuna and run your Mizu. You can't stray too far from the original. He said Kakashi's team was in a bad situation. He could only hope his reinforcements arrived in time. Zabu can't stand against me. An elite, said Sasuke, and charged towards the enemy. Zabuza created some Mizzen. Sasuke engaged him in a taijutsu fight, but quickly realized that it was a bad idea. Sasuke couldn't keep up with Zabuza's speed and strength. The battle ended quickly when Zabuza landed a hard kick on Sasuke, sending him crashing into the trees. For Sasuke, neither he couldn't even stand up and could barely breathe. You should have run when you had the change. You can't even scratch. Zabuza told me that boy's arrogance got him killed. Zabuza's clone grabbed his sword and went to finish the job. Sakura was shaking. She barely managed to stand up, and Tizuna was already on the ground. Her legs gave way. Kiba, seeing Sasuke in danger, ran towards Zabuza. Sasuke may have been an idiot and an arrogant bastard, but he couldn't let him get killed. Kiba came near Zabuza and tried to hit him, but Zabuza simply grabbed his wrist and with his other hand lifted Kiba by the neck and began to beat him relentlessly. After a few hits, he simply threw him to the ground. Zabuza headed towards Sakura, who was still frozen in place. Sakura knew she could not match Zabuza. She only graduated thanks to her good chakra control and her literary intelligence. All hope seemed lost until Zabuza heard Katan Ruka use his dragon fire technique. Zabuza did not have time to dodge it, as a stream of fire hot came out of the forest, completely destroying the clone in front of Tizuna and Sakura. Naruto, Yadashino, and Kurenai arrived. Naruto looked around, and nothing looked good. Kakashi was trapped inside the water prison, and Sasuke and Kiba were on the ground, injured. Quickly gather Sasuke and Yiba around Tizuna and Sakura, said Naruto, and Kurina and Jinata quickly picked up Suk and Ki. They regrouped with Tizuna. Kuchi Seo Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, said Naruto, slamming his hand on the ground, and in a puff of smoke appeared a small fox with light red fur and four tails. "You must be our summoner, Naruto-sama." "My name is Kagura," Fox Doctor said. "The fox, a pleasure to meet you. I need your help." Sasuke and Kiba seem to be hurt. "I need you to help them." "How can you all cover?" "You said Naruto summons. Where did he get the contract? I need to talk to him. If we get out of this," thought Kakashi actually already knew Naruto, since sometimes he watched him from afar, trying to make sure he was safe. After all, Kakashi was one of the most precious students of the Yondaime Kage. "Kai Bizan no Jutsu," said Naruto, and four clones appeared. Each one went their own way and formed a square around Tizuna. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, and Kagura. Nainu, 11 Xi Ninja. Art formation of the four flames, said the clones. At the same time, suddenly a violet barrier erupted around them to make sure Zabuza couldn't get in bar to the same barrier that the for of sound used during the invasion of the leaves. "Do not touch the walls because you will burn the barrier. It will stay up to protect you," Naruto explained. "Oh, a genin who knows few in jutsu. Maybe you're better than the king," Zabuza said, creating a pair of Bizan Mizu inside the barrier. Both Sakura and Tizuna sighed, happy that reinforcements had arrived. Kagura was healing them. Sasuke had broken ribs and a ruptured lung, while Kiba had some bruises and a dislocated shoulder. Outside the barrier, first we need to free Kakashi from prison. Kurenai and her team nodded. Them sub-headed out towards Karina's team, and one of them said Kirigakure no Jutsu. A thick fog appeared blocking everyone's view. Hinata activated Subyugan, but couldn't see much because the fog was infused with chakra. Naruto activated his Sharingan and extended his senses, trying to find Zabuza. However, he felt the presence of someone watching the fight. That person was close to the Chunin ability based on chakra level. Someone is watching. Since he didn't help Tazuna, I can only assume he's with Zabuza, thought Naruto. And discreetly using hand signs, he warned his team about another shinobi looking at Futon, the Tyopa Great Advancement, said Naruto and Hinata. At the same time, they took a breath of air and sent a strong gust of wind that blew the fog away completely, making Zabuza frown. Each member of Team 8 split up and faced the clones. Naruto quickly destroyed Zabuza's clone with a fireball, and taking this opportunity, he took a kunai, charging it with lightning chakra. He threw it into the forest with extreme speed. The shinobi who was watching didn't expect that, and he didn't have time to react, and the kuna, and it embedded itself deeply into his shoulder. The shinobi, seeing that they had caught him, jumped into the fight and sided with Zabuza. How did you know about who? Asked Zabuza, surprised that they found who she was quite skilled at stealth in / Aku is a girl, yet I can't see her as a boy. Not even in canon, we are a team of trackers. I am a sensor. So when you used your Kirigakure no Hutsu, I extended my senses and I found to explain. Naruto, no matter, let's finish this now, said Zabuyaku. Made some signs with his hands, stamping his feet on the lake, said Sensat, 1,000 needles of death, and he sent 1,000 water needles towards the team. Or Hinata, said Naruto in a whisper. Oops, she replied, and jumped in front of her team and began to spin. She began to release chakra from all of her chakra points. Aoyu Kaiten celestial spin, she said, and a blue dome of chakra appeared around her, deflecting all the needles. Looks like I'll have to start training my team seriously, Kakashi thought, pumping chakra into his lungs, trying to buy as much time as he could. Team U quickly got rid of Mizu's business. Naruto and Hinata made some hand signs and said, Kat Ryuko Jutsu, Dragon Fire Technique. Naruto said, Futon Deop, Breakthrough. Hinata said, Naruto's fire attack combined with Hinata's wind attack, resulting in a massive stream of fire that shot towards Zabuza. He didn't have enough time to use the water jutsu because of his injured shoulder. Both jumped away, making Zabuza release his control of the water prison, freeing Kakashi. Kakashi tried to get the owl back as he jumped towards team. Oh, thanks, said Kakashi, and ducked Aku. We're leaving, said Zabuza, and went with Aku. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance. He was facing Yui Kyulin, the Jinjutsu master of Konoha, but also the blonde boy and the Yuga girl seemed good, and besides, Kakashi was now free. Naruto dropped the barrier and went to check on his injured companions. How are you all? Naruto asked Yura, who was finishing healing Kiba. Sakura was surprised at how strong Naruto and Hinata were, and how well they worked together. I already healed them. Their wounds were not life-threatening. Kagura said, pointing at Sasuke. He needs to rest for a few days. He has a broken lung. Tazuna, take us to your house. Zabuza will return, and we must be prepared, Kakashi said, and they left with Kurina, carrying Sasuke since he couldn't make any effort and was still unconscious. Tazuna's house a few kilometers ahead. Team 7 and Team 8 arrived with Tazuna at his house. The house was near the ocean and looked like a simple wood house. Tazuna led the shinobi inside. Tsunami, I'm home, said Tazuna, happy to finally have arrived home. Father, said Tsunami, hugging him. I'm relieved to know you're okay. Tsunami was a very beautiful woman. She had dark blue hair down to the middle of her back and black eyes. She was wearing a pink shirt with red sleeves and a dark blue skirt. It's thanks to these shinobi you saved me, Tazuna said. Suna approached his protective gear and bowed. Thank you for protecting my father, Shinobi-san. You are welcome to our home. We appreciate it. Is there somewhere we can leave 2 of my students who were injured in a fight? Kakashi asked. Suna nodded and led the leader, Han Aones, upstairs. Sakura said, getting their attention. Tomorrow we will start training more seriously. We need to be prepared for when Zabuza returns, since Naruto hurt his son. Teammate, it'll be a few days until he's ready. How is a little training going to help against a honing? Asked Sakura, wondering if her sensei was trying to kill her. Sakura, who is the one who saved us, asked Kakashi ruefully. If I remember correctly, the genin from Team 8 actually fought Zabuza, while Kiba and Sasuke just got beaten up, explained Kakashi, making Kurinai smile. Inwardly, it's fine, but I still don't understand how a few days will help us. Sakura kept pushing. Any training is good for you. If you have to face Zabuza, at least let's increase the odds even if it's just a little, said Kakashi, to which Sakura finally nodded. Kakashi stood up to approach Naruto, who was chatting with his team. Naruto, said Kakashi, getting Naruto's attention. How do you know my name? Asked Naruto. You may not know, but I actually looked after you sometimes when you were around 4 years old, said Kakashi. Dog Inu? Asked Naruto, remembering an Ambu with a dog mask that sometimes helped him with MS problems before I met his father and started all the training that I am, and replied, giving his traditional come-eyed smile. Said Kakashi, putting his hand on his shoulder. We need to talk in private. Naruto nodded, and they both headed out of the house towards a nearby forest. Naruto and Kakashi in the forest. Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the forest through the traditional leaf Chunin that Kakashi used. That Chunin is starting to get old. Why don't you use an elemental Shunshin? He asked Naruto. Almost all of Konoha always used the leaf Chunin, and while it served its purpose, it was, for lack of a better word, unconvincing. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at what Naruto had just asked. Can you do the Chunin? He asked, to which Naruto nodded and used his lightning Chunin to teleport a few meters away. Kakashi was actually surprised to see a genin use the Chunin no jutsu, much less an elemental version. I see, you can. Kakashi began by looking at it. Seems you have already mastered the lightning into. How? Naruto studied the man for wait a moment. Even though he helped him several times when he was young, people tend to change. After a few seconds, he found no deception and decided to answer him. I've been training since I was 5 years old, replied Naruto. And Kakashi was really surprised to see someone without a clan training at such a young age. However, he quickly remembered his burden and needed to be strong to withstand all the hatred of his village. I see that maybe I can teach some lightning jutsus, since my affinity is the same. But we're getting off track of the topic here. Kakashi began. How can you summon foxes? Kakashi asked Naruto, froze, wondering if he should tell him the truth about the kiwi. There are many people who try to get close to Naruto to finish him off. However, he decided that he should trust him. It was a gift from the Kaioi, said Naruto, causing Kakashi to glare at him. Suddenly, the air between the two dropped a few degrees. Naruto, Kakashi began in a very serious tone. However, Naruto didn't even flinch. He was already used to the villagers looking at him do, and simply brushed it off. The Kyuubi attacked our village and nearly destroyed it. You can't trust it. Naruto, hearing this, started to curse his luck. It was always the same. Every time he met someone and told them about the Kyuubi, everyone told him that he couldn't be trusted. Kakashi, saying the Kyuubi was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village. It wasn't his fault, said Naruto. And Kakashi's visible eye opened wide. Only Madara managed to control the Q. It was already dead. Kakashi studied Naruto, looked for any sign of lies, but found none. However, he decided that he should talk to the Hokage about this new development. Better be sure I will trust you. But keep in mind that foxes are very cunning, said Kakashi. Kakashi-san, remember, if it weren't for the medical fox that I summoned, Sasuke probably wouldn't have made it. Naruto emphasized, and Kakashi nodded, seeing that it was probably true. You remind me of the Yondaime, always seeing the good in everyone, said Kakashi, remembering his genin days, where he was always a fool until his best friend died, saving him. Yondaime, asked Naruto, wondering how Kakashi knew him until it finally clicked. One of the days Naruto was walking around the Namek compound, he found a picture of his father's team. Jining, there was a silver-haired boy with a mask that covered the lower half of his face, a pretty girl with brown hair and 2 red marks on each cheek, and lastly a boy with spiky black hair, black eyes, and orange glasses. Naruto turned his head. Picture, and it said Namek Minato attack Kakashi Inuzuka Rinyukia Abito. I yelled. Naruto, making Kakashi jump. Now, I remember you were on my father's Jining team with Rin and Obito, right? He asked. So, is your father, said Kakashi, stuttering. Naruto was the son of the Yondaime Hokage. How could he be so blind, for God's sake? He's practically a carbon copy of him. How the hell had Konoha been so blind? She should have been there for her sensei's son. She should have done more. Oh, understood her, said Naruto, knowing he had let that part slip. Naruto, he started to panic inside. He wasn't supposed to reveal it yet. Kakashi-san, you can't tell anyone until I reveal it, said Naruto. Don't worry, I know very well. Why can't you just say it right now? Said Kakashi, calming the boy's worries. And I'm sorry. I should have been there for you. If I had known, I would have taken you in, said Kakashi with his head down. Don't worry about it. I wasn't that bad. If you had taken me in, I wouldn't have met Hinata-chan, said Naruto. Kakashi cheered up and asked Hinata-chan. Hinata's father disowned her from the Yuga clan when she was 8 because she was weak, and ever since then she's been living with me. And she's also my girlfriend, Naruto explained, and Kakashi burst into a fit of laughter. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, I'll hurt you, Naruto said, bringing Kakashi out of his perverted thoughts. It's okay. It's okay. But she's going to be an awesome girl in a couple of years. You did the right thing taking her away. Actually, I was wondering if you could tell me about my parents, Naruto asked timidly. I asked him to Hokage, but never had a really prolonged contact with them, of course. He knew them very well, too. Begin with, I can tell you that you adopted your mother's obsession with ramen, said Kakashi laughing and getting a smile from Naruto. And so they talked for a few hours. Kakashi told him everything he knew about them, especially about his father, since he knew him better than his mother. They talked, and the hours went by without either of them noticing, until the sky was already dark. Well, Naruto, I think it is time for us to go back. It's getting dark, said Kak. Thanks for telling me about them, Nyan brother, said Naruto, feeling that he had bonded with Kakashi. After all, since the death of Kakashi's father, he had become close to his sensei. The Yondaime was the closest thing he had to Father Nyenyu. Say, okay, let's Odo, younger brother, said Kakashi Alboran the hair, and leaving the forest with him next day, the day after the arrival of the teams. We found everyone quietly enjoying the breakfast prepared. Because of tsunami, they were eating until Kakashi decided to break the ice and explain some things. Everyone, said Kakashi, getting everyone's attention. After this, we're going to train like I explained to Sakura. Yesterday, Zabuza will return, and he will probably bring some help. So we should be ready to alternate between protecting Tazuna on the bridge, protecting his family, and training, explained Kakashi, and everyone nodded. They continued eating for a few minutes until everyone finished. Sasuke was already recovering from his wounds and could walk. However, he still couldn't do anything that was too stressful on his body. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto, and Hinata will come with me to train, while Karina and Aisino stay to protect Tsunami and Marari. After the train, I will take some of you to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Is everyone okay? Asked Kakashi, and everyone nodded. A few minutes later, Team Kakashi, accompanied by Sasuke and Kiba, left the house to train in the forest. To train properly now, we will train chakra control, said Kakashi. Chakra control, asked Sakura. Yes, we all know how to summon chakra, but you don't know how to use and handle it correctly. By doing this exercise, you will be able to last longer in fights and learn new jutsu faster, explained Kakashi. And Naruto wondered what kind of exercise it would be now. I'll be climbing trees, said Kakashi. A drop of sweat fell from Naruto. Kakashi, Nezen, don't tell me you brought your team on a mission without even teaching them proper chakra control, Chakra asked. Naruto and Kakashi actually felt embarrassed for not teaching more personal skills. Don't worry, Tobe. We already know how to climb trees, said Sasuke. And Sakura agreed. Naruto just shook his head, knowing that Sasuke didn't understand the goal of the exercise. Actually, I focus more on team building exercises. You know how Sasuke and Kiba act. They are both hot-headed and tend to jump into situations without thinking, said Kakashi. And both Sasuke and Kiba frowned. Wait, you called Kakashi Senseizen? I thought you didn't have anyone, asked Sasuke. He's not really my blood brother, but we're both orphans, and we both look like the same person as our father, explained Naruto. And Hinata raised an eyebrow. She knew who Naruto's father was, which means Kakashi must have been close to Yondaime enough with the talk. What I want you to do is focus the chakra on the soles of your feet and walk towards the trees. When you can walk to the top twice in a row, you'll move on, explained Kakashi. What do you mean by walking through trees, asked Sakura with all her infinite wisdom. So said Naruto, and started walking toward the tree. When he got close to one, he simply put a foot on its trunk and started walking up it. Everyone in Team 7, except Kakashi, was surprised to see Naruto walk vertically. Oh, Naruto, you already know this chakra exercise very well. Kakashi and Sasuke gritted their teeth. Tobe, how did you do that? I demand you teach me, Sasuke. And Naruto simply ignored him. He already knew Sasuke very well. The Sasuke believed that everyone should be grateful that he allowed them to breathe. Did you not listen to your sensei? Naruto asked rhetorically. You need to channel chakra into your feet and run towards the tree. Exactly. Take these kunai to mark your progress. Hinata, I assume you already know how to do this, asked Kakashi. Hinata nodded. Hey, Hinata-chan, look at me. I will achieve it in an hour, said Kiba, boasting. Kiba, I already told you I was with Naruto-kun. If you open your eyes, you would see that there are other girls that you might like, said Hinata, and Kiba frowned. Maybe she was right. Team move. Naruto, Hinata, come with me to the bridge, said Kakashi, and they both nodded and started walking towards the bridge to protect Tizuna. You never know if Zabuza will try a surprise attack on the bridge. Everyone on the bridge was working quietly. It was a sunny day. The air was quite warm due to the ocean breeze. Kakashi was reading his traditional orange book and laughing like crazy. Naruto, a drop of sweat fell when he saw him take out that book. Hinata was simply leaning on the bridge looking at the ocean, and Naruto seemed to be working on something. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and decided to know what she was doing. "Hey, Oto, what are you doing?" asked Kakashi to get Naruto's attention. The blonde had the palms of both hands slightly separated and seemed to channel right-on chakra between them. "I'm working on a jutsu that I'm creating. If it works, it will be a great success," said Naruto, smiling. And Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto reminded him same when he was young. After all, he graduated as Honing when he was 13 and had already created his own jutsu. "That's not easy, you know," said Kakashi. "You'll never know until you try it," replied he. And Naruto decided to take a break and help out on the bridge. "Hey, Tizuna," shouted Naruto, getting the old man's attention. "I'm tired of doing nothing. Can I help?" asked Naruto. "The more, the merrier," replied Tizuna. But before he could continue, Naruto placed his finger in a cross sign and said, "Kaibushin no Jutsu," and around 100 clones appeared. Kakashi's eyes widened at the amount of clones the blonde could make, and Nada just turned her back on him, since it was a normal scenario when they were training. "Okay, Tizuna, tell them what to do," said Naruto, and Tizuna just nodded dumbly at Naruto. "How can you make so many?" asked Kakashi, still in shock. "A side effect of being a Jinchuriki is that you develop huge reserves of chakra," said Naruto, and Kakashi glared at him, pointing at Hinata, who was close. "Don't worry, she already knows everything about me, including my legacy," Naruto explained, and Kakashi sighed. The work on the bridge went very well with the help of Naruto's shadow clones. If he continued helping, the bridge should be finished in 2 weeks. Later that day, at Tizuna's house, the group sat down to dinner when a boy walked in and gave the group of ninja a disgusted look before declaring that they were all stupid to face Gato and that they were just going to die, which Naruto angrily denied was the case. What you know about pain? I bet you've all lived sheltered lives in that ninja village of yours. You don't know what suffering is," cried the young man after Naruto denied that what they were doing was useless and what things are bad. "But you know, I've been through much worse. You still have a mother who loves you and a grandfather house to keep you warm and food every night. You don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that's out of your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and thrown out of shops and forced to look for food in the trash. You think your life is bad, that's fine. But don't just sit there and complain about it. Do something about it. Stand up for yourself. Don't be a coward." Kakashi-sensei, "I'm going outside to clear my head." And with that, Naruto stormed out the front door. Hinata got up and quickly followed him. Kakashi-sensei's life and Naruto couldn't have been that bad, right? "He must be lying to get attention," asked Sakura. "No, Sakura. Everything he said was true." Naruto was expelled from the orphanage at age 4 and lived on the streets for months before he found him and took him to the Hokage. The Hokage gave Naruto an apartment, but he had to learn everything by himself and constantly got beaten up and kicked out of stores. And that's the watered-down version, said Kakashi, shocking the group in the room. Even Hinata was kicked out of her own clan when she was 8 because her father deemed her too weak and unworthy of being the clan heir. But luckily, they found each other, he said. Kakashi and everyone else began to see them with different eyes. They were brave children who would not be intimidated. The roof of Tizuna's house. Naruto stormed out of the house and headed up to the roof to gaze at the dark sky. He needed to forget his earlier argument with the spoiled brat. A few moments later, Naruto saw Hinata approaching, but didn't say anything. Nat walked over to Naruto and sat down next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. Neither of them said anything, and they continued looking at the stars in comfortable silence until Hinata decided. "Break the ice. You really shouldn't blame him. He's just naive," said, trying to reassure Naruto. "It's just that we all suffer, me being a Jinchuriki, you being expelled from your family, and even Sasuke seeing his entire clan killed by his own brother. Compared to us, he has a good life," replied Naruto. "It's true that we suffer, but not everyone has the strength to move on and forget the pain. If it weren't for you, I would probably still be the same shy and weak girl I was. You were the one who gave me strength. Look at Sasuke. His pain drove him to become obsessed with revenge," said Hinata. "You are unique, Naruto-kun," continued Hinata. The people who know you draw strength from you, you are my beacon of. Hope you just need to be that for this child too. She said, I will do my best. And Nat-chan responded with a small smile, pulling her closer. Now that I think about our lives, you never asked me out on a date, said Naruto, was surprised by this. But she was right. In a relationship, it is common for couples to go on dates. I had never really thought about it. But no, it would be a bad idea. We could take advantage of the time we have here to get away from the hateful looks of Konoha. How about tomorrow we take each other out to dinner? Naruto replied with a buoyant smile. I would love to, she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek and dragging him inside while Naruto calmed down. The next day, 7 p.m., the day after the scheduled date, passed normally. Everyone trained with Kakashi and Kalina. However, both Naruto and Hinata trained away from them since they were more advanced. Today, the task of watching over Zuna was on the bridge. It fell to Karina and Team 7, and to say that they were bored was an understatement. Sasuke seemed ready to go on a killing spree just to pass the time. He wanted to train, but he got stuck watching Tazuna, some workers, and a bunch of Naruto clones working on the bridge. Sasuke gritted his teeth when he got to the bridge and saw all the clones that Naruto had made. That power should belong to him since he needed it to avenge his clan. No matter, only in Uchiha could defeat, and Uchiha thought Sasuke only if he knew. Currently, we find Naruto and Hinata preparing to go on their first date. They asked Kakashi and Karina for permission, and since they were on a mission, neither of them had suitable clothing beyond their shinobi attire. The only difference was that they left their headbands at home, which meant they were off duty, if you could call it, that they walked through the village deciding where to eat. When they got to the center of the village, both were in shock as the town was poor. There were people asking for work, children living on the outskirts, and even the resources the markets had to sell were scarce and of very poor quality. The cat had practically destroyed this small town. At least if his mission was successful and Tazuna managed to finish the bridge, they could recover from this. That wasn't how they decided to spend their first date, but they already loved each other. This date wasn't a big deal. They were walking, looking at the different stores and restaurants, trying to choose a good place when they heard some screams in the middle of the street. Hurry up, old man. We already told you that you have to pay, said one of the cat men. There were two guys trying to collect the money from a merchant who was on the ground and looked terrified. But I already paid this month, the store owner responded. The boss said that you sent more merchandise for shipping, so you have to pay more taxes this month. He said, if you can't pay, I'll take your wife as payment. He concluded and began to physically attack the man. Naruto and Hinata, seeing this, went into action quickly. Punching motion and some kicks, the cat men ran away bruised and bleeding, wondering how those kids managed to do that. Uchiha, a no jutsu summoning jutsu, said Naruto, and in a puff of smoke appeared a small black one-tailed fox. His name was K. He was a fox spy extremely skilled in stealth and information gathering. What do you need, Naruto asked Kyofu. I need you to follow those two men and find out where the cat base is and any other information you can explain, Naruto. And the fox disappeared from sight. Naruto turned to Hinata. We continued, he asked, extending his right arm, which Hinata took and brought him closer. Finally, they decided where to eat and went in and discovered that the place was cozy and warm. It was not a fancy restaurant, but that did not matter to them. During lunch, they tried to talk, but they already knew everything about each other. It was a rather strange date since most of it passed in silence. So they just ate in a comfortable silence. When they left, Naruto decided it was still early, so he decided to take Hinata to the local movie theater and watch something. A couple of hours later, they arrived at Tazuna's house. Their date didn't go very well, but they didn't care. After all, the purpose of the date was to spend some time together since the mission had begun, either to train or to protect Tazuna. A week later, a week had passed, and the teams were preparing for the confrontation on the bridge. It was a terrifying sight for any civilian to see a shinobi preparing to fight. The ground was littered with weapons, kunais, a shuriken, some bond flash tags, explosive tags, alhambra, an eye, giant shuriken, and even Naruto's sword was out of its storage seal. He decided to carry it on his back since he might need it at any moment. Everyone ready, asked Kakashi, and everyone nodded. The fox that Naruto had sent to gather information and spy on Cat paid off. The fox figured out that Zabuza would attack today since Aku was already healed from her shoulder wound, as well as Zabuza's chakra exhaustion, since Gato plans on betraying Zabuza when the fight is over. It's very possible he'll send someone here. If he does, they probably won't be shinobi, said Kakashi, and put his hand to his chin and started thinking about who to stay behind, considering he would face Zabuza Yaku. How about we leave Sakura Yatakiba here, since they have good taijutsu and can easily eliminate any thugs Gato sends. The rest will go to the bridge. I can face Aku with Sasuke, if possible necessary, Kakashi, since Karina and since can take care of Zabuza, while Shino provides general support and protects the client, Naruto suggested. Kakashi thought Shino will be in a difficult situation if Zabuza or Aku pass by in charge of the target. Kakashi pointed out. Naruto considered this scenario. I could put up the same barrier as last time. Besides, Shin can't control his insects from inside the barrier, right? Naruto asked, and Shino nodded. Okay, then everyone, continue with the plan. Tazuna, are you ready? Kakashi asked. Tazuna nodded weakly. After all, Tazuna would be the bait to attract them. Everyone began to move, and before leaving, Naruto gave a brief kiss to Hinata, while whispering, good luck. If you need me here, use the ring, and Hinata nodded. On the bridge, Tazuna approached the bridge guarded by Kakashi, Killa, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino entered the bridge, and there was already a mist in the air. Naruto discreetly activated his Sharingan, while placing the usual Genjutsu on him. They headed towards the bridge as soon as possible, silently possible, while everyone except Tazuna, who was sweating profusely and breathing heavily in fear. Naruto, using his Sharingan, could see flashes of two chakra sources. They are already here, both Zabuza and Aku, about 100 meters away, said Naruto, and everyone was on guard. How do you know? Asked Kakashi. After all, Kakashi's detection skills weren't that good, and he was considering summoning one of his dogs. I'll tell you later. I can't tell with Sasuke here, Naruto whispered in his ear, and Kakashi nodded. Now is not the time for small talk. They continued walking until they were a few meters from each other. Kakashi, we meet again. I will enjoy the bounty on your head, said Zabuza in a grim voice. There are so many places to choose from. I can cut your throat, stab your heart, destroy your lungs, burst your kidneys, or break your spine, continued Zabuza, while unleashing a large amount of killing intent. Kakashi, Karina, and Naruto seemed immune to them, while Shino and Sasuke sweated, and Tazuna already was on the ground as his legs gave way. Naruto saw Zabuza move from his spot, but didn't have time to warn his team. He grabbed his sword and jumped in front of Karina and blocked the beak. Kyrie, you are a very good boy for having found me, said Zabuza. Not many people manage to keep their heads cool enough to think in these situations. Sometimes even the Honin were caught. If it weren't for Naruto, Karina would be dead by now. Say goodbye to your Miss Zabuza, said Naruto, making some hand signs and unleashing a gust of wind that dispersed the mist, causing Zabuza to frown. I really hate you wind users, Zabuza said, shouldering his sword and preparing for the attack as planned. Everyone take their positions, Kakashi ordered. Why should the dope fight while I, an elite, will just stand by and watch? Sasuke said in his typical arrogant tone. Now is not the time, Genin, Kakashi said in a very serious tone, making Sasuke gulp. You'll be left with Tazuna out of the picture. The barrier, and you will only jump if Naruto needs you to. We understand, asked Kakashi, and Sasuke nodded. Get ready, said Kakashi. Tazuna retreated with Shino. Naruto made 4 shadow clones that formed a square around him and said, Ninpu, Shurinji Ninja, Art 4 flame formation made me explode a violet barrier with Tazuna and Shino inside and Sasuke outside. Kakashi and Kurenai approached, preparing to fight Zabuza, and Naruto, with his sword in hand, ready to face Aku. Zabuza said some water clones surrounded Kakashi, Karina, and Naruto. Naruto turned to Kakashi, and he nodded. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, and a second later, all the clones exploded into water. Seems you found a rival in speed, don't you think? Aku asked Zabuza. It seems so, answered Aku, and ran towards Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, gripped his sword tighter and started running towards Aku. They met approximately halfway and started exchanging a few blows. Neither of them got the advantage. Naruto blocked easily each attack, but also failed to hit. They found themselves in a stalemate. Naruto was blocking Aku's kunai with his Aku sword. Seeing that he had one hand busy, he began to perform hand seals with one hand, and once finished, he said Sensat his Suso, flying water needles of death, and immediately 1 water needles formed from the clone's water and began to rain down on Naruto. Naruto seeing this, knew he didn't have many options to avoid it and decided to test his new eyes and the power that he had learned to use. He changed his gaze to the Miniko and said, Kimui power of the gods. Naruto made his body intangible, and everyone watched in awe and fear as each needle passed through Naruto's body and came out the other side. It's not possible, he said. Who you're not a Bunin, I can feel your chakra, and your sword is pressing against Mikanai. He explained, well, that's one of my most powerful jutsus, said Naruto, smiling. He took advantage of that moment of distraction and gave a powerful kick to Naruto's chest. Aku, which made her fly and crash into the ground near Zabuza. Zabuza was still wondering how the boy managed to do that and also outspeed Aki. You were really good for a genin, said Zabuza. Kakashi laughed and said, smiling, Zabuza, what if I told you that Naruto here is actually the last one? Zabuza's eyes widened. The brat couldn't be the last one to arrive. Okono had been seriously training his genin. Zabuza, before we start our real fight, I have a proposition for you, said Naruto, and Zabuza raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Said Zabuza, wondering what the kid meant. I heard that Gato plans to betray you once you finish the job. They plan to kill you, and Aku once you kill Tazuna, so they don't have to pay you. Then how about we join forces and kill Gato, and in return you can return with us to the Leaf, explained Naruto, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Naruto, you can't offer asylum to a missing mean like that, said Kakashi. Kid, you're crazy. What makes you think that? Would I join the Leaf? Zabuza asked. I bet you're tired of running around and having to keep going on quests just to live. And I know the old man well enough. You both could be a great asset to the village. Zabuza is one of the 7 swordsmen. Aku has the ice element, Naruto said. Zabuza nodded silently. They were both tired of constantly running around and wanted a place to settle down. How do you know about my lineage? Aku asked. He didn't reveal it the last time they had a real fight. Did you think that I would train? Information is half the battle. So I sent a fox to spy on Cat's warehouse, and he found you training. Naruto explained, and they both frowned. A haunting feeling about being spied on without realizing it. Whatever it is, but I still have a reputation, and in my place that's all I have. We'll fight, and if Cat shows up to finish me off, we'll join forces, and then I'll decide if we'll go to the Leaf. Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded. If Naruto was lying, which Zabuza wouldn't do, now Zabuza would be destroying his reputation. Upon betraying his client, immediately Aku began to perform hand seals and said Maku, demonic ice mirrors around Naruto. Ice mirrors began to form, trapping him in an ice dome. Aku walked towards one of the mirrors and simply stepped into the mirror, as if it was nothing more than a reflection inside the ice dome. Inside the dome, Naruto could see that Kakashi and Kurenai were already facing each other. Even for both of them, Zabuza was not easy to beat. Naruto needed to end their fight in order to help them. Besides, Sasuke was nearby and knew if they needed help he would step in. Uchiha pride and all is curious. Naruto wasn't Uchiha, but although he had pride in his blood, he was never arrogant about his power. Naruto focused on his battle and noticed that every mirror around them had Aku's reflection. He noticed that each was holding 3 seamen in each hand, preparing to attack. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that Aku was much faster now. If he didn't have the Sharingan to track their movements, we would have to. Resorting to higher level attacks, Aku looked at Naruto, surprised you are the first person to dodge my attack. When caught in this jutsu, Naruto simply smiled. Aku continued his relentless attack, switching from mirror to mirror, while throwing countless seamen at Naruto. This continued for a few minutes. Naruto simply dodged all of the Zon without even needing his Kamui. How are you dodging my attacks? Yelled, who finally losing his cool. You can't win this jutsu, it uses up a lot of chakra, and you're already running out. He simply said, Naruto, shut up, yelled Aku, and charged at Naruto as fast as she could. But Naruto's Sharingan could still track her perfectly, and he saw every muscle movement in slow motion as Naruto took his chance and grabbed her hands, throwing him from the mirrors. Suddenly, near where Aku landed, a kunai with an explosive tag appeared. The tag exploded, and Aku braced himself for the impact. Without taking too much damage, Naruto looked to see who had thrown the kunai and found Sasuke inside the dome. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. I thought a dobe like him would need help, said Sasuke with his characteristic arrogant smile. Aqua took this opportunity and threw some Zon as Sasuke and Naruto noticed that the Zon were heading towards Sasuke and Naruto didn't have enough time to reach him, so Sasuke grabbed them by the hand and fell limp to the ground. Naruto's eyes opened, and he ran toward him. Naruto looked at him and noticed that the Zon hit his neck in a non-vital area, and using his Sharingan, he noticed that his chakra network was still active, so Sasuke was probably in a state similar to death. Naruto decided to end this battle and said, Katan Goka, Uno Jutsu, great fireball technique, and threw a fireball at one of the mirrors to see if it would be enough. To his surprise, the fireball hit the mirror, but it stayed there as if nothing had happened. You can't defeat my technique with such low-level attacks. He said, you then, let's take this to the next level, said Naruto, and made a single box boon in. And both went through some hand seals. Katan Gorik, no Jutsu, great Dragonfire technique, said Naruto. Futon Da breakthrough, said Naruto. Clone the combination of A-B rank Kato ninjutsu powered by the Wind Jutsu. And the result was a great fire dragon that shot toward the mirrors. Aku tried to inject more chakra into his technique, but it wasn't enough. The pressure of the dragon along with the tremendous heat caused the ice dome to explode, and Aku crashed hard into the ground in pain and burns, and his mask cracked. Forgive me, Zabu-sama. I can't defeat this boy, thought Akuto. Being a little blood. Naruto approached. You still tired? Since she could still attack, Naruto made some hand seals and said chakra. Silly placed his hand on you, blocked her chakra, and tied it with a wire. Ninja went to see how the other battle was going outside. Icum, a few minutes before Kakashi and Kirin were about to face Zabuza. Kakashi stood up with a headband that revealed his Sharingan. Mock Zabuza, feel proud. Zabuza, you're the first enemy to see him twice, said Kakashi, and began to perform hand seals. Katan Gakik, no Jutsu, great fireball technique, said Kakashi, and sent a fireball towards Zabuza. Zabuza didn't even move, made signs with his hands, and said Su genie wall of water, and created a wall of water that blocked the fireball, creating a cloud of steam all around. Kakashi runs forward and attacks Zabuza with taijutsu. Wrong move, since Zabuza was stronger because he was used to using his big broadsword. Kakashi sent a low kick that made Zabuza jump. Kakashi tried to take advantage of this with a punch, but Zabuza blocked it. Zabuza jumped back just in time to block a barrage of shuriken sent by Kurinai's Suede Unsur Udon. No Jutsu water dragon, said Zabuza, and sent a large water dragon towards Kurinai. She was trapped on the ground and slammed into the wall hard, leaving her momentarily incapacitated. Kurinai yelled Kakashi and headed towards she to check on her condition. When she got close to her, she was regaining consciousness. They drew up a battle plan that would end Zabuza when they heard an explosion coming from the ice dome. Naruto, they both thought, but what they saw, both Zabuza and him, was a large stream of fire coming out of the dome, with Aku flying toward the ground, and Naruto simply leaving the ice dome. Now, practically everything destroyed, the brat managed to defeat Aku. He is not a common genin. He must be at least a honing too. Defeat Aku without getting hurt, said Zabuza as he watched Naruto tie up Aku and head off to battle. Do you need help? Asked Naruto, not even out of breath. His massive chakra reserves weren't depleted one bit. It was practically full. Of course, Karina, and she got hit. Let her rest a bit while she gets ready, said Kakashi, and Naruto began to sink into the ground. How many jutsus does she know is a new Jenny? And so far I've seen Big Katon and Futon jutsus, and now low-level Doton. Kakashi thought something was wrong, out of place. Zabuza had his guard up. If he knew one thing, was not to underestimate the blonde boy. He managed to easily defeat Aku. Suddenly he felt a presence behind him and turned around, but he was too slow. Naruto emerged from the ground right behind Zabuza, and in his hand was a blue ball of chakra. Raise again, said Naruto, hitting Zabuza with the condensed blue ball of chakra until it exploded into water clone of __, thought Naruto, and turned to see Zabuza with his sword ready to cut him in half. This is the end, kid, said Zabuza, and brought his sword to perform a horizontal slash and cut Naruto in half. Naruto yelled Kakashi. Naruto activated his Kamui. Once more he admitted that it is an incredible power that probably confuses enemies to no end. Zabuza was watching as his sword pierced Naruto and left his body without a scratch. When the sword left him, Naruto percuted Zabuza, jumped back near Kakashi. Zabuza regained his balance. What the hell is that attack? Asked Zabuza angrily. He had never seen anything like it. That is something that I should know, and you should discover, said Naruto, smugly, making Zabuza even angrier. Suddenly a tree started growing behind Zabuza, trapping him in its branches. Megan Jabako Zatsa death. Binding tree, said Karina, making the tree grow and trapping Zabuza in place with no chance of escape. You are too dangerous to be left alive. What I'm about to show you is my own personal jutsu, said Kakashi, and started gathering a large amount of chakra in his hand. Right, the chakra transformed into electricity until it began to produce a loud sound. Kakashi launched himself forward with the intention of ending Zabuza's life. Forever Chidori Thousand Birds was about to hit Zabuza when he heard "Look at that, the demon of Otato" by a hooligan, said a man on the other side of the bridge. Kakashi stopped his assault, deactivating his Chidori, and said, "Cat," in disgust. "What are you doing here?" Cat asked. Zabuza, having the impression that the blonde boy was telling the truth. "I'm here to kill you. You're too expensive when I can buy a few thugs to do the job," said Gato, smirking, thinking he was untouchable, surrounded by 50 thugs, all equipped with weapons. "Free me. We're not enemies anymore." "You were right, kid," said Zabuza and Karina, and left his illusion. Zabuza took his sword and was about to pounce on Gato when Naruto put a hand in front of him, confusing Zabuza. "I want to try the jutsu I've been developing," said Naruto. "Hey, old man Tazuna, how are your supplies to finish the bridge?" asked Naruto. "I have a lot. Why do you ask?" said Tazuna, confused. Kakashi-sensei, Karina, and Sensei Zabuza are about to see my first creation. Watch carefully, said Naruto, and everyone wondered what he was going to do, even Sasuke, who had gotten up a few minutes ago. "Do you really think you can defeat us all?" said one of the thugs. Naruto simply smiled. Naruto brought his hands together and hit them against each other and began to concentrate. He slightly separated his hands and began to concentrate the Raitan chakra between them. A few seconds later, the Raitan chakra began to shrink until it became a small, perfect sphere of light blue. Naruto sent the sphere to the sky, and it expanded until it became a flash of light that immediately gathered noops in the sky. Thunder was heard as the sky began to darken, and it began to rain intensely. As the thunder intensified, everyone watched in amazement as the boy managed to make it rain without much difficulty. "That's how you're going to kill us, Rain," said Cat. Everyone thought that what he was doing had failed, but Naruto just smiled. Naruto concentrated the right chakra in his right hand and sent a small lightning to the sky. And everyone saw a huge dragon of lightning gathered in the sky, as if waiting for the order of its master. "Watch carefully," said Naruto, and lowered his hand, ordering the dragon to attack right on Kirin. Said Naruto, the dragon left the sky and shot towards Cat and the thugs with such speed that everyone only saw a flash of light before the bridge, where Cat was exploded with such a tremendous source that everyone had to gather chakra in their feet just to not fly away. Everyone watched in awe the power of that jutsu. When the dust disappeared, nothing was left in the place where the thunder fell. In the place where Cat and the thugs were now, there was now a big hole. Even the bridge itself exploded into pieces. "So much power," said Kakashi while observing everything with his Harunan. "That technique was easily S rank. Maybe I should go to the leaf, don't me? I would like to be the recipient of that," thought Zabuza. "That power should be mine. With that I could easily defeat my brother." "Yes, that power will be mine," thought Sasuke as he watched in amazement the enormous lightning. "What the heck are these shinobi? They can't be human," thought Tazuna in amazement and a little fear. "Great, my technique worked," exclaimed Naruto happily, and everyone turned to him with their eyes fixed on him. "Congratulations, Kit," said Kurama. "It's over. Cat is more than dead," said Kakashi, looking at Naruto and laughing. Then Zabuza, "Have you thought about Naruto's proposal?" Kakashi asked. Zabuza began to ponder. He was tired of this life. If he wanted to leave, maybe he could witness that attack once again. That lightning dragon was beautiful. "I'll go with you. I'm tired of this life. Besides, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that," Zabuza said, pointing at the huge piece of the bridge that was missing. Naruto smiled. "By the way, Naruto, congratulations. That is a powerful jutsu that easily reached the rank." Kakashi said, happy to have inherited it, the talents of his father, and the best thing is that his chakra consumption is practically non-existent since the dragon feeds on the natural electricity of the sky, answered Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. Maybe you can teach me, said Kakashi. You need a very high affinity with lightning, since you need to manipulate the very essence of electricity and also manage to collect it in the sky. But if you have it happily, I will teach you Yin, said Naruto. Yin asked Zabuza. We are not really brothers, but we are quite close, Naruto said Tobe. I demand that you teach me that jutsu. Sasuke said, approaching Naruto. No. Naruto said simply, what do you mean by no? That power should belong to me, an elite Uchiha. Sasuke said, the reason why I'm not going to teach it to you is because you have the wrong goals, revenge and lust for power, Naruto said, and left Sasuke angry. The council will find out about this, Sasuke thought. Well, everyone, let's go back home. Tazuna, you can work in peace now that Gato is dead. It will probably take us a few more days since Naruto decided to blow up the bridge, said Kakashi, staring at him. Naruto just scratched the back of his neck. A few days later, everyone was at Tazuna's house packing to leave. The bridge was complete, and the wave was beginning to recover from the tyranny of the cat. Aku became good friends with Naruto and Hinata since they shared a common past. Both were hated and expelled from what they contained, whether it was a demon or a bloodline. Aku recovered very well since Naruto summoned a healer to help her in her treatment. Zabuza gave Naruto some tips and tricks on his sword style. Zabuza was shocked when he found out that Naruto was an Uzumaki master's in the art of sword. Kakashi was almost done when he found out about Naruto. Flashback. Everyone had arrived at Tazuna's house after the battle. They thought it was a good idea to leave reinforcements at the house since two thugs attacked and tried to kidnap Tsunami and Yari. Kakashi called Naruto, and they both left the house and headed into the forest. Then could you explain to me how you were able to see Zabuza Yaku in the mist, said Kakashi. I know, I can trust Kakashi-sensei. My father never told you this. In fact, I don't think he ever told anyone. But my mother said Naruto and activated his Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw a 3-tomo Sharingan light up in Naruto's eyes. How can you have the Sharingan if neither your mother nor your father were Uchiha, said Kakashi. Actually, my father was in Uchiha. He just never told anyone. Did you ever wonder how he could be so fast? It's true that he used the Yasin, but a normal person without bloodlines wouldn't be able to react in time to those speeds, Naruto explained, and Kakashi asked him why he never reflected on that situation then. How many people know that you're in Uchiha? Kakashi asked the elder Hinata, Shino, Karina, and Sense, and you, and I'm glad I haven't told anyone since I woke him up when I was 5, otherwise I probably would have joined a Uchiha clan in the grave, Naruto said, sending shivers down Kakashi's spine. Oh, another one. Things started, Naruto. I copied your Chidori, since right-un is my main affinity. Do you mind if I use it? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head, shyly. I have no problem with it. Besides, the Chidori was created to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan, so it serves you well, said Kakashi. I wonder why Sensei never told me. Kakashi wondered out loud. Probably because if his father was, Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. My grandfather was Uchiha, Madara said Naruto, and Kakashi froze hearing that name. How is it possible? Asked Kakashi. Madara didn't die in his battle against Shama, and a few years later my father was born, Naruto said. By God, with blood like that. And how is it we know that Naruto will be extremely powerful in the future? Thought Kakashi. You know the council will come after you when they find out, right? Asked Kakashi. Don't worry, I already studied politics and law. I knew that one day I would need them, said Naruto, laughing. This is the reason why I asked the old man not to be on your team. I knew Sasuke would be with you, so you could train his Rinnegan when he woke up, and someday he would have to use it, and he didn't want to be always covering it with a Jinjutsu, explained Naruto, and Kakashi nodded. I can only imagine the faces of the council when they find out, said Kakashi, laughing. Let's go home. And rest, you have to work on the bridge tomorrow, since you made it explode, said Kakashi. And Naruto sighed. In a flashback, all the inhabitants of the village gathered on the bridge to say goodbye to their heroes, the brave shinobi who killed Gato and freed the Hello. Don't cry, Yari. I'll come visit you, said Naruto. Yari simply nodded. Take care, old man. Naruto said to Tazuna goodbye, and don't forget to visit us, said Tazuna, and everyone nodded and went towards the leaf. What name do we give the bridge? Asked one of the villagers. How about Tazuna's Supergon Bridge? Said Tazuna, and Tsunami hit him on the head. How about Naruto's Great Bridge, since he was the one who killed Gato and convinced Inari to fight for what she wants, replied Tsunami, and everyone agreed. It's Naruto's Great Bridge, said Tazuna. As he watched everyone leave Hokage's office a day later, everyone was in Hokage's office giving their mission report. As their group was only shinobi, they managed to get back to the leaf much faster. They even had to stop a couple of times so Sakura could rest. Naruto has the same talent as his father, he thought as he read about his lightning attack. He turned to the rogue ninja that was in the room and started rubbing his temples. "You're not giving me anything but paperwork, Naruto-kun," said the old man. "How about this? Let Zabuza and Aku join the leaf, and I'll tell you how to beat the paperwork," said Naruto. And in an instant, Hokage threw 2 blows to AI Zabuza's head and began to shake Naruto's shoulder, begging him to say it. Everyone who saw this sweat dropped a drop. 2 words, said Naruto. And Kage focused on him. "Kage Bizin," said the Hokage, calmly walked to his chair. He opened a drawer and took out a paper that said "Crush here." He placed the paper on the table and began to hit his head, saying, "Stupid, stupid. I'll allow it, Zabuza. Since you were a missing mean, we'll have a probationary period of 6 months, said the Hokage, and Aku nodded. "Since you have no affiliation to any village, you can join a gening team at the next graduation." "What do you think?" he asked. "Actually, Lord Hokage, I would like to become a combat medic. I have a good knowledge of poisons and medicinal plants," said Kage. Reflected. "Very well, you can start in the hospital. I will have someone teach you the basics. But you still have to be in a gening team and advance at least a Chunin until you can dedicate yourself full-time," explained. The Hokage and nodded. "Everyone could go," said the Hokage, and created 3 shadow clones to do the paperwork. "Naruto-kun, how about I take you to eat ramen?" said the Hokage, and Naruto started jumping in the air, yelling, "Ramen, ramen. This village is crazy," said Zabuza. Yako nodded. The following week, after everyone returned from their wave mission, it went without any major problems. The Hokage gave them the week off so they could train, rest, and do the occasional mission range of. During this week, Naruto Hinata trained with Zabuza in his Kenjutsu, and with Hinata in a ninjutsu. Swayed on. Apart from training with Zabuza, they also did their normal training with Karina and Sensei, but there was not much that she could teach them besides here. It started in the hospital, learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. He was very skilled at it. Naruto also trained Hinata. Since she began to show affinity for lightning with this training, she began to develop a new style of taijutsu that was quite lethal. One little touch, and it was all over. This new style could be considered an improvement over his fluid fist. It was currently around 4 p.m., and both Naruto and Hinata were lounging on the couch, engaged in a makeout session. Naruto was on top of her, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Naruto pouted because it ruined his alone time. "I swear, I'm about to kill whoever called," Naruto muttered as he got up and headed towards the door. "Let's go, Naruto-kun, be nice," said Hinata. "We can always continue after that," she said, winking at her. Naruto turned to look at her with a wicked smile that gave her chills. Naruto opened the door and saw an amber-masked shinobi there. "Yes, Naruto?" asked the Hokage. "Demands your presence in the council room," said the Inbu, and grabbed his arm, preparing to take him. Naruto released his arm from her grip. "We will be there in a moment," Naruto said in a cold tone, looking at him with his cold blue eyes. The Anbu nodded. Naruto he closed the door and turned to Hinata, who was waiting for him. "I'm sorry, Ime, but the council wants me. Do you want to come? It's fun," he said, smiling clear. "Let me grab a coat," he replied. She stood up, grabbed a coat, and both left the house. When they left, they both headed to the Hokage Tower council room of the Hokage Tower. Naruto and Hinata arrived at the Hokage Tower and headed towards the council room. When they arrived, there was an Anbu station outside the room watching me. He simply dismissed it. Yes, if it was glaring at Hinata, wondering what she was doing there. "What are you doing here?" Hinata asked Yasama. "I can't be here for my boyfriend," she replied, kissing him on the cheek and receiving a disgusted look from Yasi and the civilians. "How disgusting. How can you associate with a D?" Yasi didn't finish when a kunai thrown by Naruto lodged in the wall near his head, severing a few hairs and making the man freeze. "Careful, Yasama. I don't want you to break the law of Hokage-sama," said Naruto. Smiling, the Yugas were known for always remaining calm, no matter how stressful the situation was. Everyone's eyes widened. If he wanted, he could have killed him right there and then, and knew it. No one saw him even pull out a kunai. "Do you dare attack me? I can kill your precious girlfriend right here by just lifting 2 fingers, said Yasi in a calm tone. "You could try, but he would fall to the ground dead before your fingers were in the tiger's seal," said Naruto calmly. "Is that a threat?" asked Yas, and narrowing his eyes. "Not just a warning. If you do anything to hurt her, well, in this case, you would call it the Yuga massacre. Except it would only kill the main house since everyone is arrogant," said Naruto. and everyone Jade Aaron and Yasi simply frowned. She would have her revenge, but not now, trying to calm the situation down before embarrassing herself. Even more, how can they have weapons here? The Ambu outside should have made sure that weapons weren't allowed here, said Yasi. The Hokage just watched the interaction with fascination. It was a 14-year-old boy who I was bothering the council, which amused him greatly. So he just watched it, Naruto said, and showed his wrist guards. In these wrist guards, I have some storage seals for kunai, shurikens, and semons. It's much easier than using a bag. Besides, it's not my fault that the Ambu didn't check them, Naruto explained. Besides, I don't understand why they prevent weapons from entering here, but allow shinobi to enter without restricting their chakra. Chakra is the ultimate weapon of the shinobi. Without it, we are nothing more than civilians, said Naruto, and everyone thought about it. He's right, you know, asked Shikaka rhetorically, and some nodded. That's not why we called you here, said one of the civilians. Before we start, can I ask what Sasuke is doing here, asked Naruto, and everyone looked at him wondering how he managed to sense his chakra. Sasuke came out of the shadows, smiling. How did you know Tobe was there, asked Sasuke. Everyone seems to forget that I'm a censor, said Naruto, sighing. Hey man, so Naruto didn't finish. Show respect to the brat. Hokage said yes. Well, Hokage-sama, I was wondering why you called me, said Naruto. I would also like to know that, replied the Hokage, looking at the civilian council, who was a little nervous. We are here so Naruto-sam can teach Uchiha-sama that lightning jutsu that you used in your last mission, said one of the civilians, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sorry, I don't teach it. It is a ranged jutsu that of my own creation, so it belongs to me, and only I can choose who to teach it to, said Naruto, and the civilian side burst out at these. Naruto just waited for them to calm down. You should be proud of teaching Uchiha-sama, shouted the pink band. Her name was Sakiri, and she was Sakura's mother. I don't understand you. A couple of weeks ago, you complained that I became a shinobi, and one of you hired 2 honings to assassinate me. And now you want me to teach him, said Naruto, and the shinobi side froze when they heard that they tried to assassinate him. Could you clarify your assassination attempt, Naruto-san asked Shibi. Aburame Shibi was Shino's father and the current leader of the Aburame clan. The night after the Jonin's graduation, a member of the civilian side named Tuno Kanka hired 2 honing to kill us. They managed to get into my house during the night and tried to stab us. However, I sensed it, and we killed one of them while with me, explained Naruto. And so he thought his daughter couldn't sink any lower. After that, the one who hired them was executed for an attempted attack on a shinobi of the leaf, explained Naruto. Oh, and just to warn you, if you try that again, already protected with some security seals, so if someone tries to enter, they will have a nasty surprise, said Naruto, smiling evilly and giving chills to civilians. We are straying from the topic. We demand that you teach the jutsu Uchiha-sama, said Sakiri, reaching the point of the meeting. I already said that I will not do it. Is my creation, for example, said Naruto, and turned to yes. If the Saiton technique does not require any type of lineage, so anyone could learn it, why not teach it to the general shinobi, asked Naruto, that the technique is a secret of the Yuga clan. But I wonder how you know that, Yasi said, narrowing her eyes, and Naruto said to me. Hinata went to the center of the room and began to spin with a low-powered Saiton so as not to destroy anything. How dare you use a technique from the main branch of the Yugas, Yasi shouted, standing up and finally losing her temper, raising her 2 fingers to activate the Hinata curse seal. Naruto, seeing this, launched himself forward with blinding speeds and slammed both hands against Yasi's chest, saying the seal of chakra, applying a chakra restrictive seal with his left hand, and saying paralysis seal, applying a seal that stops all movement of Yas and freezing from all. They opened wide at the events that had occurred just seconds ago. The Hokage was simply enjoying his life. Naruto's speed was phenomenal, as was his work with seals. Only an expert seal master could apply them with his hands. Naruto activated his Kimyui with his hidden Sharina and simply walked through the Ambu and his sword towards Hinata. The Ambu just watched him literally walk through them like he was a ghost. I told you council meetings are fun, said Naruto and Hinata Ryo. As everyone looked at the pair, Naruto-kun removed the seals from Yasi, said the Hokage, and Naruto obeyed, and removed the seals from Yasi. Refrained from any disruptive actions, concluded the Hokage. Yasi continued staring at the pair as he released a bit of K that didn't even affect them. Now, they don't know I will teach Sasuke for 3 reasons, Naruto began. First, he doesn't deserve it. He's an arrogant child who thinks everyone should kneel before him. Second, you need a very high affinity with lightning to be able to use it. Your affinity must be at the same level as the Night Aim's water affinity, but in this case with lightning. Third, I am a shinobi, so you have no authority over me. Naruto concluded. Sasuke, seeing this, he gritted his teeth while Naruto explained to him, "You don't deserve that power, and everyone should kneel before the Uchihas," Sasuke said, and lunged at Naruto with a kunai. Naruto pushed him aside and choked him after a few seconds. He let him fall to the ground unconscious. "You killed him, Ambu killed the demon," yelled Sakura, and Naruto just sighed. "He's unconscious. As much as I hate him, I wouldn't kill him just because of his temper," explained Naruto, "and your prayer for the Uchiha will be your downfall someday." "Would you mind explaining how he managed to pull a kunai out of his pouch?" asked Naruto. No one responded to the Shinobi Council. He didn't like the Uchiha very much. He was an idiot, arrogant. But the civilians undermined his every demand. Naruto said, "We agree the jutsu is yours, and only you should choose who to teach it to." Shiri said, "Thank you, Aburame," since said Naruto, glad that this was over. However, he hoped to continue having a little fun with someone else. "However, could you explain to me the requirements and drawbacks of Hutsu for its classification?" Shiri said that jutsu could very well be a kinjutsu. "No problem. To start to use this attack, you need a high affinity with lightning, because you need to be able to draw on the energy from the Earth's electromagnetic field. Once you manage to gather enough in the same place, nopes will form and create thunder. Once this is done, I can manipulate the thunder and redirect it at the enemy. Because it uses nature energy instead of chakra, the attack is extremely more powerful. The only drawback is that after using it, you can only use it in the same place after a few minutes, so that the energy of the field can stabilize," Naruto explained, and everyone thought about the possibilities that jutsu could easily bring down a building or destroy a small army. "You are skilled," Naruto said. "My son was right about you," said Shibi, and Naruto nodded. "Can we go now?" Naruto asked. And seeing Hokage start to feel, he started to walk out of the room until they heard one of the civilians whisper, "Demon," but everyone heard it. "For the love of God, how the hell can I prove that I am not the Kyuubi?" asked Naruto. But everyone remained silent. Naruto decided to scare them and said, "Oh, I know a way," and everyone cheered up. "Hey, Ki, wake up," said Yuto Kurama, but in a loud voice so everyone could hear him. Everyone was wondering what he was doing, but the civilians were all sweating profusely. "What do you want, kid?" asked Kurama. "How about we play with him a little, but don't kill anyone?" Naruto thought, and Kurama smiled. "Kai bien, no jutsu," Naruto said, and created a single clone. In the clone, Kurama took control. His eyes turned blood red with vertical slits. The marks of his whiskers, they became more pronounced, and his teeth turned into fangs. "Well, hello," said the Kyuubi with a very dark voice, scaring everyone on the civilian side. The Hokage already knew that he would help Naruto, but the shinobi side was a little tired. "Cat," Kyuubi asked Sakura. "Mr. Kyuubi, you are a pathetic mortal," said the Kyuubi, and Sakura shrank in her chair and stared at the new transformed Naruto. "Are you hungry?" asked Naruto. "Could I eat?" replied Kyuubi. "You can start with the pink pants," said Naruto, and Sakura started to tremble, and Naruto fainted. Seeing this, he sweated a drop. He fainted. "Choose another one," he said. "Oh, forget it. I'll eat them all," said the Kyuubi. Using a discreet inch, he transformed into a medium-sized fox with 9 tails and orange fur. He walked calmly towards the civilian side. The rest simply watched as one by one everyone on the civilian side fainted and stayed there on the ground drooling. "That was funny," said the Ki, making Naruto and Hinata laugh. While everyone sweated a drop. "We go see you tomorrow, Gigi," said Naruto, and left the room. "Like your style," said she was the head of the Mizuka clan, and Kiba's mother. Asterisk, sniff, sniff, asterisk. "What's that smell?" she asked. "I think I know." Sai, who the hell is taking them home?" asked the Hokage. In an instant, the whole shinobi side disappeared. Minato showed them the Irasi. Wondered the Hokage while thinking with her favorite couple. "I told you council meetings are fun," said Naruto, laughing. "How do you feel you haven't seen your father since he expelled you?" said Naruto. "I'm fine. He doesn't mean anything to me anymore. He was never really a father. I don't think I ever loved him," he said sadly. "Besides, now I have you, and that's all I need," she said, kissing him on the cheek and wrapping her arm around his, resting her head on his shoulder. "We continued with what we were doing," Naruto asked, remembering what they were doing before he left. "Are you sure?" he whispered, and Nat, in a mocking voice. Naruto picked her up in his arms and went home. A few days later, Team 8 was heading to Low Cage Tower to complete a new mission. Their week of break was over, And now, they were ready for real missions, no more of those boring rank missions for the rest of the week. Naruto learned some lightning jutsus from Kakashi. Flashback. Naruto was heading towards the team training camp since he had already scheduled a training session with Kakashi. Naruto waited a few minutes, but then remembered Kakashi's bad habit of being late to any appointment. Naruto extended his senses and found Kakashi a few hundred meters away distance, walked towards him and found him looking at the memorial stone. Naruto walked up to him, but Kakashi didn't even notice him because he was deep in thought, then said, Naruto, surprising Kakashi, "This is where you spend your time." Naruto continued in a low voice, seeing the names of his parents on the stone. The memorial stone is a monument in Konoha where all the names of the shinobi killed in action are written, a reminder of their sacrifice to protect their AR. Neither of them said anything for a few minutes until Naruto spoke. "You shouldn't dwell on the past, I know, but I can't forget my past actions. If I hadn't been so arrogant back then, he would still be alive," said Kakashi. "I'm the last of my Chunin team. My best friend Obito died to save me. Rin sacrificed himself, forcing me to kill her, and since and died, defeating the QB in his final moments. I promised Obito that I would take care of Rin, and I failed," said Kakashi, almost breaking down. "You can't protect everyone. Even I know the only thing we can do is try our best. Just like you, I would do anything to protect those I care about, but we can't be there for everyone," said Naruto. "I just feel like it's my fault," said Kakashi. "You did the best you could. No one could ask for more. It's time to let him go," said Naruto, placing his hand on his shoulder and slowly turning around to leave. "It would be best to leave him after their talk. Maybe he's right. I've lived in the past long enough," thought Kei, almost looking at the stone. "One last time, I promise, Sensei. I'll do my best possible to protect and guide his son," he thought, smiling, and walked away from her. Gonna Naruto, wait, Naruto. "I thought we had a training session," shouted Kakashi, making Naruto stop and turn to him. "Maybe my talk was worth something." Thought Naruto, "Let's get started. I'll teach you some lightning jutsus. I have many," said Kakashi, lifting his headband and showing his Sharingan. "Kakashi-sensei, I wonder why you can't deactivate your Sharingan," said Naruto. "It's because I'm not in Uchiha, and I can't cancel the chakra that flows towards the eye," Kakashi replied. "Maybe your eye is forcibly consuming chakra to stay activated." Naruto thought for a few seconds and said, "Maybe I can apply a seal on your eye that would allow you to cut off the chakra supply completely, allowing you to see normally, but still be able to reactivate the Sharingan." "Seriously?" Kakashi asked incredulously. "If I could, it would be good." He hasn't seen anything with his left eye in years outside of battles. Plus, it would eliminate his blind spot when he's not using the Sharingan. "I'm pretty good with them." "Seals, I'll see what I can do. Let's start," said Naruto, and activated his Sharingan. "First, I'll show you this lightning chain," said Kakashi, making a cage. Bizen Kakashi hit his right hand with the clone's left hand, and when they were separating, he created a thin line of chakra lightning. Both Kakashi and his clone ran toward the tree and cut it cleanly. "Wow, that's a rank a jutsu," said Naruto, dizzy, and Kakashi smiled. His sensei was always willing to learn new jutsus. "The following is the final version. Midori's is called the Lightning Cutter Raikiri. Instead of gathering lightning chakra in the palm of your hand, you wrap your hand in it. By doing so, you increase the piercing power of your hand, allowing it to pierce or cut through anything. That's why it's called Raikiri, because I used it to cut through lightning. This technique requires greater chakra control over your element and is an S-rank technique," Kakashi explained. "Inbar Raikiri is like the Sandaime Raikage attack." End of flashback. Mission assignment room. They arrived at the room of missions. Received the traditional arrangement. The Oki in the center of the table with Irika to his left. Also in the room, near the edge of the table, was a little girl. She was about Naruto's age. She wore a green hair clip, a color that matched her orange eyes. Her ninja outfit consisted of a short white sleeveless shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armbands, and fishnet shorts with a short white skirt over it. Her forehead protector she wore it on her right arm. Naruto looked at her, stared, and felt a strange vibration from her. The Hokage simply watched Naruto, analyzing the young girl. Naruto is rude to stare. Karina and frowned at the blonde. Shino remained stoic as always. "Kid, I'm getting a reading of the demon chakra from her. She's Nanabi's Jinchuriki," said Kurama, and Naruto nodded. "Nice to meet you, 7. I'm Uzumaki." "Naruto," said Naruto, and everyone wondered what she meant by calling 7 nice to meet you. 2-9. "I'm Fu," replied, and both the team, like Irika, looked at the young woman. She called Naruto 9 seeing that. Naruto called her 7. That could only mean that she was also a Jinchuriki. Who would have imagined it then, old man? I suppose the mission involves Fu, asked Naruto, and the Hokage chuckled. The mission I have for you is of rank C, for its importance more than for its danger, began the OC. The mission is to go to the hidden village in the waterfall and negotiate trade agreements. Fu here will accompany you to the village, since it is difficult to find, concluded the Hokage. The Hokage took the scroll and threw it to Kurenai and said, there are the details of the mission. Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked, you organize this? I didn't think you would like to meet another Jinchuriki like you, replied. The old man, I appreciate it, said Naruto, and turned to face Furu. Then, let's go, I want to see your village, said Naruto. Before they parted ways, prepare for a week-long mission meet at the West Gate in an hour, said Kurina, and everyone left the room. West Gate an hour later. About an hour later, everyone was ready at the gate after signing their release forms. They left the village, traveling at ninja pace towards the soccer village. Their trip was uneventful. They were attacked by some low-level thugs, nothing they couldn't handle. So Fu, how is your village? Naruto asked, and Fu hesitated a bit. All I can say is that it's beautiful, Fu replied. What I like the most is that it has the most beautiful sunsets, he explained, and Naruto nodded. Another thing is that the environment of my village tends to be a little humid because of the waterfalls, so it's perfect for finding new bugs. Shino concluded, raising an eyebrow. Oh, that's right. You're from the Aburame clan, which specializes in insects, right? He asked, and Shino nodded. A side effect of me being Nanabi's Jinchuriki is that I can communicate with insects and use them as weapons. He explained, by the way, how are you? Nanabi asked Naruto. If you want, we can open a channel. Furu asked, and Naruto nodded. Kurama opened the channel, and they were dragged into what appeared to be a very dark room. And in the center, there was light. A few seconds later, two figures appeared in the room. The first appeared to be a giant insect with horns and wings, and on its head was Fu. The other was a large 9-tailed fox with orange fur, and on its head was Naruto Choyuni. Long time no see, said Kurama. It's been a while, Kurama replied. Chi, you know, I never thought I would see you so friendly with your container, said Chown, smiling. Laugh if you want, but it gets boring locked away for 100 years, and I need something to entertain myself. Besides, the kit isn't bad at all, replied Kurama. You are absolutely right, I'm not bad, replied Naruto, and the QB used its tail and knocked him off his head and sent him crashing to the ground. You're still a brat, said Kurama. And Fu laughed. Naruto just stuck his tongue out at Kurama. Ball of P, he muttered. It was good to see something good. Until next time, said Kurama, and they both came out of their mindscapes. What happened? Naruto, they both went blank. He asked Kurenai. We were talking to each other with the QB and Nanabi. We haven't seen each other in a few years, Naruto said. And seeing Kurina and Furu's confused looks, he decided to give more details. The Jinchurikis can create a mental link with other Jinchurikis and talk through our minds, Furu explained, and everyone nodded. A few hours later, near the waterfall village, Team U and Furu were arriving at the entrance of the village when Naruto's instinct kicked in and made him jump slightly in surprise. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Kuin and Nato worried. There wasn't much conversation after what Naruto said. Naruto, Kuin, is your girlfriend? Joked Fu, wanting to know the juicy detail. She is, but I feel 3CH signatures approaching at high speed, all of honing level, said Naruto, and everyone got in a position. What's your rank? Asked Naruto. I'm only Jinin level, but if I use Nanabi's chakra, I'm close to Chunin level, but I can't control it beyond 2 tails, he explained, and Naruto nodded. They may not be enemies, but let's take precautions, said Naruto, and Kurina, and took command. Since there are 3 honing, we will have to split up. Naruto, you can take one yourself, asked Kurina, and Naruto nodded. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and if necessary, I can use Kirby's chakra, answered Naruto. Then Naruto, take one, and Nat, and Shino the other, and me, and Furu will take the last one, ordered Kurenai. Moments later, 3 figures ran out of the forest and jumped in front of Team U, and Fu, the figure in the middle, who seemed to be the leader, was wearing a sleeveless full-body suit that was mostly black with light purple sides. He had green hair and violet eyes. The other 2 wore the same outfit, which consisted of a full-body black suit and over it a light purple mid-sleeved shirt with a black belt at the waist. Their faces were completely covered by a black mask that revealed only their eyes. However, what all 3 had in common was the eye tape, which had the design of a musical note. Who are you and what do you want? Kurenai asked, keeping her guard up. My name is Rokus Ao, and we are here to take her, he said, pointing at Fu as he said that everyone took a defensive formation around her. In Bara, in this fanfic, Aoi joined Odo. Instead of aim Rokus, you are a Nukenin from the Leaf Village. Kurenai said, what do you want from me? And I don't recognize your symbol. Yade asked Fu. We are from the Hidden Sound Village, and we want you, because you are Mizu's guardian. Heroic Water said Aoi, preparing to take by force, if necessary. Water hero asked Naruto. Fu was a little reluctant, but decided to tell them since they would most likely help her. Heroic Water is a special water that only exists in our village and is considered a forbidden drink. The water gives the user, when consumed, a huge chakra boost. The water multiplies the user's chakra output by 10. However, it shortens its useful life. Our ancestors use it to defend our village when necessary, and the reason they want me is because I am the guardian of the fountain, Fu explained, and the team's eyes they opened wide. Multiplying chakra output by 10 is some power, but no power comes without a cost. Well, you won't get, Fu said Naruto, and stepped forward. You are a brave little Jin. And he smiled and took out his sword. Naruto's eyes opened wide when he saw the sword. That is the Raijin no Ken sword of the Thunder God, said Naruto. And Karina, and wondered, how did Nid's sword end up in the possession of an Odo? Enough of this. If you don't give us the girl, we will take her by force, said Aoi. We won't let her go. That means we will fight. Karina and Sensei, I will choose today for the sword. My affinity should work well against him, Naruto said, channeling chakra into his storage seal, and in a puff of smoke appeared to his right. His Chikudo channeled Rayon chakra through it and began to glow with a light blue aura around him. Naruto versus Aoi. The group split up until only Aoi and Naruto remained. They both stared at each other before anyone made a move. You have a lot of nerve. Face me in battle with this sword. I am invincible, said Ao. Smiling, Naruto shook his head and said, you're overconfident. No shinobi is invincible. There will always be some weakness or mistake that we will make. Aoi lunged forward with the intention of killing the annoying blonde. She brought her sword down with a vertical slash, trying to kill him in one swift movement. However, Naruto blocked the Raijin with his own sword, and both fought for dominance, which led to a stalemate. How can that be? How can you block this sword like that? Asked Ao. Angrily, his sword was supposed to be the most powerful sword in existence. Like I said, no one is invincible, and that sword isn't all that powerful. My sword is made of chakra metal, and I have a very high affinity towards lightning, which makes my sword almost on par with yours, explained Naruto, grinning. And angry Aoi Seaman Rain, said Ao, and took her umbrella and threw it into the air. The umbrella started to spin and launched massive amounts of semen towards Naruto. Naruto saw no way to dodge them all, and he performed some hand seals. Toton Doherty earth wall, said Naruto, and an earth rose from the ground, blocking the zone. You are not bad for a Genin, said Ai. Genin in name only, said Naruto, smiling and making more hand seals. Katon Goka no Jutsu, great fireball technique, said Naruto, and sent a fireball towards Ai. Simply raised his sword and with a downward slash cut the fireball, making it disappear. Aoi launched herself at Naruto, but this time she channeled chakra into the sword and tried to electrocute the sword. Sent a shockwave towards Naruto, who stood his ground, not moving an inch. Aoi laughed, thinking that she had caught Naruto, but quickly calmed down when she saw that Naruto was getting surprised, but just stood there as if nothing was happening. See, how can you just stand there? She asked. I said that I have a very high affinity with lightning by coating my outer body with chakra. Any lightning attack I receive is ineffective. Basically, any jutsu shorter than a range Su, other extremely well concentrated, I am immune to lightning attacks. That's the reason why I decided to fight you, explained Naruto. And Ao gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you anyway, said Ao, and once again tried to slash Naruto, but he blocked it again and jumped back. Let's see what you can do without your precious sword, said Naruto, and activated some. It would be the first time he would use his long-range weapon, Kamui, said Naruto, and focused on the sword. Moments later, what seemed to be a small crack appeared that sucked the sword in and closed. Ao and just watched as the sword was literally sucked out of his hands. Bastard, where did you send the sword? Asked Aoi, getting seriously angry at him. I took the sword and I intend to take it back to Konoha, where it belongs, explained Naruto. It's time to end this. I need to go check on the rest of my team. Naruto dashed forwards, and as expected, Aoi couldn't do much without her sword. Aoi followed the path that most Kek and Henkai users follow. she focused solely on that and thought that they were invincible. Naruto directed his sword in a vertical slash, causing Aoi to block with a Kuna and jump to the right. Kai Shuriken no Jutsu Shuri Shadow Clone, said Naruto, and sent 5 shurikens that multiplied to 100. Aoi raised her umbrella and blocked them all. Aoi ran towards him, and before Naruto could realize he was stabbed in the back with a kunai, Aoi smiled until Naruto dissipated in a blue light, sending a burst of right chakra through Aoi, which surprised him. Aoi stood trembling lightly while searching for Naruto. Aoi barely dodged Naruto's hand when it rose from the ground and tried to catch him. Swait Untama water bullet AOA. They sent some bullets towards Naruto, who received 3 of them, 2 in the chest and 1 in the leg, leaving him on the ground, holding on in pain. Aoi approached Naruto, preparing to finish him off with a kunai. She brought it down and cut his neck. Aoi smiled mockingly until Naruto vanished into smoke, and suddenly he froze, unable to move. She only saw Naruto appear behind his back and hit his back with his hand. See how AO and barely managed to ask you let your guard down. When you hit me with the water bullets, you thought you had me. However, when you sent them, I switched for a clone and hid underground. When you got close to kill my clone, I appeared and put a paralysis seal on you, said Naruto Yao, and simply cursed his luck at being defeated by a mere 14-year-old boy. Now that you can't move, will you answer some questions before I return to the leaf? He said. Naruto walked over to AO before standing a few inches in front of him. What do you want the water for? Naruto asked in an emotionless tone, looking at AO with his cold blue eyes that seemed to reflect AO's soul back at him. As if he was going to tell you something, he mocked AO, and Naruto just smiled. Let's have some fun, Naruto then said, licking his lips in typical Anko style, which gave him chills. Damn, kitty, when did you learn that? Asked Kurama, surprised by the sudden change of attitude. When you have Kai Bizzen together with the Sharingan that grants you photographic memory, you will surely learn many things. And you forgot that. I have read almost the entire Konoha library, explained Naruto, and cut the transmission, deciding to focus on Aoi first. Naruto activated his Sharingan, but it only gave him chills. AO moved us. Let's try this Megan Jigaka Jutsu, Hell's F technique, said Naruto, trapping AO in an illusion that gave him the idea that he was being burned alive. This continued for a few minutes, and yet Aoi did not collapse, and that alone does not it will be enough. Aoi said weakly, although he didn't succumb to the illusion, he was weakened by it. I wonder why you're not talking. I mean, you're in Konoha anyway, so why not make it easier on yourself? Naruto said, trying to rationalize with him. I'm afraid it's not Konoha. He replied to AO, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hey, Kurama, I still can't use Tsukuyami. Can you help me? Naruto asked. Of course, I'm always up for a little fun, Kurama said, smirking. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and channeled Q's chakra towards his eyes, turning them blood red with black vertical slits. Naruto looked at AO and was suddenly pulled into Naruto's mind. Aoi wondered where she was until she found herself in front of some steel bar doors that looked like they were meant to keep something locked away. However, that thought sent shivers down her spine when the doors opened. Completely, Aoi looked inside, only to see 2 blood-red eyes glowing in the darkness. The eyes increased in size as a figure approaching. A few seconds later, the figure revealed itself to him. Leaving him frozen in place. In front of him was an orange fox with 9 tails, swirling the Cuban Yoko, the most powerful bijou of all. Oh, a snack you are too. Good to me, kitty, said Gamma, walking slowly towards Oli, who remained in place, but apparently lost control of her bladder. I told you he wasn't a bad guy, replied Naruto, simply looking at AO and literally peeing on himself. Kurama approached AO and licking his teeth, preparing to devour it. Yosi, I'll tell you everything that stutter is AO, and without being able to control his body at that moment. It wasn't that difficult, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Why do you want the water? Naruto asked. It was a mission our village leader makes the acquisition of water a priority mission, but I don't know why he wants it. He answered quickly. I see. And who is the leader of your village? Asked Naruto. Orochimaru, the Seining snake, answered. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru founded his own village. Interesting. I'll tell the old man when I get back. Naruto thought anything else I should do now. Naruto asked me, and he quickly shook his head, saying no. Naruto released the illusion and went behind him, hitting him in the neck, knocking him unconscious. Naruto released the paralysis and instead applied a chakra seal. He bound him with a ninja hunger and sealed him in a scroll of ecstasy to keep him alive, thanks Kurama, said Naruto, with the others. Naruto headed to the battle of the others just in time to see them finish. Naruto, are you okay? He asked Kurenai. Yes, I have his sword, and it is sealed in a scroll of ecstasy. I will take him back to interrogate him, but I managed to find out that his village is led by Orochimaru. Naruto explained. Orochimaru asked, Kurenai. Yes, we will inform him when we arrive at the village. Naruto said, how is everyone? He asked. We are fine. Shino and Fur are a little out of breath, a few bruises and scratches, but nothing serious. Hinata replied. Let's go to the village to rest and report the details. Kurenai said. The village gates. The team were led. By Fu was approaching the gates of the waterfall village. They got close to the gate and were stopped by two guards. The guards turned to the people approaching and saw a team from Konoha with Fu. So are you back? When the guards asked, Fu clearly despised the frown, but nodded the team or noticed and was not happy. Mainly Naruto. My name is Yui Kyo and I am here with my team, Abino Yada and Uzumaki. Naruto for negotiations, said Guren, handing them the scroll with the seal of low welcome to Water 6, said the same guard, and allowed them to pass. They were walking toward the center of the village, where the leader of the same lived. The team, OO, seemed to notice that Fu was receiving the same hateful looks and casual insults that Naruto received in Konoha. It seems that they don't want you here either, Naruto stated sadly. It is the destiny of all Jinchuriki. We are all treated badly, but still there are some people who see us for what we are and not as the beast, explained Fu. No, I don't understand why the people can't see the difference between a scroll and a kunai. You're human like the rest of us, said Hinata. Naruto chuckled, but this laugh was full of irony and caused confused looks from all Jinchuriki. The power of human sacrifice, Naruto, began to draw everyone's attention. I've thought about this a lot, and the more I realize that we're not humans, said Naruto, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Even the Kyuubi and Nanabai were listening. Naruto stood in a thinking pose before continuing. The moment the Biju are sealed into a human being, whether a newborn or an adult, we are tied to it until the end of our lives, because if you remove the Bailu from the host, it dies, said Naruto, and received gasp from everyone at something strange. The Bailu and its host, we do not need them, and yet we cannot live without them. The moment they are trapped in us, they become part of us, said Naruto, and everyone stopped walking and stood there listening to the blonde. If we combine forces, we are unstoppable, and yet a piece of paper with ink can paralyze us, making us strong but fragile ones. We are united. Each of the hosts gains special abilities that no one with Kekhenkai can achieve. Our chakra begins to change to adapt to the chakra of the Viola demon, making it stronger than other humans. So you see, I'm not the beast, but I'm not the same human I was born with, concluded Naruto. And no one said anything. Everyone just started walking and thinking about what the blonde had said is true. Fu thought the boy is right. You know, the moment we bond, you become something else, because you are not me, but you become different from the others. But not even I know what it is, said Chome Kit. And I thought you were a brat, said Kurama, laughing to think that you could come up with something like that, said Kurama. But Naruto just nodded and said nothing. They all just continued on their way, thinking about what the blonde said. Waterfall Tower. They reached the center of town and stopped in front of to what was supposed to be the waterfall tower. They could see stairs surrounding the tree, and the tree itself was the building. They climbed up the tower and stopped in front of two red doors that, according to Fur, lead to Shibuki's office, the village leader. They knocked on the door and heard someone say, "Enter Team 8," and Fu quickly obeyed and opened the doors and found themselves in a small and modest-looking office. There was a shelf with books, a small sofa, some photographs, and in the back there was a desk with Shibuki working behind it. Shibuki has black eyes and long dark brown hair. He also wears a forehead protector that symbolizes his shinobi status. He had gray pants, a green shirt, and sandals. Ninja. Oh, Fu-chan, welcome back, said Shibuki, smiling apparently. He was one of the people that, according to Fu, treated her well. Mission accomplished, Shibuki-sama, replied Fur, and stepped aside so that Team OO could introduce themselves. Thank you for inviting us, Shibuki-sama. Karina, and began to bow. My name is Yu Karina, and this is my team, Aburame Shino Yada and Uzumaki. Naruto concluded, and everyone bowed in respect. For nothing. I hope the trip went well, asked Shibuki, and noticed a slight hesitation in Team Konoha What happened, he asked. We were attacked by the Chunin of Konoha Soa, and along with two other Honings apparently. They were from a new hidden village that was recently founded in the country of rice. They were after me, and their goal was to steal the hero's water. Fortunately, we managed to win today. Both Honing were captured, were killed, explained first. Shibuki put his hand to his chin and stood there processing the information. Did you find out why they wanted him? Asked Shibuki, interrogated their leader, Ao, and apparently their village is called the Hidden Village of Sound, and their leader is the Nukenin of Konoha, Orochimaru, the Snake Santa. Naruto stepped forward and explained this as worrying news began. Shibuki, the water is very dangerous, even more so in the hands of Orochimaru. I will increase security at the borders and in the source to make sure, he concluded. We will take Aoi to Konoha for interrogation, and we will send you the information we find. Kurenai said, "Thank you, I appreciate it," Shibuki replied. Now Karina and Sam will talk about trade agreements. Yurina asked and nodded. Fu, accompany them to the hotel until we finish our conversations. Shibuki said. They all bowed and left the room. They went around the village. You were right. This village is incredible, Naruto said as they walked towards the hotel. The village had a very naturalistic feel. There were trees, grass, and other plants everywhere. Even the ground was dirt itself. Yes, and it seems like there are many different species of insects around, Shino said, looking around the village, trying to find the different insects that were around. That's all you think about? Insects? Naruto asked, feeling a little scared. You do realize that insects are my weapons, Shino said, in his usual stoic voice. You know, Naruto, Fu began, since you've never used insects, don't you realize how useful they are? Excellent for spying, they can steal chakra from enemies' poison lozos or remove your poison, and many other things, explained Fu. I suppose that's true, however, for gathering information, I have my cage bizon, and for poison the QB takes care of that, said Naruto, and noticed that. Shino was talking to Fu about insects. I suppose those two won't stop talking about insects too. Soon it's getting late, and the weather is nice. How about we go see this incredible sunset? Asked Naruto. Who would have thought you were so romantic? Asked Hinata, rhetorically kissing him and dragging him watch IG8 VPK. QSG starred, and so they did. They managed to find a tall tree. They climbed it and sat on top, contemplating the darkening sky and the light of the village. He is right, it is beautiful, said Hinata. As she looked at the sky, the sun was setting, barely sending any light to the earth. The few clouds that existed seemed to be on fire. Hinata snuggled into Naruto's chest, resting her head on his shoulder. His arms surrounded her protectively. You know, these are the most treasured moments, said Naruto, holding Hinata tighter, as if he was letting her go, and she was going to run away. When you're with me, he said, stroking her silky hair. I wouldn't change it for anything. I've never been happier than now with you, he said, having you here with me makes me forget everything else. I don't even care that my father left me. You couldn't call yourselves family. If it meant being with you, I would have left long before, she said, turning to him and staring into his deep eyes, blue, and her hair that seemed to glow faintly. I don't care about the rest of the world. You were the first person who showed me true love, said Naruto, and I will treasure you and protect you forever, he said, making her smile. Her dark blue hair flowed with the wind and seemed to glow as the moon made its way into the sky. I love you, Naruto, she said. I love you too, and Nat replied Naruto, and leaned forward, waving his arms and pulling her closer. Their lips met in a deep, passionate kiss. It wasn't long, but it didn't matter. It was enough for both of them to understand the deep love they felt for each other. They slowly separated and continued watching the night sky until they both fell asleep in each other's arms. Music in the next day had arrived, and apparently the negotiations had gone well, and Team 8 was preparing to leave. They regrouped with Furu at the gate to say goodbye. Although their stay was quite short, a simple night, it was enough for them to bond a little. After all, Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, quickly became friends with Fu. Like Shino, don't become strangers, try to visit us, said Fu. Of course, we'll do our best, said Hinata. Hey Fu, I have a gift for you, Naruto began, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Here, said Naruto, and handed him a 3-pronged kunai. This is a very special kunai. If you need help or just want to talk, throw it on the ground, and I'll be there in a moment, explained Naruto, smiling. Fu gladly accepted the gift since he didn't. There were many people who were good to her. Thank you, said Fu, and watched them leave and disappear into the distance with teammate O. A few hours had passed, Urena, and she could no longer contain her curiosity. Naruto, I have a question, said Kurenai Shoot. Answered Naruto. He already suspected where this was going. That kunai you gave Fu wasn't a normal kunai, said Kurenai, practically asking for an explanation. That kunai contains the Shiki formula for the Yasin no Jutsu, explained Naruto without revealing too much information just to see the reaction of his sensei, the Yasin no Jutsu. But that was the technique of Lian Yongdame, Tartada Oculent stopping and looking at Naruto. It seems that you solved it, said Naruto. I can use it, because it is my legacy. Minato Mikaz was my father, explained Naruto, and even Shino was surprised to finally forget his stoic face for one of surprise. See, how is that possible, asked Kurenai. What do you mean, Naruto began. Didn't your mother give you the talk, asked Naruto, making Amada, and Kurenai blush. Idiot, answered Sina, and hitting his head. The old man named Uzumaki after my mother, because my father had many enemies. Mainly I believe that I am strong enough to protect myself and everyone I care about, so maybe I will ask the old man to announce it when I become Chunin, explained Naruto. Think I never realized blonde hair and blue eyes, only the Yondame had that particular combination, she replied. Don't worry, not even Kakashi-sensei noticed, and he was a student, no, said Naruto. Her, you said to Kakashi? Kurenai wondered. Yes, I've been training with him a few times in the last few weeks, Naruto replied. I should have known when you used the Rasengan on Zabuza, she said to herself. The Iron no Jutsu was his most powerful technique. My father was a genius in every sense of the word, Naruto said, remembering the brief conversation he had when he first met his father. But I still can't use it at his level. It seems I still can't handle extreme speeds. Every time I try multiple jumps, I end up crashing against something, said Naruto, and Hinata started to laugh, remembering Naruto crashing into walls and trees when he tried it. Still, you can use it, said Kurenai. She was starting to put the pieces together and realized that Naruto and Hinata were prodigies, the ability they possessed at such a young age to master high-level jutsus and even create their own. My team is going to crush the Chunin exams, and I'm betting on them, she thought, laughing to herself. Lokage's office. And that's what happened, she said. Kurenai, God, what's with the missions? First AC rank becomes a rank, and now a mere B rank almost becomes S rank, said the Hokage while smoking his pipe. Old man, here, said Naruto, and threw him two scrolls. One of the scrolls has in stasis for further interrogation, and the other has the sword that Rin Noen stole, said Naruto, and Yusin's eyes went wide. The Rin Noen was stolen many years ago by AI. He didn't think he would still have it. Yusin opened the sword scroll, channeled chakra, and threw it, and the sword came to life with yellow sparks. The Hokage stopped the chakra and thought for a moment before the old man sighed and put up a sound barrier. This would be a long conversation. What I'm about to tell you is a secret only I know, said the old man. I trust you will stay silent, asked the Hokage. Mainly Kurina and Isino, who nodded. The Hokage wondered where to start. The sword belongs to you, Naruto, said the Hokage. What do you mean it belongs to me? Asked Naruto. Still confused. You have Uchiha blood, however you are the heir of the Senju clan, said the Hokage, and everyone froze. You could hear a pin drop to the ground. Everyone in Team 8 looked at Naruto, who was still processing what the old man had told him. UK asked Naruto in a low voice. You know that your mother was Uzumaki Kusina, and that she came from the Whirlpool country, right? Asked the Hokage, and Naruto nodded. I will start at the beginning. As Sir Senju and his Uzumaki Mito had two children, a boy and a girl. The girl was named Senju Tsunade, the well-known Sannin slug. Later, Tsunade had a daughter named Senju Kusina. However, due to the war, the Senju clan was decimated, leaving only Tsunade and Kusina to reform the clan. Because they were women and did not want to be a source of reproduction, they faked Kusina's death, which resulted in the birth of Uzumaki Kusina, said the Hokage. You know the rest, concluded the Hokage. Kusina married Minato, and I was born, said Naruto, and the Hokage. Not a Naruto didn't say anything for a few minutes as he thought about everything he had learned. Wait, but so what about everything I found about the Uzumaki clan at my dad's compound? Asked Naruto. I chose the name Uzumaki because they were cousins of the Senju clan. During the wars, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, but your mom and dad went to the Whirlpool village and rescued them. That's one of the reasons why your dad was so good at Fuinjutsu, said the Hokage, and Naruto nodded until he remembered Tsunade. Tsunade is still alive. She left me, asked Naruto, not wanting to know the answer. Hinata approached him and grabbed his hand. No, the Hokage began. Tsunade lost everything she had. Her lover and her brother died in the war. Then the Kyuubi attacked, and her daughter died too. She wasn't in the village at the time, but she heard the news and ran. I tried to find her, but I couldn't. She probably doesn't even know that Kusina had a son. The Cage explained. Naruto frowned for a few minutes, thinking about it. Then I'll find her and bring her back to the village, Naruto said with his traditional smile. You took the news better than I expected. The Hokage said, well, if Tsunade had raised me, I probably would have never found Hinata. Although I had a difficult life, I wouldn't change it for anything, said Naruto, making Hokage smile. Seeing that Naruto had good values, it means that Uzumaki isn't even my real name. I grew a little fond of him, said Naruto. Well, when you choose to reveal your origin, I can choose the name you want for your clan, Sage and Amikes, or even Uzumaki. However, you can't do it with Uchiha, since Sasuke, who is the heir, explained the box. As if I would like to live with that idiot, said Naruto. The Hokage chuckled. Then the sword is mine, Naruto began. But what about Tsunade Ba-chan? Isn't she the heir, Naruto asked the Hokage, smirk. Seeing Naruto call her Ba-chan, she hasn't been on active duty in over 10 years. As you have already completed missions, are you currently the heir? Explained the Hokage, and Naruto nodded. Naruto channeled chakra into the sword, but something very strange happened. Instead of the usual yellow sparks, the sword glowed, but with a bright blue color. The sword glowed with much more power than the 2 times. He saw a bar to check profile to see Raijin in blue. What the hell, Naruto said out loud. Why is it blue? Naruto asked. The Hokage went into teacher mode and quickly came up with a theory. You didn't say you had high affinity towards lightning, asked the Hokage, and Naruto nodded. Because of your high affinity, the sword probably reacted stronger to your chakra, probably making it more powerful, explained the Hokage. I guess I'll change my metal sword, said Naruto, laughing, and suddenly deactivated it. Naruto stiffened and remembered something. Yusin raised an eyebrow, silently asking what had happened. I'm just thinking about what the council will say when they find out that I belong to the 2 most powerful clans in the world, said Naruto. Smiling, it's going to be a lot of fun, he said, and everyone's sweat dropped. The Hokage simply laughed. The old man hated council meetings, but apparently the young Naruto seemed to enjoy them. Naruto, I can't hide it now, not in the future. He will have the Rinnegan in a similar way to how Madara uses it. Naruto will not be able to use the Mokuton. He has Senju blood, not Shamas. Regarding the Rinnegan, I have already thought of 2 ways to get it. I will have to decide when the time comes. Devil 86, you misunderstood me. I said that I didn't remember what story I got the names of the foxes from. They may be from your stories or from other Super Suppa 10. Check the profile to see the timeline. It will give you an idea. Chapter 14. The Chunin exams begin. It was another simple day in Konoha. The sun was rising, giving a warm new day to the Leaf Village. The villagers were starting their own business, and the other shinobi were preparing for their daily lives. Currently, we find Naruto and Hinata in the training camp or training with Aku and Zabuza. Since Naruto obtained his sword, the Raijin no Kin, the sword of the god of thunder, he asked Zabuza for advice on how to trust him. Kenjutsu in a real battle. Hinata was fighting against you in a pitched battle. Aku could only continue using her ice mirrors, which would lead to a quick defeat due to the massive use of chakra. Zabuza against Naruto, only Kutsu, said Zabuza. As he faced Naruto, they were a few meters apart, each wielding their sword. Kubikurabocho versus God of Thunder, okay, said Naruto, and his sword came to life. A blue light emanated from the sword. It shone with all its power. It is not that much, yet powerful, like my favorite weapon. Maybe someday I'll use it, but it sticks out too much, thought Naruto. Let's see, what can you do, said Zabuza. As he launched himself at Naruto, he tried to perform a horizontal slash, but Naruto blocked it. He soon discovered that it was a bad idea, because Zabuza had more brute force than him. Naruto was forced to jump back. Rule number 1, don't block attack from enemies stronger than you, said Zabuza. Naruto ran towards Zabuza, jumped in the air, and attempted a vertical slash. Zabuza stepped to the side and tried to kick him in the chest. Naruto blocked, it caught his leg, and threw him into the air. Zabuza quickly regained his balance and landed gracefully on the ground. You're not bad, Brad. But if you want to beat me in Kenjutsu, you need more strength, said Zabuza. I could always beat you in speed, said Naruto, smiling, and deactivated the gravity seal. Zabuza saw that his body was glowing slightly and prepared himself. Naruto disappeared in a show of speed. Zabuza instinctively raised his sword just in time to deflect an attack that decapitated. Naruto disappeared again, and this time Zabuza jumped out of the way just as Naruto came from the sky with a vertical slash. I grant you that you are fast, but that alone is not enough. I have years of experience, said Zabuza, and readied his sword. Once again, he dashed forward with impressive speed and exchanged a few blows with Naruto. However, Zabuza, he just couldn't keep up, and waving that large sword certainly didn't help. You can't keep up with me, said Naruto, and continued to parry his attacks, quickly changing his position, putting Zabuza on his tiptoes. Zabuza was fed up with this. He slowly relaxed and focused his senses. He noticed an attack coming from the right. He raised his sword, but instead of simply blocking, he imposed force on his sword, making Naruto lose his balance. Zabuza took advantage of the opportunity and quickly repositioned his sword on his neck. He won the day. By itself, it is not enough, said Zabuza as he withdrew the sword from his neck. One of these days, I will defeat you. In what jutsu? Said Naruto, deactivating his sword. Hinata, against who ready Akuzen? Asked Hinata, getting into position and activating Subugan. Always, answered Aku, taking Sunbon and placing 3 in each hand. Hinata quickly ran towards Aku. She moved to the left to quickly avoid the Zon that was thrown at her with Subugan. She could easily follow the Zon that came at her. Hinata got close to Aku and tried to give him a Juken blow to the chest. Aku quickly ducked and tried to give him a low kick. Hinata jumped and tried a kick flying that made Aku roll to the left. Both ran towards each other and exchanged blows. Aku quickly realized that he was no match for Hinata. In Taijutsu, Hinata was simply avoiding all of his attacks, as if she was dancing. Aku tried once again a straight punch to the face. However, Hinata dodged it, and quickly, with an infused blow, managed to close some tattoos on his wrist. Aku gave up on Taijutsu and jumped back. Taking care of his left hand, Aku began to perform seals with one hand, and said senses Suso 1,000 flying water needles of death, and sent countless Emben towards Hinata. Hinata said Kaiten, and began to spin in a blue dome of chakra, completely blocking the Ona. Took advantage of that time, and forced the chakra into his tennis to open them. Painfully, Hinata was mainly a water user, since it was her first affinity that she trained. As there was no lake nearby, decided to change the terrain to her favor, quickly performed some hand seals, and shouted Swan Sua, explosive water wave, and filled her chest of water, expelling them seconds. The training ground filled with water that could have been a bad lie. Hinata, sand with so much water, it's much easier for me to use my ice release, said Aku, but Hinata continued to look at her, preparing for her next move, releasing ice, flying ice shards, said AI. Just as Hinata started to spin, however, she wasn't blocking anything here. She was spinning, and the water was rising around her. Suddenly, the water around her started to freeze, and from her thousands and thousands of ice shards came out. I can't keep them enough to block them all, thought Hinata, and started performing hand seals. She stopped and said, Swait Unsu. Genie wall of water surged up from the ground and enveloped her, blocking all the ice shards. However, Aku continued sending them, and Hinata had to do something. I got a thought, Hinata. I hope this works. I haven't fully mastered it. Hinata stood inside the dome of water. As the shards continued to fall, she concentrated, and suddenly she released a large amount of lightning chakra that radiated from her body and spread through the water, effectively impacting. Oh, that was surprising. I didn't know you could use the lightning release, said you, trembling slightly. I discovered it a few weeks ago, said Hinata, as she released her protective dome, and she said, Swait Unsur Yuan, no Jutsu water dragon, and a large dragon rose from the ground and pounced on you. Aku barely managed to create an ice dome around her to protect her from the attack. Aku released her jutsu and looked at her around, trying to find Hinata. Suddenly behind, who Hinata rose from the water with a kunai in her hand, trying to kill her. Aku felt her and was faster than her, and creating a blade of ice around her arm, quickly slashed Hinata, making her dissipate in a splash of water. Mizu Shin, said Aku, surprised, and suddenly felt a cold steel at her throat. She realized that Mzushin was just a distraction. Seems like she won, said Hinata with a small smile, looking forward to next time, said who, sitting down on the ground, slightly out of breath. Are you okay? Asked Hinata, worried about her. Yes, I'm low on chakra. And you asked Aku, surprised that Hinata wasn't even out of breath. And she used a couple of jutsus that demanded a lot of chakra, and that defensive dome is lethal to anyone's reserves. When you train for years with a chakra monster and a stamina monster, you tend to increase your reserves if you want to keep up, said Hinata, laughing. And Aku just smiled. Aku was happy since he arrived at the Leaf. I had a simple and peaceful life. No more cheap beds or having to constantly keep an eye out for hunters. Training camp. Sina and Isino were approaching their team's training camp when they saw all the commotion. Karina and Isino were shocked when they saw Naruto face off against Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and even Hinata using a high-level water jutsu. Maybe I'll have to increase my training if I want to have something to teach them. Karina and Shino said alone. Nodded. They really became good young shinobi. Naruto, Hinata, said Kurenai, getting her attention. Zabuza sense. And see you tomorrow. And thanks, said Naruto. And Zabuza just nodded. Hey, do you want to stay? Asked Hinata. Sorry, my shift at the hospital starts in a few minutes. And then I have my own team meeting, said Akui. Nodded. And both Zabuza and you left the training camp. Then Karina. And since what are we doing today? Asked Naruto. Kurenai reached in her pocket, took out 3 sheets of paper, and gave one to each of them. These are the registration papers for the Chunin exams. I nominated the 3 of you. So if you want to participate, come to the academy in a week. Kurenai explained. Flashback. The Hokage was in his office, and in front of him were all of Konoha's senses honing and some other shinobi. I called you all here for a reason. The Hokage said. Since most of them were senses and honing, many of them already suspected the meaning of this. It's about time. Kakashi asked. Ilak nodded. Yes, tomorrow I will officially announce that this year we will be hosting the Chunin exams, explained Ilak. Now, any of you want to nominate teams for the exams? Asked Ilak. And Kakashi, Kyo, and Asuma. And G stepped forward. I attacked Kakashi, Jonin Sense from Team 7, Ino Sasuke, Inukiba, and Aruno Sakura for the exams, said Kakashi. Yo Yens from Team Naruto. Yurino stop, he said. Yo Main Sense from Team Noor Tintin for the exams, said G in a serious tone that surprised everyone who was waiting for him to start yelling Yo greetings gents from Team Ten Shikamaru Yam Yimi for the exams. Finished some, and everyone started whispering about all the rookies that were being nominated. Wait a minute, Ian. But the rest are not ready for the exam, shouted Yuka. Wait, you say they are not ready except the last one? And the shy princess said, Alma, laughing. Hey Asuma, how about a little bet? Asked Karina, smiling inwardly. What kind of bet? Answered Asuma. The team that has the most promoted members wins, said Kirin. What about the odds? He asked. Seems like this if I win. You won't be able to smoke for a month, said Karina. And Asuma chuckled. Okay. But if I win, I'll take you out on a date, said Asuma and Karina, and blushed slightly in a flashback. Now, how about we do a couple of sparring sessions with me to see what you've learned? I already saw you against Yakuzabuza, but more training never hurts, said Kurenai. And only after saying that she began to wonder if it was a good idea. Okay, Karina. And since you were against me, said Naruto. And Karina, and gulp saliva. Naruto was a chakra monster, and his taijutsu was pretty good. He would have to rely on his jinjutsu. And hope it was enough. How wrong was I? Can go all out, Naruto. And Karina asked and wondered if she would get out of there alive. Of course, as long as she's alive, said she. And Naruto chuckled. Get ready, Karina. And Sensei, said Naruto, and launched himself forward at blinding speed and collided with Kurenai. He didn't expect him to be that fast. They both fell to the ground until they stopped. See, sorry, Karina. And Sensei, I forgot that I deactivated my gravity seals, said Naruto, laughing, and helped Kurenai up, who was still dazed from the impact. You should consider that a taijutsu move, said Kurenai. While stroking her head, she felt like she had been hit with cement here. I go, Naruto, said Katan Gakik. No jutsu, great fireball technique, and sent a fireball towards Kurenai. She jumped out of the way and performed hand seals and began to disappear into thin air. Naruto saw this and activated a Sharingan. Behind Naruto, the tree sprouted and enveloped him. Kurenai quickly appeared in the tree, with a kunai preparing to stab Naruto. However, Naruto performed the counter jinjutsu using his Sharingan, and the illusion changed, causing Naruto to be in the tree preparing to kill Kurenai. She saw this and bit her lip, quickly breaking the illusion. The illusion broke and she ducked, just in time to avoid a horizontal slash from the Thunder God's blade. Naruto saw her duck. He quickly adjusted and planted a powerful, swift blow on her. She was able to block it, but the force was enough to make her fall to the ground. Kurina recovered and threw a pair of shurikens towards Naruto. Naruto had his Sharingan activated and saw that some of them had no chakra and realized that it was an illusion and quickly visited him. Kurina and Sensei's Jinjutsu is useless against me. Even the most powerful one is pointless, said Naruto. Just because you have the Sharingan doesn't mean you are immune to them, Kurina, and frowned. It's not because of the Sharingan, since I'm in good terms with the QB. He can disrupt my chakra from within, dispelling any illusions, explained. Naruto and Kurina and cursed her luck. There was no way she could win now. She would have to take him by surprise. They both looked at each other, waiting for the other to make their first move. Neither of them wanted to make the first false move. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed some shurikens and threw them, saying Kai Shuriken, no Jutsu, and 5 shuriken. Multiplied by 100, Naruto performed more hand seals and said Futon Da, great advance. The shurikens gained incredible speed and launched themselves towards Kurina. She didn't have many options to dodge them, so she used Kawarimi with a nearby log. She recovered and looked around just in time to jump out of the way of a hand that sprouted from the ground and tried to catch her. As she jumped back, a presence appeared behind her and said Katsu. Naruto's clone exploded and sent Kurina crashing into a tree, leaving her unconscious and losing consciousness. Naruto appeared behind her with a kunai at her neck. Congratulations, Naruto. You are more than ready for the Chunin exam, said Kurina weakly. She was almost out of chakra and her clothes were singed from the explosion. You're not in good shape, Sensei, said Naruto, and bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground, saying Kuchi Seo Jutsu, summoning technique. And out came Kagura. Kagura, can you heal Kurina? And Sensei, I was a little rough in the training, said Naruto, smirking sleepless while rubbing the back of his head. A little rough? You literally blew her up, Kurama said, laughing. It was just an explosive clone, and it wasn't fully charged, Naruto replied. Your luck, otherwise you could have killed her. She never stood a chance against someone like you. You have better taijutsu, Tuninjutsu. It's ridiculous, and even though you can't perform as many Jinjutsu, you are immune to them, Kurama explained, and Naruto simply nodded. Naruto and Kurinai walked back to the training grounds to see Hinata crouching on the ground, healing a fainted Shino. What happened, said Kurina, while still healing the tears that were a little sore. I used a water jutsu, and Shino didn't have time to dodge it and crashed in him, leaving him unconscious. Hinata explained to Naruto and Kurina, and a drop of sweat fell at the way. She said it casually. It's okay, you can go, I'll take Shino home, said Kurina, and everyone left the training field center of Konoha. Naruto and Hinata walked calmly through Konoha. They noticed that the looks they received were somewhat different. Looks showed more fear than anything else. Hey, is it me? Or are the looks more discreet? Asked Naruto. Yeah, now, they don't seem to be looking at you openly. They seem scared, although I wonder why, answered Hinata. Maybe it was because of my trick during the council meeting, said Naruto, laughing, and Hinata laughed. What do you want to do? Asked Naruto. I'm a bit hungry. Since I played 2 games, how about we go for some cinnamon rolls? Said Hinata with her mouth watering. You really have a terrible sweet tooth, said Naruto, laughing. Let's go. They were walking quietly until they noticed a box following them. Do you really think we didn't notice? Naruto whispered to Hinata. Apparently, she replied. You can go out with Hamaru, Naruto said. Suddenly, the box exploded and a huge cloud of multicolored smoke formed. From the smoke, 3 children of about 8 years old appeared. The boy in the middle was Konohamaru, Huin Sarutobi's grandson. The Sandai Hokage became very good friends. A few months ago, when they met, a flashback scene. It was the day after the Jenny graduated, and both Naruto and Hinata were together. Like Hinata were standing in front of the Hokage working on his ninja license. Naruto's day was quite expressive, and the cashier wanted him to retake the picture. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. Naruto didn't even think as he channeled chakra into the storage seals on his bracelet and took out some shurikens. Oyai, the boy, didn't even manage to say 2 words, and he was already frozen. The boy was trapped in the wall with 10 shurikens piercing him. What did you do? Asked the Hokage with the wide eyes. Naruto reacted very quickly. It took Naruto a moment to realize that the person who came through the door was about 8 years old and in his hand were wooden shurikens. What did you expect? Old man, this is what happens when you surprise a shinobi, said Naruto, trying to apologize even though he hadn't done anything wrong. The Hokage just shook his head at his grandson's actions. Naruto, get it off the wall, said the Hokage. Naruto walked over to the boy and took the shuri from him. My bad boy. I thought you shouldn't surprise a shinobi, said Naruto, and the boy continued looking at him. What is your name, boss? Can you teach me? Asked the boy. I am the boy, Naruto. But you should start the academy this year. So they teach that they're explained. Naruto, I'm not a boy. I am Sarutobi Konohamaru, the future Hokage of Konoha, said the boy, now identified as Konoha. Naruto smiled at the boy. He reminded him a little suddenly through the broken door. An honorable shinobi grandson came running there. You began a vizu until he looked at the room and noticed Naruto. Oh, he's the closet pervert. How are you, Naruto? Asked. I'm not a pervert, brat, said Isa, looking at him with fury. Whatever you say, said Naruto, and performed one of his most powerful techniques, a forbidden jutsu of rank SSS, the technique that must not be named. The one and only Iroke no jutsu. In a cloud of smoke appeared a beautiful blonde girl, completely naked, except for the smoke that covered all her important parts. Both the Hokage and Ivizu flew through the air and crashed to the ground, fainted due to the blood loss. What a boss, teach me that jutsu. You managed to defeat the old Hokage already. Ivizu sensei at the same time said with Amuro. Naruto was about to answer when Naruto-kun, aren't you teaching him that? Asked Hinata with a very sweet voice that made both of them take a few steps back. Of course not, said Naruto, nervously scratching the back of his neck. Let's go with Hamaru. Let's leave them on the floor, said Naruto, trying to calm the situation, and the three left the room. Into flashback. What do you want with Hammer? Naruto asked. Do you want to play ninja? He asked Hamaru. Suddenly the three of them heard laughter. They turned around and saw the band Rosa Sakura. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Sakura asked smugly. It's actually quite fun. Plus you get to train stealth, traps, strategy, and tracking. Hinata explained. Sakura went expressionless. Go away with your chest flat, Konohamaru said. A long silence followed. Konohamaru, you should run now, Naruto said as he saw a murderous purple aura around Sakura that would put her to shame. Orochimaru swallowed Amaru and started running with Sakura, chasing him. Naruto and Hinata laughed as they watched Sakura chase Konohamaru. Obviously Sakura, being a fanatic, had a diet to maintain her figure, so she could barely keep up with an 8-year-old girl. Konohamaru kept running, made a sharp turn, and crashed into another shinobi who was around the corner. __ be a brat that hurts, said the shinobi, and grabbed Konohamaru by the neck, preparing to apply some punishment. Naruto and Hinata heard the crash and went to investigate. They arrived and saw two strange shinobi with sand itate. The one holding Konohamaru was wearing a loose-fitting black full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood that covered his head completely and had cat ears, and his forehead protector also had a bulge on his back with white bandages that completely surrounded it. The other shinobi's ATU consists of a single garment of light violet color that leaves her shoulders bare and extends to the middle of her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist, as well as incorporating a fishing net over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. She also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. Leave the boy alone, Kankuro, said the kunoichi from behind. I need to teach him some respect, Temari replied. Kankuro, the female shinobi. All right, but if you get in trouble, I won't help you, replied Temar, and Kankuro nodded, preparing to hit Konohamaru with his fist. Sakura just looked at them scared until Naruto and Hinata arrived at the place. Hey clown, put Konohamaru down, said Naruto. Who are you calling a clown? Asked Kankuro. You're wearing a full body cat suit with makeup, replied Naruto. No, it's paint, said Kankuro. Get angry, whatever you say. Just put the brat down, said Naruto, preparing to take action if necessary. I'm teaching him morales, said Kankuro, as he closed his fist and prepared to hit Konohamaru. Both Naruto and Hinata disappeared in an instant. To any untrained eye, they were like blurs. A second later, Hinata had Temari with a kunai at her throat, just like Naruto had Kankuro. Naruto's kunais were now all with tree tips adorned with the Yasin seal, but none of them recognized him. Now how about you put it down carefully, Naruto said in his sweetest voice, a small drop of blood falling from Kankuro's neck. Kankuro and Temari were sweating, didn't see them move. They were just blurs beside your teammate. Doesn't seem very happy, said Naruto, pointing toward a nearby tree. Suddenly, from behind the tree, another Sand Shinobi appeared. He is a bit shorter than the average male his age. He has fair skin and short, spiky reddish-brown hair that is sometimes depicted as red. He has green eyes and has no distinctive pupils or eyebrows. He also has two very notable features in his appearance. At first place has black rings in the eyes, similar to those of the Tanuki, that he has since birth. Secondly, to the kanji love on the left side of his forehead, Gigera said Kankuro, with a dry voice. Clearly fearing the shinobi now identified as Gaara did a sand Chunin toward his team, just as Naruto and Hinata retracted and regrouped with Sakura, and then now freed with Hammer managed to get behind Team R, and Kankuro, our good Gaara thought, stop this, or I'll kill you, said Gaara, and Kankuro took a step back. That I was just teaching them a lesson, Kankuro said shakily. Shut up, you're a disgrace to our village, Gaara said in his usual cold tone. You know, Naruto said, getting the redhead's attention. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ichi no. Naruto and the sand team froze. They knew very well what did it mean. How do you know? Gaara asked. Naruto simply turned around to show them the kanji for 9 written on his back. The fur ball says the Tanuki is a crazy bastard. Naruto said, Mother says you're strong. I'll prove my point. Existence killing you, said Gaara, unleashing his killing intent as sand began to pour out of his gourd and dance around him. Poor Sakura was on the ground, barely able to breathe from the amount of killing intent. Naruto simply applied his own, which overwhelmed Gaara's K to the point his team took a step back. Team R and Kankuro were simply underscoring each other's pants here. He was a Jinchuriki like his brother, but he had the strongest of demons, the Cuban Yoko. Suddenly another team he arrived where they were, but his team was from the Cloud Village, and they were accompanied by what appeared to be Sense Honing. He has dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo with the Iron Chi, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. His upper lip also has a slightly darker tone than the lower one. He wears ballad-only glasses and a white forehead protector. He also has the standard bulletproof vest of his village, a long belt, red string tied around his waist, the typical Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He also carries 7 swords on his back. The rest of his team consisted of 2 girls and a boy. One of the girls had long, straight, blonde hair tied up with top bandages and dark eyes. She wore a black and purple short-sleeve blouse and black pants, both with a design similar to Cloud's, purple fingerless gloves, and a string of white beads wrapped around them. Around her left hand, she also wore the standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals, and a kunai sheath that was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. The other girl is a dark-skinned kunoichi with long red hair and amber eyes. She wears a long, short-sleeved dress with frilled edges, complete with Kumogakure's flak jacket, 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, and thigh-high boots. With white soles and a forehead protector that he wears like a bandana, he also carries a long sword on his back. The last member was a male. He is a dark-skinned Kumo ninja with short spiky white hair and dark eyes accentuated with lines that curve upward from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overly long hooded shirt with red bandage handguard shin guards like Gakure and a black forehead protector. He also carries a long sword on his back like his partner team. As usual, the Kyuubi immediately warned Naruto about the others. Is this a meeting? Naruto asked, and turned to Team Kumo. Nice to meet you too, or I Uzumaki. Naruto said. Naruto, Sakura, and Konohamaru didn't realize what was going on, but the rest could feel the tension arising between the teams. Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata when she was 6, so both were a little tired of them, and Gaara looked like he was about to jump out and attack them all. A pleasure meet you too, Sir New. I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I am the Jinchuriki of the Chiri the Mighty. Killer Bee shouted, Bee raising his fist in the air. Shut up, Bee shouted the blonde girl and hit him on the head. Inai Yujito. Said Omoi Karui, said Karui. Suddenly another team joined the fight. When her team sensed the tension anywhere in the village, do you mind if I join the party? Asked a green-haired girl. Everyone turned to the newcomers, and both Naruto and Hinata said, Fu, surprised to see her. I guess everyone here is going to the Chunin exams, Naruto asked, And everyone lied. It should be fun. Seems like there's a lot of competition, Naruto said. And some smiled. The sand around Gaara seemed to dance even more around her when she noticed the arrival of the team. Kumo, Kankuro, and Temari were sweating buckets when they noticed the smile on Gaara's face. Kakashi, Kiba, and Sasuke soon arrived when they felt the killing intent radiating from Gaara and Naruto. When they met, hello, Kakashi and said, Naruto, what's going on here? Said Kakashi, noticing what seemed to be some kind of confrontation. There was a team of Kumo Sanitaki, also noticed a certain tension in the air between all of them. Kakashi-sensei, you better train your team. If you want them to survive, I can guarantee you right now that everyone here will make it to the finals, said Naruto, and they all smiled except Team 7 and Kakashi, who were still oblivious to what was happening. What makes you think that? Asked Kakashi. And Naruto chuckled. What's so funny, Tobe? Asked Sasuke. Nothing, Naruto, answered Kakashi. Said Naruto, getting his attention itchy. 1, said Naruto, pointing at Gaara, and I. 2, said Naruto, pointing at Yujito. Nana. 7, said Naruto, pointing at Fu. AI. Oh, said Naruto, pointing at Killer. BQ Nu, said Naruto, pointing at himself. When Naruto finished, Kakashi's eyes opened wide. In front of him were 5 of the 9 Jinchuriki. It was extremely rare for them to meet by chance, but it seems fate played a part in this. No, try to look cool like Sasuke. Kun shouted. Sakura, shut up, Sakura. I'm going to allow you to go to the Chunin exams. But if you see any of these teams, you give up immediately. Let me explain, asked Kakashi in a serious tone, and she nodded as if they could win against me. Unia, said Sasuke with his traditional arrogant smile. I will enjoy spilling your noble blood. Uchiha, said Gaara, and everyone shuddered. The furball is right. You are crazy, Tanuki, said Naruto, and Yuguto. Fu laughed. It was fun. See you at the exam, said Naruto, and went with a nada. The rest soon dispersed and went about their business with the team. If I was serious when I said that if you run into any of those teams, run. Let me explain, asked Kakashi. Both Kiba and Sakura nodded quickly. HN was Lukia's response. Let's go train. You need to be more prepared for this, said Kakashi, and drag his team to the training camp. Naruto and Hinata, who would have thought there would be so many of us competing, said Naruto. The exams will be interesting, he said. Don't tell me that. Do you want to fight them? Asked Hinata. Of course. All Jinchuriki tend to be strong. It's no fun fighting weak opponents, said Naruto. Hinata just shook his head. Let's go. I'll teach you some tricks against Jinchurikis, since you might need them against 3 of them, said Naruto. Team Sand. Gaara, I think we should avoid that blonde boy, said Kankuro. He was scared of both of them. Shut up. I'll enjoy spilling his blood like the Uchihas. Yes, I'll prove my existence with his blood, said Gaara. Team Kumo. That's it. Blonde boy looks strong. Yujito began. Do you think he can work with the QB? She asked. Achi says the QB never got along with its host, but it better not be that way. Not even Achi can go against it. Killer B said, what if we end up facing them in the Chunin exams, and then he unleashes the QB, which leads to the destruction of the Leaf Village? Omoi said, taking a hit from Karui, but from the way he knew us all, it seems like he at least talks to him. Just be careful. B said, for the first time without rhymes. Team Taki. How do you know? The blonde boy asked one of Fu's teammates. I accompanied his team to our village on a mission, explained Fu. But be careful, he faced and defeated a Nukenin of Konoha. Called it was a honing, he said, and his teammates opened their eyes wide. He used the power of the QB, asked the other teammate. No, I didn't feel anything at all. It was all him. So let's be careful with him. Besides, the girl's his girlfriend, but he also defeated a honing, so we should be alert with your team, Fu explained, and they nodded dumbly. A week later, Naruto and Hinata were at home getting ready to go to the academy to start their exam. They both had new bracelets with seals to store shurikens, sunbon, kunais, and their swords. They each also carried another, slightly larger scroll with supplies of food, first aid kits, some general poisons and antidotes, anything they might need. You never know what will happen or what kind of test they will face. Are you ready? Hinata asked. Yeah, let's kick ass, Naruto replied, and left the house heading to the academy. They arrived at the academy using a Chunin and noticed that Shino was already there waiting for them. Sorry, we were late. It took us a while to gather the supplies. Naruto said, no problem. Let's go, Shino said as the 3 of them entered the academy. Team 8 entered the academy and found their sensei waiting for them. Dinner. And Sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to wish you good luck. I'm glad that everyone who has decided to participate explained Kurenai. Thanks, Sensei. Let's kick ass, said Naruto, and Kurina, and smiled. The team continued through the academy in the direction of the designated room, which was room 1 on the 3rd floor. They arrived and noticed a small gathering of henning teams trying to get into the Genjutsu exam. Room whispered Yada to his team, and they both nodded. It's your cousin's team. They must be trying to downplay their abilities, said Naruto, just as they were about to leave to the next floor. Since this room was the wrong one and was being masked by a small Genjutsu team, 7 arrived with their noses in the air. Release this Genjutsu now, ordered Sasuke. That idiot, thought Naruto, while Hinata and Shino were thinking the same. I loser cousin, what are you doing here? Asked Neji with his confident tone. Neji was Hinata's cousin and was hailed as a Yuga prodigy, but he didn't know that Nei had long black hair that reached the middle of his back and was tied back a few inches above his end into a loose ponytail, while 2 straps attached to a smaller headband below. His ninja forehead protector framed the sides of his face. He wore a black forehead protector, which he wore comfortably over his forehead. He wore a Katie shirt underneath, which he wore an opaque blue shirt with chainmail armor underneath, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Participate in the Chunin exams by, of course, he explained. He seems different, at least his stutter is gone. Neji thought, you're worthless, you're destined to be a loser and a useless kunoichi. Nei replied smugly, I don't believe in fate, and I'm over it like you should. No one controls our destiny, only we make our choices, Hinata explained as she tried to catch up to her idiot cousin. It's not possible, you can't change fate, and I'll prove it in these exams, Meiji said as Ian walked off. Nat just shook her head. I guess we'll just have to defeat him to show him that fate means nothing, said Naruto, and Hinata simply nodded. Neji was not a bad person, he was just blinded by his hatred towards the main branch of the Yuga family. Another member of Neji's team approached Team 7 and Team 8. He has very thick eyebrows and big round black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes. His hair is cut and styled in a bowl style like Gay, and he also started wearing the same outfit, which consists of a green hand, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector that he uses as a belt. ___ is a gay clone, shouted Naruto. I see you know my young sense Mato gay. I am Arlie. It is a pleasure to meet such a young person, he shouted, causing some to put their hands to their ears, thinking it was a futon jutsu. Yes, of course, a pleasure to meet you. I am Uzumaki, Naruto, said Naruto, and extended his hand that he gladly took it. Are you Uchiha? Sasuke asked the short-haired shinobi that was nearby. In fact, anyone would know who he was since he had the emblem Uchiha in his shirt. Was the last Uchiha in Konoha. The boy turned to look at him and simply nodded. I want to fight you, said Lee with his characteristic good boy pose. You know who I am, and still you want to fight? You are a fool. But it could be a good warm-up, said Sasuke. Come, I want to see this, said Naruto, and Team 7 and Team 8 went with Lu to watch the match. Tobe, look closely. You might learn something, said Sasuke smugly to Naruto, who is standing on the balcony. I intend to do it, Naruto replied, laughing, and activated his Sharingan, hiding under their usual Genjutsu. Both Sasuke and Lee were facing each other with the rest of Team 7 nearby. With Team Oh, how strange, Naruto thought as he analyzed Lee with his Sharingan. IME. Can you check Lee's chakra levels? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. He activated Subyakan while panting. I think he can't use chakra. His chakra channels are too small. He probably can't mold it, explained Hinata. Lee was basically a civilian. That's I thought. If he can't use Genjutsu or Ninjutsu, he can only resort to Taijutsu, so he must be good, said Naruto as he watched the start of the fight. Sasuke versus Lu. Sasuke rushed forward and tried to punch Lee, but he disappeared just as Sasuke's fist was about to hit him. Sasuke regained his balance just in time to see Lee in the air about to spin. Konoha sent a leaf whirlwind, said Lee, and spun, trying to kick Sasuke. Sasuke ducked to avoid it. Lu seeing Sasuke duck, he placed his hand on the ground and went for another spinning kick. Sasuke watched him and knew he couldn't dodge it, but tried to block it. However, Lee was faster, and his kick hit Sasuke's face and made him fall hard to the ground. A good opponent gives me a chance to try, Sasuke said, and looked arrogantly at him. With the team, Sasuke managed to activate his precious Sharingan. Naruto said, 2 shots in each eye, not bad. Lee against Sasuke. With these eyes, I am invincible. Sasuke smiled. So that's the Sharingan, Lu said, and he prepared to continue his duel. Sasuke rushed forward, confident in his superiority. Lee charged forward, but managed to get past Lee's defenses. Lee stood next to him, ducked down, and kicked him in the chin, sending him into the air and crashing to the ground again. Sasuke got up, wondering what was going on, and rushed back towards him. They clashed, but he won every single skirmish, often sending him to the ground. Sasuke's Sharingan was rendered useless with the team. Oh yes, Sasuke. He doesn't stand chance. Naruto, but shouldn't the Sharingan be able to track him? Asked Hinata. The Sharingan can track Lee, however, Sasuke isn't fast enough to position himself and block the attacks. Even though Sasuke can clearly see Lee's attacks, he can't defend against them. There's a reason why I train my body and use gravity. Seals the Sharingan alone doesn't make you all-powerful, explained Naruto. So there's a weakness in those eyes, stated Shino. The weakness itself doesn't come from the eyes, but from the fact that the body Sasuke is not trained to handle those speeds. So he can't match them. Let's go this fight, is oversaid Naruto, and Team 8 headed towards the exam room. As it was about to start exam room, Team 8 reached the correct floor. They stopped near the exam room and opened the doors they entered and were immediately attacked with murderous intent. However, for someone who felt the killing intent of the chi, something like this didn't even bother him. Naruto entered the room and scanned it with his hidden Sharingan, taking in as many faces as possible and observing weapons and other details he could find. He also noticed Kumo's team, Taki and Arena. Moments later, Team 7 also arrived with Sasuke in bad shape. His right cheek was bruised, and neither of them knew any kind of medical jutsus. So he stayed there. It seems the whole gang is here, said Kiba, as they entered the room and saw Team 7 and Team 10. Sasuke, do you want me to heal your face? Hinata asked. After all he's been through, he's still a good person. Sasuke said, my Sasuke is so strong. Sakura thought as she wandered into her thoughts about healing her Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, Ino shouted as she ran over and hugged the poor Uchiha from behind, much to Sakura's annoyance. I thought you weren't coming. A girl said, mustaches. Everyone turned around and saw Yujito walking towards Naruto with her team. Mustaches, a girl said. Now that's a good name, said Hinata, laughing. Don't you dare, said Naruto, pointing at them. What are you going to do? Asked Hinata in a mocking voice. Naruto just shrugged and walked toward her and gave her a kiss on the lips that left her stunned. Wow, I get one of those every time I call you mustaches, asked Hinata with a finger on her chin, which made her very cute. Get a room. You too, said Ino, making both of them blush. Just my luck, you good-o, pouty cute guys are always engaged. Lower your voice, said a guy. Everyone turned to look at him. He wore a pair of circular glasses. He had onk's eyes and ash-gray hair that he kept in a ponytail that extended to his upper back, with his bangs framing both sides of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of his hands, a white cloth waistband that he wore at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his back. Right leg, you're putting everyone on alert. Everyone's nervous already, said the man, while pointing at the Lenin present in the room. Who are you? Asked Sakura. I'm Yuzi Kabuto, but you're newbies, so it's logical that you don't know this, explained Kabuto. Have you already taken the exam? Asked Sakura. Actually, this is my 7th attempt, explained Kabuto timidly, rubbing the back of his head. Man, you must be weak, said Kiba. These exams aren't easy. Maybe I can share some information with you. Kabuto. He started and took out a deck of cards from his pockets. These are chakra cards to my chakra signature, and they reveal information. As you can see, there are teams from every country except IWA Kiri. As expected, IWA hates Kono Kiri. They are in a civil war. I can also give you information on any of those here. Kabuto concluded. Naruto began to suspect. How could Kabuto have information on shinobi from other villages? However, he decided to test his theories. So, I want to know about Enaido from Kumo and Sabakuna from Suna. Naruto asked, and Yujito crossed her arms. You can always ask. Yujito said, yes, but you could lie. Naruto replied, and she snorted. Let's start with Sabaka Nora, son of the Kazekage. His team consists of his brother Sabaka no Kankuro, his sister Sabaka no Timar, and his sense Joninbaki. Their abilities are all unknown. They completed 10D ranks, 15C ranks, and AB rank. There's a note that says they came back from all the fights without a scratch. It seems there are some strong people this year, Kabuto said, and some shivered. Now neither Yido nor Kyumo are leaving. She's in a team with Omo KY Swan Skur. The card shows that he has very good taijutsu ninjutsu and no talent in Jinjutsu. He completed 10 ranks D, 5 ranks C, and 2 ranks B. What about the Jins and their missions? Said Kabuto, and Naruto chuckled. Now, I want some information about Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha, said Yujito, and Kabuto took his card. Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha is in a team with Yugi Yada and Aburame Shino under the command of Yui Kurenai, the Jinjutsu master of Konoha. He is the last of the academy with a low level of taijutsu, a level half ninjutsu, and no talent in Jinjutsu. But there's a note that says he created a rank, Raitan Jutsu, that Kabuto started it, and everyone opened their eyes, and Yujito squinted at him. Now missions 65D ranks, 14C ranks, it be rank 1 a rank. And what the heck is this 2 rank missions that Kabuto explained? And everyone was wiping the floor with their jaws at Jining. Within a rank mission, that's something unheard of. Naruto narrowed his eyes. At Kabuto, one of those rank missions was supposed to be a secret. That boy is a mystery. He is in last place, and yet he has some important missions, thought Yujito. S rank, how are you still alive? Yelled. I lower my voice. I can't tell you. The secret of Rango is that it is punishable by death, said Naruto, and everyone stared at him. But I can explain the other mission if anyone wants some Kenjutsu training, said Naruto, smiling. Really, did you create a right unjutsu of S rank? Asked Yujito. The right unjutsu is the specialty of their village, and Rango SA movements are rare regardless of the type. Naruto. He just nodded, and everyone had their doubts. It's true that I saw him, said Kiba, and everyone turned to him. It was incredible. He sent a white ball in the sky, and then thunder formed. Then he somehow ordered the thunder and attacked the bridge and blew up everything around it, killing about 100 thugs and destroying the bridge, explained Kiba. And everyone looked at the blonde, who was feeling uncomfortable and even more suspicious of Kabuto. If he is the last one, I don't even want to know about Rookie of the Year. Kabuto and Sasuke are raring, receiving a confidence boost. You know, it smells like snake. Something isn't right here, said Kurama, and Naruto made a mental note to send a fox spy. Later, silence. Now sit down, and we're going to do the exam, yelled Ariki, and everyone shut up and turned to look at Ariki, who was standing at the entrance of the room with some Chunin around. Show your ID and choose your number to be seated, and then we'll start the written exam, explained. Written exam? That sucks, thought Naruto. A few minutes later, everyone was sitting with their test in front of them, but face down all over the classroom were Chunins with some charts. Surprisingly, Hinata managed to sit right next to Naruto. This test has some rules. Number 1, each test starts with 10 points. Each wrong question subtracts 1 point. Number 2, the total score is based on the entire team, explained Ariki, and some gasped. Kiba, you better pass, or I'll kill you, thought Sasuke. Poor Kiba. Seeing the looks of his classmates began to sweat. Number 3 times you get caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you get caught 5 times, your team will be automatically suspended. The last question is answered at the end. You have 45 minutes to answer the 10 questions. Start, said Ibiki. Naruto took his pencil and turned his paper, only to be faced with extremely difficult questions. What the hell is this? These questions aren't for Jinin, thought Naruto, and looked around the classroom. Everyone seemed to be lost except for a few who were writing. I know some, but I bet 90% of the people here can't answer a single one. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought, and started to think about what Ibiki said. Naruto knew that Ibiki was the leader of the torture and interrogation division, and he focused on mental torture. If you get caught cheating, you lose points. Now, I get it, we're supposed to cheat, but without getting caught, it must be some kind of information gathering exercise, Naruto thought, and looked around the classroom. He noticed that Hinata had Subyugan activated and already was starting to write. Shino was using his bugs to search for someone with him on. Kiba was using Kamaru, who was on his head high enough to detect another person's leaf. Tenin was using mirrors on the ceiling so she could get another Genin's reflection. Sakura was writing since she was a bookworm, so she could easily answer the exam. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated and was copying someone's hand movements. Naruto waited a few minutes until he saw someone putting down their exam paper, indicating that it was over. They must have placed some Chunins around to answer the exams. Naruto thought, now, how can I cheat? I don't want to copy hand movements. It's pathetic. Naruto thought, and activated his, and very quickly he sent his own sheet into his own personal pocket dimension. Naruto focused on the Chunin sheet and used Kamui to swap the papers. Naruto took the sheet from his personal dimension and placed it on the table. He simply erased the name of the Chunin and wrote his own. Naruto lowered his head and decided to sleep until the first part of the exams was over. Now that the weak ones are classified, let's start with the last question. However, this one has its own rules. Vicky began, and everyone focused on him. Number 1, you can choose whether or not to answer the question. Said, Vicky, what happens if we decide not to answer? Asked Temari. If you choose not to answer, you will automatically fail. Explained to Biki. Then, of course, we will answer. Someone answered. However, if you choose to answer it and you get it wrong, you will fail, and you will never be able to take the Chunin exams again, which means you will be a genin for life. Abiki explained what someone shouted. You can't do that. There are people here who are repeating the exam. Said, Kiba, I guess you have bad luck. Test my rules. If you don't want to take the risk, give up. Said Aiki, and everyone started to think, and some started to leave. A few minutes later, Abiki noticed that Naruto was almost half asleep and threw a Kuna that landed in front of him. Naruto didn't even flinch. Wake up. Naruto yelled, Ibiki, let's just get this over with. Naruto started, and Nick raised an eyebrow. I don't give up, and I'll never give up. Even if I stay a genin for life, I'll be the first genin Hokage, said Naruto. Smirking, Ysuke looked around the room and noticed the rest of the genin felt a little inspired by his little speech. If no one wants to leave, then there's just one last thing to say. All of you come and said, Ibiki, why did Kiba ask? It seems like you had discovered. Said Aiki, pointing at Naruto's side, and began. The first part of the exam was the gathering of information, if you remember, and Vicky said that if we got caught cheating, we would lose points. That could only mean that we should cheat without getting caught. The information is half the battle. The last part was knowing if we had the guts to be Chunin, you can't abandon a mission alone, because it may be difficult. A Chunin is expected to lead, and as such must inspire confidence and courage in his team, Naruto explained, and most of the rookies looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Iriki said, until something crashed into the window. Everyone watched as someone flew in through the windows. When he reached the center of the classroom, it opened and a woman appeared. She sent 2 kunais to the ceiling to secure what seemed to be a signal. Proctor of the second round, MIT began to shout Anko, but was interrupted by Naruto. Hey Anko, Naruto said, waving his arm. Damn Naruto, you ruined my entrance. She yelled at him. Anko, come on, don't get mad, Anko-chan, said Anko with emphasis on the last part. I'll kill you later, brat. Now, everyone at training camp 44 be there in 20 minutes, or it will fail. Go away, said, and everyone left the room in a hurry. Naruto and Hinata just stood there. Ikes, this is a strong story, and so Hinata will eventually reach the level of Kage. In terms of facing the Biju, remember that Naruto is not all-powerful yet, and there are some shinobi who could face them. Sandame Raikage, Kisame Shodame, Okage Uchi Madara, and some others. Naruto, I never really liked imagining Naruto using all 6 paths of pain, since each one can only use one power. When he reveals the Rinnegan, there isn't a massive fight. Maybe he'll use it, however, I'm not promising anything. Daniel 29, I like the idea of giving him the sword. He probably will, since Naruto won't be using it much. May 1986, I swapped their ages. I wanted Yujito to be the same age as Naruto, so I swapped her for Samui. Chapter 15, the Forest of Death. Field Training 44, also known as the Forest of Death, is the deadliest training ground in Konoha, reserved only for Chunin Yambu. The forest itself contains various monsters and other deadly animals, from large spiders to gigantic bears and tigers. The Forest of Death is a traditional location for the second round of every Chunin exam held in the Leaf. The Chunin exams are held in various countries and rotate every 3 years. The Chunin exams are held in the Leaf for all inhabitants of Konoha. The Forest of Death, as its name says, is hell, and a place that should obviously not be approached. This does not apply to the crazy snake woman, also known as Anko. For her, this place is her home away from home, and the reason why she is always in charge. Of the second round of the original 200 applicants for the Chunin exam, more than half failed the first test. Now, we are at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Very well, worms. Welcome to my house. Training Camp 44, also known as the Forest of Death, said Anko, and got the desired reaction from some of the genin who were scared, as it should be. Not even Chunin can wander around the forest without getting hurt. Anko looked at Naruto and noticed he wasn't affected and decided to play a little game. Anko threw a kunai that was going to lightly cut his cheek. However, the kunai just went right through Naruto and hit the ground. Naruto got a worried look and very quickly panicking started checking himself with his hands to see if it was in one piece. "Oh, well, not a go," said Naruto, and smiled when he saw everyone's looks of disbelief. Anko disappeared in a blur and appeared behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck. "You seem confident. It's kids like you that die first," said Anko, pressing her body against his back and licking his cheek. Hinata's eyebrow twitched and was about to push the bitch away for Naruto when she saw him smile. Naruto dissolve into a group of black crows that flew away and began to surround Anko. Crows flew towards her and quickly turned into shuriken that headed towards Anko. Jin Jutsukai thought Anko and ignited her chakra, making the shuriken disappear. She looked around and found Naruto not far from there, smiling at her. "Jin Jutsu, not bad, brat," she said, "and don't seem to be afraid of the forest," affirmed Anko. "See, those things are nothing compared to the furball," said Naruto. Yin ran between his teeth. He had to have guts to call the Kumi a furball. "I told you I'm not a furball," yelled Kurama. Inside his mind, "You really are. You have fur, and it is very soft and tender." Naruto squealed like crazy. Kurama just sweated a drop and cursed Kami because he had to end up in that container. "Very well, brats, let me explain how this works. Look at these," said and showed everyone else 2 scrolls he had in his hands. "These are the scrolls of earth and sky. Each team receives 1, 2. Pass this exam, you must get the other and get to the tower that is in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days, explained Anko. "What about food?" asked Shui, panicking at the fact that they would be spending 5 days in a forest surrounded by monsters. "You can hunt if you haven't brought supplies," said Anko. "Well, you have to sign these papers so that Konoha can't be blamed for your deaths," she concluded, and some shuddered at the thought. "Oh, yes, there will be deaths. Just thinking about blood makes me jump for joy," said Anko. In an overly happy tone, Anko proceeded to distribute the forms, and once everyone signed and got their scroll, each team headed to their respective gate 10 5 minutes before the start. "How will we do it?" asked Shino. They decided to define their plan before the exam started. "How about we go straight to the tower? If we find any team, we eliminate them. Otherwise, we can set traps in the tower," said Naruto. And Shino and Hinata nodded. "Shino, do you think you can keep up and run for 10 miles? Asked Naruto. "Should be fine," answered Shino. "Okay, ready 3, 2, 1. Already," said Anko for the speaker, and the team or entered running through the doors and heading toward the tower. "Kai Bizin no Jutsu," said Naruto, and 15 clones appeared, split into 5 teams and scout ahead, while one stays behind to make sure we have a backup plan in case we fall into a trap, ordered Naruto, and 4 groups of clones ran in front and to the sides while one group followed behind. "Hinata, used to Bakugan, make sure no one skips my clone," said Naruto, and E nodded, and in Subigan Naruto also extended his senses, and Shino uses insects. Team 8 were among other things experts in tracking, so that nothing would approach them without them knowing. They ran through the forest until Naruto received a response from one of his clones. "Team Aim 100 met up ahead," Naruto said, and they all approached cautiously. Team 8 sneaked up on the unsuspecting Team Aim. Naruto and Hinata took some simoni with the precision of a surgeon. They placed the 3 members in a near-death state by hitting them in the neck with Laban. They reached the fallen Aim team and checked their bags until they found the Earth Scroll. "Just the one we need. Let's go to the tower at full speed. If you can, I'll take you," Shino said Naruto. And Shino shook her head. They were heading full speed towards the tower when Team 8 perceived a massive chakra spike. "That's not a genin or a jinshu," Uri said Naruto. And the team stopped looking at where it came from. "I'm going to check it out. You guys go to the tower. You have my marker and Razin. If you need help, once I'm done, I'll teleport too." "Their location," said Naruto. "Why?" did Hinata ask. "Could it be one of us that's in trouble?" Naruto replied, and got ready to jump. "Be careful," said Hinata, and kissed his cheek for luck. She said, "Don't worry," Naruto replied, and jumped into the forest. Seconds later, he was gone. Hinata sighed, and the rest of Team 8 headed to the tower. Naruto was running towards the location of the chakra spike when he felt 2 presences near him. He checked their chakra levels and found that one was close to honing, while the other had reserves of cage levels. He recognized honing chakra as being Henko. However, the other was unknown. He never felt that chakra anywhere in the leaf, and there was no one in the village with that amount of chakra except him and the Hokage. Naruto approached them with extreme caution. He could hear them talking, and Anko looked angry and Greek scared. Anko being scared wasn't a good thing for Nkachin. "How have you been?" he asked. Another voice in a mocking tone. "What are you doing here?" Orochimaru asked, and spitting out his name, Orochimaru ___. Naruto thought, as he continued, watching, jumping if necessary. He was just leaving a gift for a promising Genin. Orochimaru said critically, you did. Hanko asked rhetorically, "Why are you so angry, Hanko-chan? Didn't you like my gift?" Orochimaru asked. Anko got fed up. She pulled out a kunai and lunged at him. Orochimaru placed his hand in the tiger seal and activated his curse mark, making her fall to the ground, screaming pain. "You forgot your place," said Orochimaru. "Senna, Aizo." Hidden snake hand, said Orochimaru, and extended his arm towards Anko, sending a pair of snakes to bite her. "Katan Os Inc. No Jutsu Phoenix Fire Technique," said Naruto, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the snakes and destroyed them. Naruto jumped between Orochimaru and Ano, approached her, and noticed that she was grabbing her neck. Naruto saw that on her neck there was a strange mark that seemed to glow. Mark __. Naruto thought, wow, a little. Genin came to rescue her. "How cute," said Orochimaru in a mocking tone. "Any ideas, Fox?" asked Naruto. "That snake must be here for some reason. Any real fight here would attract a lot of attention. Turn on my chakra and try to keep it base," suggested Kurama, and Naruto turned on the QB chakra enough to attract the attention of any Ambu patrolling the area. "Kobe brat," thought Orochimaru. Well, if it isn't the QE brat, I guess I can play for a while," said Orochimaru. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, trying to buy some time. "Snakes tend to be slippery." "Then you know me, it's an honor for me," said Orochimaru, laughing. "I'm here to leave a small gift for the Uchiha," he said. "Gift you call a gift to a curse seal?" asked Naruto. Sulking, "Stay focused, boy. He's not someone you can trifle with," he said. Kurama, "Of course it's a gift. When he destroys the stereo I sent to kill him, he'll realize the power that comes from it," said Orochimaru. "Sasuke, you bastard, have you already done it to him?" "This to Anko, and now to Sasuke," said Naruto, and ran towards Orochimaru and dedicated himself to taijutsu. "You are a little impulsive, no ask." Imar. Naruto smiled and said Katsu, and his clone exploded, sending Orochimaru crashing into a tree. "That was surprising," said Orochimaru as he watched Naruto come out of the bush he was hiding in. "Why do you want Sasuke?" asked Naruto. "Simply wish his eyes," said Orochimaru. "The Sharingan. Then it would be wise to hide mine. I don't want a pedophile chasing me," thought Naruto. And once again, he lunged at him for a taijutsu battle. Orochimaru simply dodged each of Naruto's attacks, bending his body in unnatural angles. "Is this all?" asked Orochimaru in a mocking tone. "Is it time for the heavy weapons?" thought Naruto, and adopted a completely different stance. He activated soon and hid his face, was completely emotionless as his cold blue eyes stared at Orochimaru. "Katan Chunin no Jutsu Fire Dragon Bullet," said Naruto, and sent fire bullets at Orochimaru, who he simply dodged them all. Naruto decided to use a wide-range attack. He did a cage bison, and they both said Katan Rukin Jutsu Dragon Fire Technique Futon Deop Breakthrough. The result was a large stream of fire from a wide area that rushed at Orochimaru and burned the surrounding area. Anko stared in amazement. There was some honing that couldn't even do this without passing out from chakra exhaustion. The fire died down, and Naruto watched as Orochimaru slowly fell apart until he was turned into smoke and revealed itself to be a Kawarimi. Naruto looked around and sensed Orochimaru just in time to jump away from a hand that shot out of the ground, trying to catch him. Orochimaru resurfaced, and Naruto appeared behind him as well. "Raikiri lightning cutter," yelled Naruto as he got up from the ground and prepared to stab Orochimaru in the chest. Orochimaru didn't expect such a technique from a Genin and quickly moved out of the way. However, he wasn't fast enough, and the Raikiri managed to cut off this brat's right arm. "He's dangerous. If I hadn't dodged, he could have killed me," Orochimaru thought as he watched Naruto, who wasn't even showing any signs of stopping. My, you really are something. It's a shame you can't be my next vessel," Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth to inhuman proportions and spat out another Orochimaru, leaving behind the old man's skin. "What the ___ are you?" Naruto asked, feeling a little disgusted as Orochimaru rants from within himself. "It's been fun, but I gotta go. See you later," Orochimaru said as he sank into the ground. He decided to leave when he felt two groups of Enbu approaching. Naruto turned to Anko, who had a look of astonishment. Are you okay? Anko asked. Underscore, Brad, is that it? It was amazing. Anko yelled, but quickly backed away in pain, just as the Enbu appeared accompanied by the Sandame. Naruto Kuwen. What happened? The Hokage asked. He was wearing his full battle gear, which consisted mainly of a tight black suit with metal shields on it. Arms and legs, Orochimaru is here, and I think he activated Anko's curse mark, said Naruto, and Hokage's eyes widened. What is he doing here? Hokage wondered, but loud enough for Naruto to hear. He's looking for Sasuke's Sharingan. I think he gave him the mark too, Naruto explained, and the old man sighed his prodigy of a student turned out to be his. Biggest mistake, he's taking Anko to the hospital, said Hokage, and the you disappeared. Naruto has the scrolls, he asked, and Naruto nodded, but I'll go after Sasuke. Orochimaru, send us sound equipment to kill him, said Naruto. Is well taken care of. I risked a lot interfering in the exams, said the Hokage, and left the forest. Naruto did cash business and scattered them throughout the forest as much as he could to be able to find Sasuke. As quickly as possible, Naruto ran through the forest as fast as he could, covering the area. An hour later, he finally felt Sakura's chakra signature. He could feel it from Sasuke, but he felt that it was slightly different and weaker. He reached where Sakura was and realized that there was chaos. Sakura was on the ground with her hair cut in half and multiple kunai wounds. Lee was also there, but was bleeding from the heart and had some bruises. Team 10 seemed to be trying to hold off the sound team, but to no avail, and finally Kiba, who was on the ground, apparently fell unconscious. Pathetic, all of you, said Dosu, smiling as he took a kunai and headed towards Sasuke to kill him, and no one could stop him. Naruto did Shunshin in front of him, and quickly he gave him a good kick that sent him to the ground. Everyone was happy to see that someone had come to help, even if it was Naruto. Another one, these guys keep coming, said Zaka angrily. Every time they try to kill Lucci, someone got in their way. Why don't you just leave? You're no match for me, said Naruto. Smiling, I'll wipe that smile off your face. Dosu chuckled and flexed his arm, showing his glove. Arm melody, said Dosu, while channeling chakra into his arm. Naruto, who had his Sharingan activated, could see the chakra-filled sound waves that can't be good. Kamui thought Naruto. Dosu felt the waves travel through the air and hit Naruto, but they did nothing. Naruto waited a few seconds and noticed everyone stopped and stared between him and Dosu. Was that supposed to do something? Naruto asked, smiling inwardly. The rest of the rookies that were awake stared at the blonde. Lee was knocked down with that jutsu. However, Naruto stood there as if nothing had happened. That glove must be faulty. I'll take care of this, he said. Zaku stepped forward, intending to end the battle in one attack. Zanga's air waves from Captain Zaku said, channeling chakra through his arms, and sent a gust of wind towards Naruto. Naruto stood still and activated his very to let the attack pass through him. Zaku watched as the dust cloud began to disappear and found Naruto in the same place. What nice breeze, Naruto said, smiling. Zaku got angry and channeled all the chakra he could through the conduits that ran deep inside. Under the skin, Zanuka extreme Captain airwaves, said Zaku, and sent a powerful gust of wind towards the enemy. Naruto saw the gust coming and realized he had to get Sasuke and Ki out of the way. He ran towards them and activated his Kamui to protect them as well. Once the attack ended and the dust cloud settled, Zaku smirked as he scanned the area. He attacked only to find nothing. I blew them into little pieces, said Zaku, grinning confidently. Raikiri. Zaku turned around just in time to see a hand covered in lightning bolts pierced his chest and heart. Zaku let out a silent scream that didn't leave his mouth as he fell dead to the ground. Dosu-kin's eyes widened as he watched his teammate fall dead to the ground. The blonde boy had been playing with him the whole time. The blonde had killed Zaku with a single attack, and they didn't even see him move. If you give us the scroll, you can leave in peace, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. The rookies just watched as Naruto effortlessly killed the shinobi with that they were having trouble. Sakura was shaking in fear, both from the sound equipment and from Naruto's arrival. She had just killed someone in cold blood, pierced someone's chest with her own hand. Dosu was shaking as he picked up his scroll and left it on the ground and quickly ran off along with his last kin teammate. How nice of you to join us, Niji, said Naruto, as he felt Lee's teammates arrive on the scene. What happened here? What did you do to him? Neji asked, activating Subyugan and preparing to attack. Until he got his answers, suddenly everyone in the place felt an explosion of chakra. Everyone turned to see Sasuke slowly getting up with some kind of purple chakra, swirling his body, was covered by some kind of black tattoo. Yes, with his power, I will kill him, said Sasuke. Without addressing anyone, he could feel the power running through his body. A gift from Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around looking for someone to test his new powers and quickly ran into Naruto, who was standing near a corpse. Naruto, fight me. I want to test my new powers, Naruto ordered, and quickly lunged at Naruto and engaged in a taijutsu battle. Sasuke couldn't stop doing this, Sakura said, crying on the ground. All of this was too much for her. She had to defend Sasuke and Kiba and was crushed. She saw someone bite Sasuke on the neck and made some strange marks and was looking at Sasuke, who apparently out of control. I don't have time for this, Nokin. I allow you to continue using this mark, __. Naruto, thought. Naruto quickly surpassed Sasuke and stood behind him, trapping him with his arms. Neji, do you care? Naruto asked rhetorically. Neji smiled and climbed down the tree. He arrived near Lukia. He activated Subyugan and quickly knocked him out, closing some tenets as key. Naruto sighed. Now that everything is calmer, let's leave this place. Everyone have their scrolls? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Okay, everyone touch a part of me. Let's go, said Naruto, and everyone stayed looking at him. He wanted to be touched. What do you mean touch you? Asked Neji, narrowing his eyes. Just put a hand on my shoulder or something. Neji, pick up Sakura, pick up Sasuke and Kiba, said Naruto, and everyone got ready around Naruto. Everyone disappeared, and in what seemed like an instant, they all landed near the tower, where Hinata and Shino were sitting waiting for Naruto. Oh my god, teleporting that many with me really takes a good amount of chakra, thought Naruto. As he caught his breath, Naruto said Hinata, and rush to check it out. What happened? He asked. Team 7 was ambushed by Orochimaru, he answered. And she Jade. Naruto, how did you bring us to the tower so quickly? Asked Tintin curiously. Naruto started to sweat. He didn't give it much importance. It would be a disaster if they found out it's a space-time technique like the summoning jutsu. I can teleport to Hinata, explained Naruto, hoping they would believe him and not ask too many questions. She nodded, and they all entered the tower only to find an empty room. I think we should open the scrolls, said Hinata, and Naruto opened the scrolls. He opened them and saw that it was a summoning scroll. Quick, throw them on the floor, yelled Naruto. As the scrolls started to smoke, both scrolls disappeared in the smoke. When it cleared, there was a person standing in the middle of the room. Congratulations on making it through the second round, said Team Oo, looked up and saw Karina, and standing in front of them, Sensei said all at the same time, come on, let's go. And you and the rest of the Lee's teams were the second to arrive. Only the Sand team is already here. You have 4 days to rest and recover your strength, said Karina, and guided her team to the respective rooms where Team 8 would be staying. They headed to their assigned rooms. Since they had completed the second task of the Chunin exams in 1 day, they could relax and recover. During the 4 days available, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, getting Naruto's attention. If he had to fight Gaara, do you think that could I win? He asked. They continued walking, and Naruto was thinking. After a few minutes, he decided to answer, really, I don't know what he can do, but when we met him, he had sand around him, and apparently he is the son of the 4th Hokage, so he can probably control the sand with his chakra. As you are a water type, you can soak his sand with water too. Make it slower and demand more chakra to use, which will force him to spend more chakra. But if he decides to use his Biju, I think you will lose unless you do that trick I taught you, he said, smiling. I guess you're right, she replied. She just listened to the conversation with interest. This year, there was a lot of tough competition. Her bugs wouldn't be very good against a Biju, since they mainly use them to drain the enemy's chakra, and draining a Biju could take a while. They arrived at their room and found that it was a standard room. It had 3 single beds, a small bathroom, a small desk with chairs, and a window. Do you think you'll be able to sleep without me? He said. Naruto, smiling, oh, I won't sleep without you, she said, walking towards him. If you hold me tight enough, I think we'll be okay, he replied. And kiss him, I like the idea, he said, smiling and hugging her. Do you want to go eat something? He asked her, and she nodded. Hey, Shino, do you want to come? He asked, and the bug boy just nodded. They finished unpacking and left their things in the room. Team 8 left the room and walked down the hallway, heading for the other floors. The tower in the middle of the forest of death was relatively small, had 5 floors. The first was the reception and the arena. The second was the kitchen. The third and fourth floors were the bedrooms and bathrooms. And the last floor was the administrative and surveillance room. They went down the floors and quickly found the kitchen. There was a lot of food already prepared. Due to the Chunin exams, they entered the kitchen and noticed that they were not alone. Inside the kitchen was the arena team. "Hey, Gaara," said Naruto. As he entered the kitchen, both Kankuro and Temari stood instantly stiffened as they knew Gaara could go berserk at any moment. Yada and Shino were a little tired of them. "Uzumaki, Naruto," said Era, looking at Naruto intently. "I'm interested in you," she said. "Sorry, but I'm not one of those people. Besides, I already have a girlfriend," said Naruto, laughing and kissing a nod his cheek. Gaara's I twitched at his statement. Temari and Kankuro were wondering if all the shinobi of the leaf had a death wish. "Mother will have your blood, and then everyone will acknowledge my existence." Gaara with a smile. "Sick mother, you do realize that Shikaku is a man, right?" asked Naruto. "And you don't have to kill for people to notice you." He finished. "It doesn't matter. Once I kill you, I will prove my existence forever," said Gaara. "You want people to acknowledge you instead of finding people to protect. Instead of killing them, fight to protect them. And those few valuable people will acknowledge you forever," explained Naruto. "You fight to protect people?" asked Gaara. "Yes, that's true. True strength comes when you fight to protect who do you care about?" said Naruto. "Fool. We are nothing more than murderers. We live to kill. We are weapons," said Gaara. Kankuro and Temari listened to the conversation and wondered if they should leave because it seemed to be getting heated. "I never considered myself a weapon," said Naruto. "You are an idiot, and I will prove it to you. Once I kill you, everyone will notice my existence," said Gaara. "Fine then, when we meet in the arena, I will show you that appreciation comes from the people who care about you," said Naruto, and he and his team left the room, leaving behind a thirsty Gaara. "Hey, I'm going to talk to Anko. I'll see you later," said Naruto. "Okay, see you," then she replied, and gave him a quick kiss. Surveillance room of the CCO floor. Naruto separated from his team and headed towards the 5th floor, walked towards said room, and knocked on the door, opened it, and in the room were the Hokage Anko and Vicky and some Chunins. "Do you need something?" Naruto Koen asked the Hokage while he saw the blonde enter the room. "Can I speak with you privately?" asked Naruto, and Anko raised an eyebrow, wondering what the boy wanted. "Of course," the Hokage replied, and gestured for everyone to leave the room, except Anko. Naruto performed some hand seals and said, "Barbara." Seal of sound. There was a small flash of light, and suddenly he disappeared. Anko was surprised to see a genin using this type of seals, but she knew what kind of life Naruto had led, and if she wanted to survive, she would have to pick up the pace. "Well, then I would like to check that curse seal if you don't mind," he said. Naruto and Anko involuntarily brought her to her neck. "Why do you want to see him?" he asked. He didn't like to talk about his past. "I want to know if I'm able to remove it," said Naruto, and Hanko began to laugh. "Boy, I grant you that you are strong, but this seal can't be removed," said Hanko with regret. "Any seal can be broken," said Naruto. "Have faith. Besides, it doesn't hurt to try. Come on, Anko, you don't know, but Naruto is a master of seals," said the Hokage. Anko raised an eyebrow and watched him closely. "Are you telling me that this child is a master of the seals? The only one in the leaf is Jiraiya of the Sannin, and even she tried," said Anko. "Yes, she is telling you the truth. She has already provided our village with some seals of her own enhanced explosive tags, remote detonated tags, and her own flash of creation tags," explained the Hokage. Anko still had her doubts. "I'll make a bet with you. If I can't withdraw it, I'll pay you all you can eat at the dango shop. However, if I can withdraw it, you do the same for me at the ramen stand," she said, smiling broadly. She said. Anko sighed and took off her coat so Naruto could have easier access to her curse mark. Naruto activated his Sharingan to perfectly memorize the seal. He placed his fingers over the curse mark and channeled a bit of chakra. He noticed that the mark glowed slightly and made Anko shudder slightly. It must be in tune with Orochimaru's chakra signature. Naruto thought. "Anko, I need you to activate the cursed seal, please," Naruto said, and stared intently at his chakra network with her Sharingan to notice the changes. "Well," she replied. Anko channeled chakra into her cursed seal, and it began to spread throughout her body. Black marks originated in the seal and spread across her skin, reaching her entire body. Naruto watched intently with his Sharingan. analyzing each small interesting change, said Naruto, and closed his eyes. What do you think, Kurama? Can we force your chakra into the seal to break it? Asked Naruto. Forcing my chakra would destroy the curse seal, but most likely poison her seriously wouldn't survive without a really good doctor nearby, replied Kurama. Naruto opened his eyes and saw both of them staring at him. He was talking to the fur ball about Naruto. So can you talk to him? Asked Anko. Yeah, but it's not of that, as he replied. Naruto seriously. Anyways, I could force the Kyuubi's chakra and destroy it, but poisoning it would take Ba-chan to stabilize it long enough to eliminate it. Naruto explained. Ba-chan asked Anko. My grandmother. Tsunade, replied Naruto. My god, you are her grandson, Anko shouted. Tsunade was a legend among all kunoichi. She was what all kunoichi wanted to be: strong and beautiful and with the right attributes, yeah? But don't say it now. I've realized that the seal, besides filtering chakra, also sends some chemicals into the bloodstream that probably generate addiction and increase the resistance and strength of the body either. Way I would need Ba-chan to eliminate it, whether using the Kyuubi or not, Naruto said, and he could see the frown on her face. Tsunade had left the village years ago. There's one thing I could do. I'll be right back, said Naruto, and disappeared in a yellow flash. Hokage and Anko's eyes opened wide. They hadn't seen that flash in over 14 years. What was that? Stammered Anko. The Hokage managed to regain his senses and asked, now, do you believe me? Anko only managed to nod silently. A few minutes later, Naruto reappeared in the room with a large scroll in his hands. Naruto placed the scroll on the floor and opened it to reveal a very large ceiling array and Anko complex. Sit in the middle of the scroll, please, Naruto said, and looked at him confused. He sighed. He continued, I may not be able to remove the seal alone, but I can place a restriction and blocking seal that will permanently block the seal. You would basically have to force chakra into the seal to activate it. You won't have the constant pain anymore, Naruto explained, and Anko quickly sat down on the scroll. Okay, let's do this, Anko said, preparing herself for the constant pain to leave her. It might hurt a little while applying the seal, said Naruto. I'm used to the pain, said Hanko. Oji. Naruto walked over to Hanko and placed her hand on her curse mark. A few seconds later, a Akane sprouted from her hands and spread throughout Anko and the scroll list. Naruto asked, and she nodded. Examine evil sealing method, said Naruto, and in an instant all the kanji started running to her hand that was placed on her curse seal. Anko bit her lip in pain, but was able to bear it. After a few minutes, all the kanji reached the seal cursed and formed a ring around the cursed seal as if they were closing it. Naruto withdrew his hand and Anko relaxed. Are we done? How do you feel? Naruto asked a second later. Hanko was on top of him, kissing him and pressing her body against his, to great jealousy of the old Hokage, who had a trickle of blood flowing from his nose. Oh, Kanko, I have a girlfriend, you know, Naruto asked rhetorically. Don't worry, girl. Besides, it was my way of thanking you, even though it's still here. It doesn't hurt anymore. I barely feel in my neck, Anko said, happy. Don't even mention it, Naruto started. Hey, Gigi, do you think you could bring Sasuke here so I could do the same to him? Naruto asked. The Hokage lied and said. Bore immediately in front of him appeared an Ambu kneeling before him. Ayok-sama said the Ambu, bring me Uchiha Sasuke. What did the Hokage order? And the Ambu left. Naruto turned to Hokage. Do you think he will accept being blocked? Asked Naruto. Why wouldn't he do it? Asked the Hokage, raising an eyebrow. You do realize that he intends to kill his brother, right? Asked Naruto, and the Hokage nodded. And do you think he will gladly forget this power? Asked Naruto. Understand your point, but I have seen that he will make the right decision, said old Hokage is naive. All Uchihas must burn, said Kurama, laughing evilly. What? __. Kurama, I have Uchiha blood, yelled Naruto. You and your father are different. You are not fools hungry for power, nor arrogant, well, except when you're in the middle of battle, said Kurama. I say those things to anger the enemy. If he gets angry, he will make mistakes that I will take advantage of, replied Naruto. They waited a few minutes until the Enbu appeared in the room, followed by an angry Sasuke, who from the looks of it had just woken up from his NEI-induced sleep. What do you want? Said Sasuke, looking at Naruto. We need you to sit in the middle of the scroll to seal your curse mark, replied Naruto. Why would I want to do that? I need this power, said Sasuke. Idiot, would you be willing to be used as a puppet so I can kill your brother? Asked Naruto. Shut up, you know nothing, and I would gladly give my life if it meant killing him, he said. Sasuke and Naruto just shook their heads. It's fine. Anyway, sit in the scroll, since for now, it's impossible to safely remove the cursed seal without killing the host. I'm applying a suppression seal that allows the host to have better control over the seal, explained Naruto, and Sasuke smiled. You shouldn't use it. I can see that the host tends to develop an addiction to its power, explained Naruto. And Sasuke just brushed it off. It was a gift, and I plan to use it, said Sasuke. And Naruto shook his head. This might hurt a little, said Naruto. But he didn't care too much. He did the same steps as for Anko and placed his hand on her cursed seal. Samine, evil sealing method, said Naruto. Sasuke screamed for a few minutes. And when he finished, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Jabari, take him to his room. He must be exhausted from the forest of death, said the Hokage, and the Imbu left. See you in 4 days, said Naruto, and left the room, followed by a very happy Anko. You would be very proud of your son, Minato Kuzuna, the Hokage thought, as he also left the room. He had preparations to make for the finals. 4 days later, the next 4 days passed without any problems and were very boring. They were not allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams. During these 4 days, some more teams arrived at the tower, as expected. Taki and Kumo's team also arrived. All the competitors were summoned to the arena, and they filled it in front of the Hokage. The arena room, it was practically empty. The room had a giant statue with a shinobi doing the ram hand seal. There were 2 balconies, one on each side of the room for spectators. Behind the statue, there was a large electrical panel. First, I must congratulate you all for passing the second round of the Chunin exams, said the Hokage, and some smiled, thinking that they were the best. Now, the Hokage began, but was interrupted by another shinobi. Do you mind if I continue, Hokage-sama? Asked the shinobi, and the Hokage shook his head. My name is Jeek I8, and I'm the proctor for this portion of the Chunin exams. Hate had short brown hair and dark markings under his eyes. Despite being a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes, as well as an unexplained chronic cough that plagued him. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit with a forehead protector that he used as a bandana, body armor, and normal shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with an angled hand guard strapped to his back. Before he continued, we'll have to hold preliminary matches, I8 said, and the Genins erupted in protest. What do you mean by preliminary matches? Kiba asked. We didn't expect so many people to pass the exam, so we have to reduce the number of contestants during the third phase of the exam. Many nobles will be attending the matches, and their time is valuable and shouldn't be wasted unnecessarily. I8 explained, and some put it down. Why should we risk our lives for this? Someone shouted. I don't think you understand the meaning of the Chunin exams, said the Hokage, and everyone turned to look at him. The Chunin exams are used to promote promising Genin to Chunin. However, there is an underlying goal. The Chunin exams are a substitute for war and to show that the country competing is strong. The strength of a village is the strength of its shinobi, and the strength of its shinobi only flourishes in life and death battles, explained the Hokage. By having shinobi compete in the Chunin exams, the country can show its force, which will grant them a greater number of missions, bringing more wealth to the village, concluded the Hokage. Before starting, is there anyone who wishes to resign? Asked I8. And no one stepped forward. Very well, we will begin now. The match ends by knockout, death, or disability. If I declare the winner, the match ends immediately. Understood, said Hey, looking at him seriously, and everyone nodded. The names will appear on that electric board randomly, explained Hay, while the board began to shuffle the names. Since we have an odd number of the contestants, one of you will immediately advance to the third round of the Chunin exams, explained I8 as the board randomly picked names. Sabako, no Kankuro will have a free pass, said I8. How lucky I am to make it to the finals without showing my skills, thought Kankuro. The board began to review new names until it stopped. Uchiha, Sasuke, and Rinazumi will step forward. The rest of you, please go to the balconies, explained I8, and everyone left the arena except Sasuke and Azumi, who were looking at each other on the balcony. Let's go, Sasuke-kun, shouted Sakura, encouraging Suya. It could be better if I learned something, said Naruto, activating his Sharingan, and proceeded to analyze the matches. Uchiha, Sasuke versus Rinazumi, fighters ready, he asked Yates, and they both nodded. A Jime said to Yates, and jumped back as soon as I8 started the match. Sasuke lunged towards the enemy and kicked him low as Sasuke expected. Azumi jumped, and Sasuke took this opportunity to quickly continue his rotation and placing a kick to Azum's stomach, which sent him flying to the ground. Surrender, you're no match for the Uchiha said. Sasuke, smugly Azumi, slowly stood up and wiped her lip that had been split from crashing to the ground. Azumi, angered at being defeated in that little skirmish, quickly made hand seals and said, Doton earth spikes, slamming her hands on the ground in front of Azumi lifted up slightly and threw some rock spikes towards Sasuke with the speed. Moderate Sasuke quickly dodged them all and shouted Katan Os Inka no Jutsu Phoenix Fire technique and sent multiple small fireballs toward the enemy. Azumi didn't have a skill to dodge them all and received one in his left leg and another in his shoulder, leaving him on the ground slightly burned and in pain. Winner Uchiha Sasuke, doctors said too. Yate and Sasuke smirked and headed to the balcony near his team while the doctors went to heal Azumi. He didn't even need the Sharingan, thought Sasuke. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun, said Sakura, with stars in her eyes, as she watched her beloved Sasuke-kun walk up the stairs. At least the only fans here are Nino and Sakura, said Naruto, and received angry looks from both Hino and Sakura. You know Naruto-kun, I'm a fan, he said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. You are, he asked. Kurenai, of course, I'm a Naruto fan, cough cough, began Anata, and cleared her throat, asterisk, squeal, asterisk. Oh, Naruto-kun, is so cool, will you go out with me? She asked with stars in her eyes, and her best-faced puppy, I can't say no to. You and Naruto, said, laughing, and kissed her. Arena, and only a drop of sweat fell from her, and Kasasi chuckled at his antics. How seriously, I need a boyfriend, he said, and no, with stars in his eyes, looking at them both. Congratulations, Sasuke, said Kakashi. HN yelled Sasuke, making Sakura squeal. With joy, they watched as the board showed another series of random names: Aruno, Sakura, and Yamankino. Please enter the arena to begin your match, said Hate Inbara, as if Canon didn't even bother to do this, is because both contestants are unconscious. I declare this match a draw, said Hate. Fanatics, Yujito began. The misfortune of the Kunoichi. If they spent more time training instead of drooling over the Uchiha over there, they wouldn't be slapping each other. It's just sad, Yujito said, and everyone nodded in agreement with her. At least you learn how to properly slap someone, Naruto said, and everyone broke into a sweat. Sabagera and my Fuji, please enter the arena to begin your match. I said. Gary used his traditional sand Chunin in the sand while his opponent jumped Sabaka against my Fuji. Ready, asked. Yacht Fuji nodded, and in Gaara's case the sand abandoned his gourd and began to dance around him. Ajime, said the supervisor, and jumped. He could feel Gaara's bloodlust increasing. Sand Shuriken, said Gaara immediately, and sent 10 shurikens that he made with his sand towards the enemy. Fuji did not expect such a sudden attack and made a very risky evasion maneuver, ducking to the ground. Fuji, he was getting up when he noticed his feet were tied to something. He looked down and saw sand wrapped around his feet and rising rapidly. Fuji tried to struggle to break free, but it seemed like the more he struggled, the faster it wrapped around him. Not even 5 seconds later, Fuji was completely covered in sand coffin, said Gaara. As he held up his open hand, he suddenly closed his hand and said, Sand funeral. Gaara closed his hand into a fist, and immediately the sand around Fuji laughed, completely crushing him. Fuji exploded into a rain of blood that covered almost the entire arena. Winner Sabaka, Nora said, Howlade, a little disgusted, since someone could kill so easily, even more in a tournament. He killed him, said Sakura, as she woke up just in time to see the bloody end. Fuji muttered fur to herself, although in her village, she only like Shibuki, she didn't want to kill anyone or wish for their death for that reason. That Tanuki always wanted destruction. He's still crazy. Kurama said to Naruto, I guess I need to defeat him if we face each other to prove my point, replied Naruto. Uzumaki, you will be mine, almost shouted Gaara, pointing at her favorite blonde standing on the balcony. I already told you I don't do those kind of moves, said Naruto, and that phrase annoyed Gaara as she threw a wave of sand towards him. Naruto watched as the sand came towards him, and before anyone could react, the sand engulfed him and crushed him immediately. Naruto shouted Kakashi and watched as his little brother was crushed to death. Gaara smiled as he finally received this precious blood offering for his mother. He quickly pulled out his sand to show Uzumaki. Naruto intact. Did you do something, Naruto asked. The reactions were very different. Kakashi sighed in relief. Timar and Kankaro's mouths dropped open at the blonde and Leso Yugudo looked at the blonde with suspicion. For her he was truly an enigma. Naruto did a quick Chunin without a seal and landed right in front of Gaara. He proceeded to plant a very firm kick to his stomach and sent him flying into the wall. The sand wasn't fast enough to protect him, and everyone could see small cracks appear on his skin. He hit, Gaara said, Kankuro pointing at his brother. He never saw his brother get hit for that reason, and yet this blonde boy appears in front of him and kicks him like it was nothing. Then you have another layer of defensive sand, said Naruto as he watched Gaara get up and the cracks disappear. Enough, Hokage's voice roared through the room, getting everyone's attention. Naruto, stand back. And you said the Hokage, pointing at Baki. The honing of the sand team controls your students, or the discipline? We will paddle for you. My apologies, Hokage-sama, said Baki, bowing to Hokage. That Gaara almost ruined everything in Bar Tent versus Team R. St. Cannon, you please enter the arena to start your fight, said I-8. And Chi got a little scared, but they both went down. Ames, said I-8. As soon as the supervisor started the match, NEI activated Subyugan and attacked Chui. Chui panicked and started a Nikid Sensa, careless human bullet tank. Chi started to spin and go at good speed against NEI. NEI saw him approaching and quickly made a plan. NEI dodged to the side and placed his foot in front of Chui's path. This action made Chui collide with his foot and rise into the air, quickly losing his stance, ending the technique, allowing NEI to land a few good jukin hits that left him unconscious on the ground. Winner Yuji said to Yade, his destiny was to lose to me, said NEI. Smugly, Niji walked up the stairs and Tintin congratulated him. He didn't know it, but she was in love with him. But even with his superior eyesight, he was too blind to see it. Yuga Nat versus Karu and Kyumo. Please enter the arena to start your fight, said to Yate. Hinata was leaving when Naruto pulled her back and gave her a small kiss on the cheek for luck, he said, and she smiled. I know you don't like Kumo, but don't exaggerate, Naruto whispered in her ear, and she nodded. Yuga Yada versus Karu and Kyumo ready, he asked Yada, and when he saw that they both nodded, he said to Jai, my lucky day, I get to face a Yuga, said Karui, and received a look confused about Hinata. What I mean is that the Yugas specialize too much in taijutsu. If I keep my distance, you can't do anything. I wonder why our old Raikage wanted your bloodline so much, said Karui. Hinata frowned. You know, I was the one who was kidnapped that day, said Karu, and raised an eyebrow. That means you're the heir. My lucky day. I'll be able to kick your ass and prove that the Yugas are worthless, said Karui, smiling. Hinata, Rio, sadly, I'm no longer the heir, nor a Yuga for that matter, replied Hinata. I don't understand, said Karui. What I meant was that I no longer belong to the Yuga clan. My father deemed me too weak to be the clan's heir, so he branded me with the caged bird seal and disowned me from the clan, Hinata explained, and some in the stands gasped. Balcony, it's cruel to abandon your daughter because she's weak, said Ino. She wondered what would happen if that happened to her. Kurenai gritted her teeth as she found herself wanting nothing more than to strangle Yasi. To do that to her own family, it was no wonder he sent his own brother to his death. Yuganada against Karu and of Kyumo. Karui. He said nothing. He never imagined that the Yugas would be so cold and indifferent. He had heard that they were arrogant and stoic, but this was a new low. In the end, I should be grateful to you, Inada began, and seeing Karu's confused look, and continued, if you hadn't kidnapped me, Naruto-kun would not have saved me, and maybe my father would never have expelled me. The last years I spent with Naruto-kun were my happiest time. My father never showed me love or compassion of any kind. So I guess in the end, everything worked out for the best. She concluded by showing a small but true smile. Naruto-kun told you. You mean that blonde kid? Asked Karu, pointing at our favorite blonde, who was watching from the balcony. Why are you calling me kid? We're the same age, said Naruto from the balcony. Yes, he was the one who found me when I was being kidnapped and managed to contain and finally defeat my kidnapper, said Hinata, and Karu's eyes widened. But you were 6, how can a 6-year-old kill a honing? Asked Karu in shock. Everyone who heard it took a while to process it and turned to look at the blonde Naruto's side and replied, that's what happens when people underestimate me. Even though he was 6 years old, he was already Genin level, and I'm very cunning. He underestimated me and paid the price, Naruto explained, and the audience nodded slowly. Yada smiled as he remembered all the fun they had since she started living with him, teaching him good table manners, tapping him with a pillow to wake him up, hiding his ramen, helping him with his pranks, training with him, watching the night sky and sunsets with him, living with him, sleeping next to him, and kissing him. You mentioned that if you kept your distance from the Yugas, it would be fine, but with me, that doesn't apply. I can assure you that I am a master in Jukin, but I didn't stop there, as I will show you now, said Hinata, and adopted the basic posture of the Hyukin. Ready, asked Hinata, and Karu, and nodded, and took her sword. From her back, Hinata channeled chakra into the seal on her wrist, and in a puff of smoke appeared in her hand a straight single-edged sword, 20 inches long. The hilt of the blade was color band with white lines around the edges. So you know that jutsu, said Karu, and ran towards her. Karu jumped and made a vertical slash that Hinata blocked with her own sword. Hinata jumped back and made some hand seals and shouted, "Swait Untama water bullet." Hinata sent some high-speed compressed water bullets towards Karui. Karui skillfully evaded them all and watched as they hit the wall and took a good chunk out. Karui gulped. If that had hit her, she would have broken some bones. Karui, he lunged once more and said cloud-style deceptive cut and made a slashing motion with his sword. Hinata easily blocked it, but Karu turned into smoke and revealed a wooden log. Hinata activated her Yugon just in time to block a side slash from Karu's sword and jump back, gaining some distance from Karui. Hinata knew she didn't stand a chance with Kenjutsu she preferred. Daggers to swords. Daggers were easier to integrate with her taijutsu style and allowed for faster movements without leave so many openings. Hinata channeled wine chakra into her sword and quickly closed the distance. Karui brought her sword up to block incorrect movement as Hinata performed some quick slashes and destroyed Karui's sword, leaving it in pieces on the ground. Already Karui holding the hilt. "What did you do?" asked Karui angrily. That was her favorite sword. "After a few skirmishes, I can tell that you're better at Kenjutsu than me. So I had to take care of that. I channeled wine chakra into my sword and destroyed yours," she explained, and once again performed hand seals and said, "Suidun." Suisa explosive water wave. Hinata expelled large amounts of water into the arena, completely flooding the ground balcony. That's not possible. That a ranged water jutsu. How can he have enough chakra for that? Kakashi asked loudly and turned to Kurenai. "What have you been teaching them?" asked Kurenai. Simply smiled. "I didn't teach them anything. All the credit goes to Naruto," said Kurina, and Kakashi turned to Naruto. "I told you I've been training since it was 5 years old. Hinata joined me when she was 7 last place, and the shy girl were just a cover-up. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool," said Naruto, and everyone turned their attention to the Sand Yuga. Hinata versus Karu and Kyumo, right on Kanjikia style. "Lightning emotional wave," said Karu, and channeled right on chakra through his hands and released it into the water. To surprise Hinata, Hinata saw this and jumped in, breaking her connection with the water. She performed hand seals and said Futon Da breakthrough and sent a burst of waves that interrupted Lightning's attack and made Karui lose her balance. Hinata took this opportunity and quickly performed new hand seals and shouted her favorite water technique, Suidun Suiryu. No jutsu water dragon. A water dragon emerged from the water on the ground and quickly crashed into Kui, who didn't have time to dodge it. Karu was sent crashing into the wall and hit with the pressure of the water dragon. Karui was a bit stunned by the impact and slowly got up, but Hinata quickly appeared by her side and said, "Swait unsur jutsu water." Prison. A piece of water rose up and quickly formed a sphere that trapped Karui inside and left her unable to move. I8 was shocked. The skill that the girl demonstrated with the water jutsu was at the level of a honing. She managed to free herself from her stuttering and said, "Winner Yuga Yata balcony." She won, chanted Naruto as he watched everyone on the balcony, except for his team, who watched in shock as Hinata walked up the stairs. Even the Hokage was surprised by the skill Kakashi displayed. He broke free of his own surprise. He blinked and blinked again. Kakashi walked over to Nii. "Can you test her chakra levels?" he asked. Stuttering, Niji activated Sub-Yakin and froze at what he saw. "That's impossible. She has elite chakra levels of a honing. How is that possible? She's a genius or anything, but a failure," Mei said. "If she's a failure, I wonder what a genius could do." Kakashi mused. Naruto quickly hugged Hinata and spun her around. "Congratulations." "And me," said Naruto, making her laugh. "You're nothing but a failure. Trusting in ninjutsu only proves you are not meant to use the Byakugan," stated Nii coldly. "Then if we face each other in the finals, I will show you my Jukin," said Hinata. Omoi of Kyumo against Fur of Taki. "Please enter the arena to begin your fight," yelled I8. Omoi of Kyumo against Fur of Taki. "Ready?" she asked Yate, and they both nodded. A Jaime yelled at Yate and immediately jumped back. Furu quickly performed some hand seals and said Mizuno Muchi whip of water. Furu took advantage of the existing water and quickly made 4 water whips that grabbed Omoi's arms and legs and immobilized him in place. Fu approached him from behind and placed a kunai on his neck. Surrender, said Fu. Omoi tried to struggle to find a way to free himself from his bonds, but they wouldn't budge. I give up, said Omoi. Winner Fu Day, said 8. Balcony that was anticlimactic, said Asuma, as he watched Omo and returned to the balcony with his head down. It was a shame. He was caught off guard and defeated with one jutsu. Man, those things are too tight. They don't move, said Hai, while sucking on his lollipop and shaking his head in disappointment. What affinity do you have? Naruto asked. Like most people in Kumo, I have lightning. Why did he ask? Omoi, you could have channeled lightning chakra through the whips, and since they're water-based, they would most likely have weakened enough for you to perform a substitution. Naruto explained, and Omoi face-bombed. How come I didn't think of that? Asked Omoi. Naruto shrugged. And I, Yujito versus Aburame. Shino, please come to the arena to start the fight, yelled I8. Good luck, Shino, said Naruto, and E nodded. Thanks, but it's unlikely that I'll win, said Shino stoically as she went down to the arena. Well, he's excited, said Asuma. Abu and Shino versus Inai. Yujito ready, he asked Yate, and both nodded. A Jime, said I8, and jumped back immediately after I8 said to start. Yujito sprang into action and quickly closed the distance between her and Shino. Yujito jumped into the air and performed a flying kick. Shino raised both arms in an axe formation and blocked the kick. Shino quickly grabbed her leg and spinning through her against the wall. Yujito spun in the air and landed gracefully on the wall like a cat would. Balcony. It seems Shino's taijutsu skill has increased. Kakashi said, surprised as Naruto and Hinata were more advanced. It gave me more time to focus on Shino, plus his main weakness, like most long-range users, is the taijutsu, so we try to get him to do a defensive-type taijutsu style, explained Karina, and Kakashi nodded. Let's go, Shino. I kicked his ass, yelled Naruto. Karina just shook her head. Naruto could beat her in a fight and still had such childish behavior. Abu and Shino versus Inai. Yujito dropped from the wall to the ground and crouched on all fours like a cat, getting ready to pounce on its victim. Shino looked at her very carefully and began to release her bugs. Yujito saw that the bugs were heading towards her and shouted, Katan Osenka, no jutsu phoenix fire technique. Multiple fireballs slammed into Shino's bugs, engulfing them in flames. Yujito smiled, but quickly dropped her smile when she noticed the bugs kept coming as if nothing had happened to them. How did you do that? Yujito asked. My main weakness is fire, as it can easily destroy my bugs, so I covered them in water chakra to protect them. Shino explained stoically. I guess I have to raise the temperature, said Yujito, smiling. Let's go, Nibi. Yujito said to his partner. A certain kitty replied. Nibi. Katan. Oh, you know jutsu, blue fireball technique, yelled Yujito, and unleashed a large ball of blue fire towards Shino. This fireball engulfed the insects and immediately turned them in a dust. The fireball continued its path towards Shino. Doton, dirty wall of earth, said Shino, and a small wall of earth rose up in front of him to protect him. The fireball collided with the wall of earth and slowly but surely began to exert pressure. The wall stood no chance against a fireball propelled by a Vyulu and began to crack until it collapsed. Shino saw the wall beginning to crack and immediately jumped. Yujito expected that, so she was there to receive him with a fierce punch to the face. Yujito hit him, but he transformed into insect clone, thought Yujito, while the clone that he hit began to surround her. Yujito channeled Nibi's chakra. One by one, each of the insects began to fall to the ground, killed by the extremely poisonous chakra of the Biju. I give up. She destroyed one of my hives, and I have little chakra. It would be illogical to proceed. Shino, breathing heavily. Winner by defeat. And I, Yujito said. I8. Balcony. You did well, Shino said. Gurina and nodded yes. It would be very difficult to win against someone like her, said Naruto. What is so special about her? Asked Sasuke, but it seemed more like a demand. Let's say she is number 2, said Naruto, smiling, and Sasuke was about to jump on him when Kakashi caught him by the shoulder. The Hokage, he heard that and already suspected it. That means that with her there are 5 Jinshu. Rizak thought the Hokage. Shiko versus Inazuka. Kiba, please come to the arena, he called. Yeah, that lazy bum. We have this one in the bag. Clap. Kiba took Kamaru and ran towards the arena. Shikamura versus Inazuka. Kiba ready? Asked I8. That's right, the homos, shouted Kiba. I guess I'm troublesome, answered Shikamaru Ajime, said I-8. And jump back, this is very troublesome. I'm no match for Kiba's speed or strength, thought Shikamaru. While analyzing Kiba and made a plan to defeat him, Kiba immediately said, New Shikano Hutsu, all fours technique. We could see how Kiba crouched on the ground. On all fours, his nails became more elongated like his fangs, and his eyes acquired a more savage smile. With vertical slits, Kiba ran forward with impressive speed, and Shikamaru the lazy bum that. He has decided to run and avoid each of the hits that Kiba tried. This continued for a few minutes until Kiba got tired and jumped back, gaining something away. Defend yourself, lazy, yelled Kiba angry. Because he didn't hit him even once I'm counterattacking, troublesome, said Shikamaru. Inside, Shikamaru checked his pockets and took out a smoke bomb. He threw it at Kiba, and the whole arena where Kiba was covered in smoke. Inside the cloud of smoke, Kiba was quickly turning around and checking each position to find out what exactly he was trying to do. Shikamaru looked left, right, up, and left. Kiba was getting tired of this and was about to jump when he froze, unable to move as the smoke cleared. Kiba could see Shikamaru crouching down with his hands in the rat seal. What did you do? Kiba asked, struggling to move. Kiba could see out of the corner of his eye that Akamaru was also frozen in place. Kajim Ino Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, success. Shikamaru said, at the beginning of the match, when you engaged me in taijutsu, I placed small bells on you. When I threw the smoke bomb, I blocked your vision so you couldn't see what you were doing. What was I doing? How did you have the bells? I was able to find you easily in the smoke, and I connected my shadow with yours, preventing you from moving. Shikamaru explain. Quit, said Shikamaru. Okay, I give up. He said he was angry how everything turned out. Winner by forfeit. Nara. Shikamaru said, hey, balcony, who would have thought that the lazy ass would come up with something like that, said Sakura. Smugly, Asuma laughed. You know, I gave him an intelligence test, and he got 220 points. The kid is a genius, and he never got good notes at the academy because he was always too bored to do more, said Asuma, laughing much to the surprise of many. Just a little above you, whispered Hinata to Naruto. Asuma heard what Hinata said. What do you mean she's a little above him? Asked Asuma. Exactly. Naruto took a deck test like everyone else, but at the academy he got less than 50, which would mean a severe lack of cognitive functions. However, we took tests at home, and he got 210s, explained Hinata, and everyone gasped. How can that be that the last dead have such a high IQ? Asked Alma. In the same way as Shikamaru, who is almost in last place, is also. Naruto said, laughing. But I'm not the only one. Mom also got 200 points, said Naruto, and laughed, seeing their faces. The last one and the shy girl were great. This never gets old, thought Naruto. How come? I wonder what else you hit, asked Suma, and shrugged. Uzumaki. Naruto versus Arlie. Please enter the arena for the fight, shouted I-8. It seems we are ready. I want to test my Dragon Fist against your Goken Strong Fist. So how about I just use Taijutsu without even bloodline? Naruto asked. That's the most youthful thing anyone has ever said to me. I agree. Let's show them the power of youth, he yelled, making everyone flinch at the tone. Such a young opponent. You should make him your eternal rival, he yelled. Gay. Yes, guy sensei. Said Soda Blue Sensei. Gave Soda Blue Sense. And gave both teacher and student hugged on the beach as the water rushed in between them and crashed against the rocks. Tears could be seen glistening as the sun set. Kai, yelled Naruto. Kurama, help, he begged his partner. It's not working. What kind of Jinjutsu is this, said Kurama as he ran to the back of his seal and closed his eyes with his tails. Wait, yelled Sakura, making Naruto turn around as she walked down to the arena. Do you have bloodline? Sakura asked. Yes, I do, Naruto said, and dismissed any more questions as he turned to leave. Again, how can an orphan loser like you to have a bloodline and no clan? Asked Sasuke. Smugly. Naruto clenched his fist, shaking with anger. He almost channeled the Kyuubi's chakra, but Kurama managed to contain it. Naruto managed to calm down. You know, Sasuke, one day you will eat all those words. You are not as special as you think. Besides, people say that my bloodline is the strongest in the world, said Naruto. Please, Toba Sharingan is the most powerful bloodline in the world, said Sasuke, smiling. If you say so, said Naruto, laughing as he walked down the stairs. People who knew he had the Sharingan laughed at his wordplay. Naruto. Uzumaki versus Rogal. Ready? Asked I-8, and both nodded. Final match of the preliminaries. Uzumaki. Naruto versus Rogal Ajime, said I-8, and jump back. We're both geniuses of the hard word. Lee, let's show them the power of taijutsu, said Naruto, and got in a position, his left leg in front of his right, with both knees bent, his left arm stretched out with the palm of his hand facing the enemy, while the right arm was coiled around. The waist in a fist, Lee had a simpler stance. He stood with his left arm behind his back and his right arm pointing at the enemy, with a straight palm. Strange balcony, mused Gay. He had never seen that particular stance before, thought Gay out loud, while stroking his chin, while thinking that stance belongs to his father's taijutsu style with some modifications that Naruto integrated there. Said Hinata, I thought Naruto was an orphan, asked Sakura. I hope his father left him scrolls with there. Just explained Hinata. Who was his father, asked Sakura. Is not for me to say, answered Hinata. And Sakura frowned. He must be some unknown Chunin who got drunk and died on submission, said Sasuke. And Kakashi was about to break his neck for disrespecting his sensei, Naruto Uzumaki, versus Rogel. When I8 said to start, Rogel immediately started running towards Naruto. He closed the distance in no time. Lee jumped and said with no Azinu whirlwind of leaves and tried kick him. Naruto swung his right arm and blocked the kick. He jumped back. Naruto immediately regretted blocking it as his arm felt a little numb when it hit the ground. He charged at high speed again towards Naruto, and the two engaged in a vicious display of taijutsu. Because Naruto could use chakra to power his muscles, he had a slight advantage in speed and short bursts, which were perfect for his quick counterattacks. The battle continued until Lee quickly managed to get past his defenses. He ducked underneath Naruto and said with Noah Shofu, seeing him rise from the blade. Lee attempted an uncut with his feet at Naruto, but Naruto managed to roll and dodge. As Naruto rolled, he attempted to sweep Lee's legs only to have him jump back and evade him as well. As soon as he hit the ground, he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto looked around until he felt him shoot up. He looked up, just in time to block a powerful kick with both arms. He quickly grabbed Lee's leg and threw Lee to the ground. Lee spun around and landed safely on the ground. Tutai Hutsu is very good. Naruto, cool win. As expected, my eternal rival, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto shuddered and replied, of course, eternal rivals. Naruto knew he could have signed his death warrant right there, but this fight was extremely good. Hinata was a very good training partner in taijutsu, but she always used her gentle fist style. Naruto never faced a Goken user. Although Naruto had the advantage in speed, sometimes he managed to land a punch or a kick, but he seemed to downplay those blows as if they were nothing more than a small scratch. But this difference in speed was almost eliminated thanks to Lee's experience in taijutsu, which put them both on par in skill this time. Naruto took control and ran toward him. Naruto threw a clumsy punch that was easily dodged, but that was what Naruto wanted. As soon as Lee dodged his punch, Naruto threw his hands to the ground to support himself and used his legs to trap Lee's head between his feet. Naruto, with a quick movement of his ankles, threw Lee against a wall who didn't see it coming and couldn't block it. Balcony, impressive. Gay, surprised with that particular movement that managed to cause some damage to him. Naruto's taijutsu style incorporates many acrobatic movements. He could have broken Lee's neck with that movement, explained Hinata, and opened her eyes wide. Thank God her student was alive. Naruto Uzumaki against Rogel. I didn't expect such a technique from you, Naruto-kun, said Lu as he stood up and dusted himself off. Lee, take them off, shouted Gay from the balcony. Lee heard what his senses said and was surprised, but I thought you could only take them out if it was to protect someone important to you, said Lu. It is, but this time I give permission to take them out, said Gu. Lee heard this and smiled. He sat on the floor and took off the weights he was wearing under his orange leg warmers. So use weights. He knew this wasn't her full power, thought Naruto, and considered removing the seals, but he would wait and see if it was necessary. Balcony, just removing a little weight won't do anything, said Sakura. Watched as he took off the weights and let them fall to the ground, causing a loud bang that shook the entire arena. Sakura's eyes widened at the weight. She had wasn't that a little too gay, Kakashi asked, and Gay scoffed. How can she even stand with that much weight, yelled Yujito. What was wrong with these leaf ninjas? Were they all crazy? Naruto Uzumaki versus Rog. Yo, you now, I can move freely, said Lu. Naruto lost track of Naruto, didn't even manage to blink when he appeared right in front of him and landed a powerful punch straight to his face, sending Naruto to the ground. Naruto slowly got up when he appeared next to him and kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. Naruto slowly got up when he appeared next to him. Lee ducked and kicked him into the air before Naruto could process the situation. He was already into the air, flickered just in time to see her kick him and send him crashing to the ground against the cement floor with force. The floor ached from the pressure and released a cloud of dust. Balcony, that's a lot of speed, Kakashi said. Unbelievable. I didn't even see anything. Sakura said, why can't my Sharingan keep up with that speed? It's just a blur, Sasuke thought as he gritted his teeth. It seems Naruto is finished, Asuma said while smoking her cigarette. I wouldn't be so sure, Karina replied with a smile. Accomplice and received confused faces from Kakashi and Asuma. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rogal. Naruto slowly stood up and removed some rocks that were near the crater he had caused. He dusted himself off and saw his ruined jacket. I like this jacket, said Naruto, and everyone's sweat dropped as he remained so calm. When he fell to the ground, Naruto raised his right hand and made a half-tiger seal and said gravity seals K. His whole body slowly glowed and dimmed. You're not the only one who trains with weights, Lu. Although I prefer the resistance seals, said Naruto while flexing his muscles to get used to his new speed. Naruto ran at blinding speeds towards Lee. He didn't have time to do anything as Naruto took a page from Lee's book and punched him straight in the face and sent him to the ground. Balcony fast, said Kakashi. Seems you're right. Karina also carried weights, said Kakashi and Karina and nodded, but I didn't see him taking off weights. Kakashi sensei asked Ino. Naruto didn't use physical weights, he was using what are called gravity seals. These seals were invented by Hokage and basically restrict the movement of the body, making you put more force to move, explained Kakashi. Ino nodded. I want those seals, demanded Sasuke. I'm sorry, but I can't give them to you. They can only be applied by someone very well versed in seals, and they are very dangerous for anyone who doesn't know the seals. If you don't know how to use them properly, you may not be able to deactivate them during a battle, giving the opponent a great advantage, Kakashi explained with a serious tone. So how can that dope use them? Sasuke asked, seeing Naruto jump in front of him. That power should be his. Apparently, he is very good with seals, and he is a seal master, said Kakashi to everyone's surprise. But I thought you needed to be very smart to learn that, asked Sakura. Then, I guess Hinata was telling the truth about her IQ, said Kakashi, laughing. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rogal, both engaged in a fierce battle of taijutsu. To anyone who wasn't a honing, were nothing more than blurs at that speed. The power and speed behind those attacks was enough to completely shatter any bone that hit the opponent. Every punch or kick they threw was blocked by the opponent and sent a shockwave throughout the arena. Lee disappeared in a burst of speed and quickly appeared behind Naruto and threw a punch at Naruto, caught the punch with both hands and brought Lee in front of him and gave him a kick in the stomach. Lee just ignored him as expected. I'm faster, but you have more strength, said Naruto. That's right, said Lu as he regained his balance and untangled the bonds on both of his arms. Lee disappeared and quickly appeared next to Naruto and kneed him in the stomach. Naruto bent over and kicked him in the air. Naruto was in the air when he appeared next to him and touched his back. Lee's bonds quickly left his arms and wrapped around Naruto. Lee grabbed Naruto, and both they started spinning really fast and falling rapidly to the ground. OOT tearing front lotus. This is going to hurt, Naruto thought as he spun around and headed head first into the ground. At high speed, boom, a massive shockwave was heard throughout the room as Lee sent Naruto crashing to the ground, creating a large crater much bigger than the one that was there previously. Lee stood to the side as he watched the dust clouds settle and saw Naruto lying on the ground. Oh, Naruto said barely as he got up from the crater and received faces too. Everyone's amazement. That hurt like hell. I'm already regretting not using my bloodline, he said as he stood up, flexing his neck and dusting off his clothes. How can you stay standing after that? He asked him as he was starting to tire. His sensei had forbidden him that movement due to the wear and tear it caused his canaliculus muscles a lot. Naruto said as he prepared to continue with the attack. It's time to show you the true power of my taijutsu style, said Naruto. Lee didn't want to give him time to recover and quickly ran towards him and said with no Ascent Leaf Whirlwind. Naruto already knew this move and took his opportunity. He saw the kick coming and elbowed Lee in the leg. Lee collapsed in pain and nursed his leg. I'm sorry, Lee, but my true style of taijutsu is meant to target weak points and depressions along the human body. I can't put enough pressure to break bones. Please surrender. I don't want to hurt you, said Naruto. I can't give up, guys. Sensei, forgive me, but I must do it, said Lu. and stood up. He put his arms in front of his chest in. An X-shaped Naruto watched as his veins began to show under his skin, and his skin began to turn redder. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what Lee was about to do. Lee, you can't open them. This is getting out of hand, said Naruto. I can't give up because this is my path, Nindo, said Lu Simon. Opening gate Kai, said Lee as his veins began to get more defined under his skin. Human healing gate Kai, said Lu, and his face started to turn red. Saiyan life gate Kai, said Lu, and a green aura could be seen forming around his body. Shomon pain gate Kai, said Tommen. Closing gate Kai, said Lu, and the air around him started to spin due to the massive amounts of chakra he was producing. Balcony, you taught him how to open the gates, said Kakashi. Are you crazy? He asked. I don't want to hear that from you. He can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu taijutsu, is all he has. He replied. Gay, I can see the chakra around his body. This is amazing, said Sakura as she watched in awe the power radiating from him. I want you to teach me this, Kakashi sensei, said Sasuke. Never. The gates are extremely dangerous. There are 8 gates in the human body. If you open them all, you temporarily get a boost of strength that can surpass a Kage, but then you die. Explained Kakashi. Lee is using them. Does that mean he's going to die? Asked Sasuke. If you open the 8th and final gate, you will die. However, if your body is not strong enough to withstand the strain of the lower gates, you can also die easily. That's why it's a very dangerous technique, explained Kakashi. And Sasuke snorted. Naruto Uzumaki versus Roble. You're really amazing, Lee, but I can't lose here too, and I promised only taijutsu, which leaves me with this as my last trump card. Kaimon Kumansi and Shomon Tommen Kai, said Naruto, and exploded with chakra. Balcony, what Kakashi yelled as he watched Naruto easily open 5 gates. How can he open the gates too? Is crazy, said Kakashi. Kinai, began Kakashi. Did you teach him this? Asked Kakashi with a dangerous voice. No, I didn't even know he could do this, said Gurina, equally surprised. Relax, began Hinata, and got everyone's attention. He knows what he's doing. Anyone can open the gates as long as they know where they are located in the human body. I can open them too. I can open up to 4, said Hinata, and everyone looked at her in shock. Kakashi gulped and revealed his Sharingan to see the battle that was about to begin. How many gates can you open? Asked Kakashi. Hinata smiled and yelled, Naruto, go all out. Pot. Naruto Uzumaki versus Roble. Naruto laughed at Hinata's enthusiasm and decided to show it to her. Kurama, get ready. I'm going with all my strength, said Naruto, smiling sincerely. You have no control, replied Kurama. Ki enjoy. Gate Kon Shot Gate Kai, said Naruto, and was surrounded by a blue aura. 7 gates. Balcony, said Kakashi. Barely standing, Sakura, Ino, and most of the weaker Janines were on the ground. The amount of power that Naruto was unleashing, it was leaving everyone breathless. Naruto Uzumaki versus Roble. Shimon Death's Door Kai, said Naruto, and everyone's eyes opened. Naruto's muscles bulged completely, tearing his mesh armor and shirt off his head, leaving his torso naked. Naruto began to walk towards him. With each step, he took the ground beneath him. Cracked. His eyes were completely blue, and his head was red. He was sweating profusely, and it gave him a blue aura around him. His hair flowed in the air and shone slightly. Balcony, he opened the last door, said Kakashi, as he fell to his knees. Don't worry, said Hinata calmly, and everyone stared at her. There are 5 people in the entire world who can open all the doors and live, and Naruto is one of them, concluded Hinata. What do you mean he can open the last door and live? He asked Gay, and she nodded. Gay gulped and focused his attention on the arena. It was a once-in-a-lifetime moment to be able to witness the opening of all 8 doors. Naruto Uzumaki versus Roble. Are you ready? Naruto asked, his voice getting deeper due to all the doors being open. Lee gulped and nodded slowly, not really wanting to see what was going to happen to him. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed that not even the Hokage could keep up with. Not even Kakashi's Sharingan managed to keep up with him. Lee looked around when he suddenly felt a paralyzing pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw Naruto with his fist embedded in his chest. Lee was sent flying before he could hit anything. Naruto appeared below him and kneed him in the back, sending him into the air. Naruto disappeared once more and appeared above Lee in the air. Naruto punched Lee so hard it sent a shockwave throughout the arena. Anyone watching had to shield themselves with chakra in order to get back to their feet. Lee was about to crash to the ground when Naruto pulled him back by the binds on his arms and kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. When Lee, the whole building crashed. It shook and the arena exploded into pieces. The Hokage and the Honing who were watching had to leave, or they would receive the full power of the shockwave. Naruto fell to the ground and knelt down. Although he thought he could survive by opening all the doors, this took its toll on his body. 8 approached Lee to see if he was in one piece. She approached him and touched his neck and felt a weak pulse. Winner by knockout, Uzumaki, Naruto said. I-8 stuttering. She came out of her state of shock and shouted medic's balcony. No one said anything at the amount of power they had just demonstrated. They wondered how he had managed to survive such brutal attacks. They saw Naruto slowly approaching them and noticed he was breathing heavily. So that is the power of the 8th gate, said Gay as he ran towards his fallen student. Are you okay, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Naruto dropped to the ground and leaned against the wall. Yeah, I just need to get some sleep, and I'll be up in a jiffy, he replied. You're not human, said Yujito. As I approached Naruto, it's funny, because if it weren't for the furball, I would have died, said Naruto, laughing to the surprise of many and the confusion of the others. You probably wouldn't survive. Anyone below the 5th wouldn't survive opening the last door. I don't like opening doors because I have better options, but I promise I'll do a taijutsu only battle. I won't be able to move properly today, said Naruto. Do you know any of them? Asked Sasuke smugly, trying to get the most out of it. Amount of information that could well of the 5 people that can survive. There are 3 here. I am Killer Bee, said Naruto, pointing to the honing of Team Kyomo. And SDFU, concluded Naruto, pointing to Fu, the member of Team Taki. Why are you so special? Asked Sasuke. And everyone tensed up. It's not my place to tell, Sasuke, replied Naruto, and stood up. Sasuke frowned at the blonde contestants gather around, said I-8. And everyone who passed by was now standing in front of Hate. Okay, he asked Naruto. Well, according to the doctors, his muscles are destroyed. He has some broken bones, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion, replied I-8. And everyone looked at Naruto, who was starting to feel bad for what. He did. Don't worry, he will have to be in bed for 3 weeks before he can walk again. But he will be fine, said Hate, and Naruto sighed in relief. The finals of this year's Chunin exam will take place in the main arena in a month. Here is the tournament grid. Take a good look at it, he said I-8, and showed them the paper. Yada versus Yinji, Furu versus Nai, Yujito, Sabaku, not Temari versus AR, Shikamaru, Uzumaki, Naruto versus Uchi, Sasuke, Sabaka, Nora versus Sabako, no Kankuro. It seems that I will be able to show you the true power of the Sharingan. Son, laughed Sasuke at Naruto. Naruto laughed, and Sasuke got angry. What's so funny? Asked Sasuke. I will give it to you, the Sharingan. It's an amazing tool, but that alone is not enough, explained Naruto. You will never know the true power of the Sharingan, and I will show it to you in the final, Sasuke said, smirking. I guess we'll test who has a more developed bloodline, Naruto said, smirking. Everyone in the room stared and began to consider whether Sasuke had a death wish bloodline or not. The amount of power Naruto unleashed here was enough to give even Keikyo a chance. I guess we'll duel too. Cousin, I'll show you how much of a loser you are, Nia, Hinata said with her traditional cocky smile. Maybe so, but I won't give up, Hinata said, smirking. Okay, contestants may leave the room. I'll see you all in a month. Naruto, stay back. I want to talk to you, said the Hokage, and nodded with the Hokage. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Although you made a dangerous move, said the Hokage in a serious tone. I know I would never use the door since I have better options, but I wanted to give Lee a taijutsu battle, Naruto explained, and the Hokage nodded. What do you plan on doing during this free month? Asked the Hokage. Of course I do. Why do you ask? Asked Naruto. Well, since both you and Hinata passed away, and Karina, and can only train one person effectively, thought I'd mention your godfather arrived at the village yesterday, the Hokage said, and watched Naruto's reaction. My godfather? Who is he? Naruto asked, wondering. Who had his father chosen? My student Jiraiya, and one of your grandmother's teammates. The cashier answered, and watched as Naruto's jaw dropped to the floor. You mean Jiraiya of the Sannin? Naruto asked, preparing to chase after the man to train, the one and only. The Hokage replied, laughing. Should be at the hot springs. Naruto didn't think much of it, and quickly went to the hot springs to meet his godfather. His godfather was Jiraiya, the legendary tar. He should really be able to teach him all sorts of powerful techniques and be a very strong and serious person. Right? Naruto left the main arena and found his team waiting for him. All right, asked Hinata. Yes, the old man just told me that my godfather was in town. I didn't even know he had one, replied Naruto, laughing. Godfather? Who is he? Asked Kurenai. Jiraiya of the Sannin, said Naruto, and laughed seeing their faces. I know I had the same reaction when Gigi told me, "How are we doing this, sensei?" Asked Naruto. "Well, I can't train them at the same time because it would be unfair because they will probably face each other in the finals." He said, "Kurenai, you can dedicate all your time to Hinata-chan. I will bother my godfather to train you a little." He said, Naruto, "Okay," replied Kurenai. "See you later at home." And she said Naruto kissed her on the cheek and left Konoha Hot Springs. Naruto walked through Konoha, heading to meet his godfather at the hot springs. Konoha Hot Springs were relatively small compared to other exotic destinations, but they were enough for a village like Konoha. Naruto walked calmly through the village. He was still tired from having opened all the gates, and Kurama scolded him, and he had to heal him. No pain, no gain. Right, Naruto quickly arrived at his destination and found it surprisingly quiet the outside. Normally on a warm day like this, one should find the hot springs with more guests. In the end, it was better that way. Naruto entered the hot springs and headed toward the reception desk. Sitting in the chair behind the counter was a woman in her 40s. She had neck-length black hair and brown eyes. "Good afternoon. I would like to know if there is someone named Jiraiya using the hot springs," asked Naruto. "Not that I know of, dear," she replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her friendly tone. "There are a couple of kunoichis, but the male section is completely empty," Naruto finished explaining, sighing and leaving. When he left, he noticed that Ebisu was there again, looking at women. "Closet pervert?" Naruto asked, making Ebisu jump. "What a rude comment. I'm a gentleman," Ebisu explained. Sure. That's why you're blushing. And you have a small trickle of blood coming from your nose." Naruto pointed at him. "Nonsense," Isis said, gesturing for him to leave. "You shouldn't be training. I heard you're going up against Uchiha." "Sasuke is a prodigy, did you know?" said Isu. Yes, Sasuke is great. I know once I throw him to the ground in front of everyone, no one will say that again," said Naruto, smiling. "Do you really think you can defeat Uchiha? And yet he is rookie of the year," asked Ebisu. "Even a Chunin can kill a Kage," answered Naruto, much to Ebisu's surprise. "Besides, instead of spying, you shouldn't be training Konohamaru," asked Naruto. Isu thought for a moment and came up with the perfect excuse to be there. He was tasting the hot water to see if she was hot, so Konohamaru could train his chakra control. Ebisu stated smugly as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Does he think he's fooling anyone?" Naruto thought. Naruto was about to reply when they heard giggling coming from the roof of the hot springs. They both scanned the area and found a man with a small telescope spying on the bathing women. "I will not tolerate such behavior in my presence," Isu yelled and ran towards the man. "Tisk, ruining my research," thought the man as he burst into a puff of smoke revealing a toad. The toad quickly sent out its tongue and wrapped it around Baisu, slamming him into the ground, knocking him unconscious. "A toad," thought Naruto. As he looked at the man, he was a tall man with waist-length spiky white hair, tied in a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing either side of his face. He also had red lines running down from his eyes and wore a mouthguard horn forehead with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the first side of his nose. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants underneath, which he wore chainmail armor that peeked out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with hand guards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red AI with 2 simple yellow circles on either side and a scroll on his back. He also had a tattoo on his left palm that looks like one that Gam also has in his. "Are you Jur?" asked Naruto as he looked at the man. Jiraiya looked at the young blonde and asked him who he was. Suddenly, he started dancing and said, "I may look like another Sannin, but there is no place you can hide from me. From the north, east, west, and south women kneel before me. I am the brave one, Jiraiya," said Jiraiya as he stopped dancing to see Naruto looking at him. "Why is everyone in the village an idiot? The old man is a pervert. Kakashi is always late. My grandfather is a player, and now my godfather is an idiot and a pervert," thought Naruto, and sighed and wondered why his father chose him out of all people. "Now that I think about it, I wonder who is my godmother," thought Naruto. "Are you really my godfather?" asked Naruto. Not really wanting to know the truth. "Godfather Ina?" Naruto Jiraiya asked the blonde boy. Now that he looked at him, he really did look like Minato. He had grown quite a bit since the last time he saw him, when he was about 4 years old. "Oh," Naruto replied. "You have grown," said Jiraiya as he approached him, and he knelt down to his level. "Man, you must be a womanizer. I think I just found my next source of inspiration," Jiraiya said, laughing and patting himself on the back. I wonder why my father chose you, Naruto replied while his eye twitched. Do you know who your father is? Jiraiya asked with wide eyes. Yes, I have known since I was 5. How do you not know? I guess you haven't been to the village since then, Naruto said, and the Toad Sage nodded. If you are here now, how about you help me train for the Chunin exams? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya thought for a moment before starting to laugh. I will train you under one condition, Jiraiya said. Naruto knew he would probably regret this, but asked, what condition do I want you to get me some ripe fruit? Jiraiya said, laughing evilly as he gestured with his arms to form the figure of an elegant woman. Naruto slapped his forehead before a smile appeared on his lips. I have something better for you. Naruto smiled as Jiraiya raised his hand. Eyebrow activated his Sharingan, showing all his power to Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could say anything, Naruto looked him in the eyes and said, Megan Arami visualization technique. Jiraiya was dragged into some hot springs that looked like Konohas, but they weren't. Jiraiya Yakin, said a blonde girl, as she approached Jiraiya, who was already submerged in the water. The girl had light blonde hair and brown eyes with a violet diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She is a slender figure, but what really her D-cup breast stood out. Tsunade, I knew you love me, come here, said Jiraiya. While almost fainting from blood loss, said Tsunade, oh, of course not, Naruto thought before abruptly ending the technique. Jiraiya pouted. Stay away from B.A. Chan, you pervert, yelled Naruto, pointing at him. B.A. Chan and the Sharingan, you have a lot to explain, said Jiraiya in a serious tone. Okay, but you can't tell anyone yet. What do you want to know first? Naruto asked. How come you have the Sharingan? Asked Jiraiya. My father, he never told you. But my grandfather was Uchiha Madara, said Naruto, and smiled at his face. Jiraiya was crying with his jaw. Madara, it can't be, said Jiraiya, stuttering and allowing his brain to process the information. For what my father told me, Madara Gigi, he didn't die in his fight with Hashirama Gigi. Years later, my father was born, and when my Madara Gigi's wife died, he left my father in the village. Explain, Naruto, and Jiraiya nodded foolishly. What do you mean by what your father told you? Asked Jiraiya. With curious, I really don't know how he did it, but when I awakened my Sharingan at age 5, it appeared in my mind and explained everything to me. Naruto explained it is certainly possible that he is a brat. He was always a genius, thought Jiraiya. While processing the information, I wonder how you never found out, said Naruto, and pulled Jiraiya out of his thoughts, getting a confused face from him. What I mean is that, for example, the Rasengan he created was derived from the tailed beast ball. He saw it with his Sharingan. He couldn't copy it, but he could see how it worked, and after a little effort, he created this. Naruto said, and extended his hand, showing his perfect Rasengan. Can you do the Rasengan? Who taught you this? Asked Jiraiya. Not every day you see a 14-year-old boy perform a range jutsu on anyone. I read my father's scroll and trained, but I prefer the Rake the Chidori for battles. I only use the Rasengan when I need to destroy something, said Naruto, smiling. Are Raikiri? Asked Jiraiya, and his face paled when he saw Naruto's hand glow with electricity. What kind of monster are you? Jiraiya asked a fox. Naruto replied, laughing out loud as Jiraiya's jaw dropped. I think you can't be surprised anymore. Now tell me, what was that about Tsunade being your grandmother? Jiraiya said. Exactly, she was my mother's mother. My mother was Uzumaki Kusina, right? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. My mother's real name was Senju Kyuzin, Senju's daughter Tsunade, explained Naruto. I knew Tsunade had a daughter, but I heard she died. I never realized it was Kusina. Jiraiya thought out loud that to you becomes a member of the Senju clan and also the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya, he said. Quite well, said Naruto. You know where Tsunade is. I promised the old man that I would bring her back. After all, she still has me as family, concluded Naruto. Good luck with that. She lost everything and left the village forever. I've tried talking to her, but it's no use. I guess maybe you can after the Chunin exams. We will go look for her, said Jiraiya. Do you have any other surprises? He asked. No, I don't think I have anything else, he answered. Naruto, then will you train me? How will it fall? Or Sennin? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya shuddered at his nickname. Don't call me that, idiot, okay? I'll teach you a couple of things. Let's go somewhere else, replied with Naruto and Jiraiya. Okay, I'll teach you this killing technique, said Jiraiya, and slammed his palm on the ground, and it burst into smoke, revealing a toad with a large scroll on its tongue, summoning contract. I already have one, said Naruto, and Jiraiya. I twitched. Which one do you have? Asked Jiraiya. Foxes, replied Naruto, and received a confused face from Jiraiya. There is no Fox contract, stated Jiraiya, with his arms crossed. Naruto bit his thumb, making hand seals, and slammed his hand on the ground. As the smoke cleared, Quintus appeared. This is Quintus, a tracker, fox Naruto. And Quintus gave Jiraiya his fox smile. Where did you get that from, Jiraiya? Asked Kobe. Gave it to me, Naruto said. And Jiraiya was completely impressed. Have you talked to him yet, Jiraiya asked? And Naruto nodded. Just be careful, foxes are known for being cunning, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. Yes, if he knew that Kurama's cage was open, he would be scared, Naruto thought, laughing. Is there anything else you could teach me, Naruto asked. Okay, let's start with this, said Jiraiya. The next pairs of jutsus are my own creation. Use your Sharingan. It's easier to memorize the seals, said Jiraiya. And Naruto activated his eyes. Ninpu, Uru, guardian of the needles, said Jiraiya, and immediately his hair grew and formed a shell around his body that protected him. Return said, that's great. I wonder what mine will look like since I'm blonde, said Naruto, and did the same as Jiraiya. After the third attempt, Naruto was able to perform this jutsu effortlessly, and he could trust it for combat. Well, remember that this jutsu only protects lower B ranks, explained Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded. Also, if you plan to rely on this jutsu to defend yourself, you should let your hair grow a little like mine, so it will be faster too. Use, explained Jiraiya. Now, I want to check if your Rasengan is up to par. Check it with mine, said Jiraiya, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I want to see if the compression, rotation, and overall power are good enough, explained Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded, and both jumped a few meters back, facing each other. Both launched themselves forward with their palms facing each other and shouted Rasengan at the same time. Both spheres collided with each other, both fighting for supremacy. The confrontation continued for a few seconds until both spheres exploded and sent Jiraiya and Naruto flying in opposite directions. Quickly, they regained their senses, and they landed on the ground without much trouble. Your Rasengan is good, said Jiraiya. By the way, who are you facing in the finals? He asked. Him facing the last Uchiha, said Naruto, laughing. Will be hell when he finds out he isn't the last Uchiha, said Jiraiya, laughing. Arrow sending, yelled Naruto, in the eye of his sense, and trembled. You trained my father, right? He asked. And Jiraiya nodded before continuing. Do you know how he trained Lashin? He asked. What do you mean? Asked Jiraiya, until he realized something. Don't tell me that too. Can you use it? He asked. Yes, I finished my version of the Shiki formula a couple months ago, but I find it difficult to perform multiple jumps in quick succession. I have a tendency to crash into something, Naruto explained. You said you finished your version of the Shiki formula, Jiraiya said with his hand on his chin. How good are you with seals? He asked. Level 10 seal master, Naruto stated, and Jiraiya crossed his arms and pouted, muttering something in blonde geniuses. I know your father used to train by placing seals and so on in various places like a circuit, I think. He also trained his own agility and flexibility. He had the same problem as you when he started, explained Jiraiya. Thanks, I will do it, said Naruto. Arrow Senin, I've been wondering, do you know who my godmother is? He asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Godmother? I think your mother chose Yuga Anna. After all, Anna and Yasi were your parents' best friends, explained Jiraiya, while remembering some funny memories. Hinata-chan's mother, who would have said it, said Naruto. What makes him so surprising? Asked Jiraiya. Hinata is my girlfriend, said Naruto, and that caused Jiraiya to laugh pervertedly, making Naruto's eye twitch and wonder if it was wise to tell him that I knew you were a hunk. You'll make me richer, just like your parents, said Jiraiya. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. But when it came to his godfather, he expected anything. I'm the author of these amazing books, said Jiraiya, and pulled out an orange book that was already too familiar from between his clothes. One of these books is based on your parents, said Jiraiya, laughing like a fanatic with a trickle of blood coming from his nose. Do you spy on my parents? Naruto asked, but it was more of a statement. Jiraiya nodded, quite proud of his achievements. If you do that to us, Amiria, and I'll shove a Raikiri up your ass, said Naruto, and Jiraiya shuddered at the thought. Calm down. Was it just a joke or not? Said Jiraiya, laughing out loud at his expression. Are you really a Sannin? Asked Naruto, increasingly doubtful of his supposed godfather. Toad Sage, forget it. Let's continue with the training, said Jiraiya, and thought for a moment. Have you tried to use the power of the QB? Asked. Can I now use all the power of the QB? Said Naruto, much to Jiraiya's surprise. What do you mean by maximum power? Asked Jiraiya. When I met my father at age 5, he opened the QB's cage so I could access it. Was all his chakra, explained Naruto. Can you control it? Said Jiraiya, amazed. There were only a few people in history who could control the power of a Biju. They were Yagura, the Sambi Jinchuriki, and kid the Achi Jinchuriki that's the point you. Don't control them, you work with them. Explain Naruto. Are you telling me you're friends? He asked. Basically, I'm looking for a way to free him. He doesn't deserve to be locked up and used as a weapon, said Naruto. You don't seem crazy. So if you're trying to free him and Minato opened the cage, I guess it wasn't his fault that Kyuubi attacked 14 years ago, said Jiraiya. Exactly, when I was being born, someone attacked my mother and took her Kiyomi, then used the Sharingan to control it and attacked the village, explained Naruto. But only Madara managed to control it, said Jiraiya. I know from the history books, but my father knew it wasn't Madara. After all, my father would recognize his father's chakra. Signature Naruto said, that makes more sense. Your father was a seal master. There was no way the seal would break with him present, said Jiraiya. I should tell him about Akatsuki. He seems much more mature than children his age and is already strong, thought Jiraiya. I didn't plan on telling you this, but I see that you are mature enough to understand it, said Jiraiya in a very serious tone. What happens now? Asked Naruto. There's a group of S-rank criminals called Sakatsuki, and they are after the Biju, said Jiraiya. Why can't my life be simple, said Naruto. As he sat on the ground, my life, since I was born, has been an S-rank mission. I am hated by almost everyone, and now I will be chased by cage-level ninjas, he said, sighing. You'll have a bad time. But you have people who care about you. You have me, Hokage, your girlfriend, and I bet you have more friends, said Jiraiya. And Naruto, he nodded slowly. Hold on to those who care about you, and ignore the rest, he concluded. I guess, said Naruto. What is your dream? Asked Jiraiya. To become Hokage, said Naruto with a small smile. The same dream as his parents. I will do my best to guide you towards it, thought Jiraiya. Then don't give up. Fight for what you want, said Jiraiya. I never give up, and I never give in, because that's my way of being a ninja, said Naruto with renewed vigor. As he jumped to his feet, Jiraiya smiled. Naruto remembered him so much of Minato. And Kushina, who was scary, had Minato's intellect with Kushina's personality. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner, said Jiraiya. Yes, ramen, here we go, said Naruto. And Jiraiya froze. No ramen, no, thought Jiraiya. While crying anime, tears in his mind. A week had passed since the second phase of the Chunin exams ended, and everyone was busy training or gathering information on their opponents. Naruto was training with his godfather. Jiraiya, the man, was a pervert, but Naruto had to admit that the man was strong and enthusiastic. Naruto didn't have much to prepare against his opponent. Sasuke went to the academy with him, and like most of the Uchihas, Sasuke preferred fire jutsus and relied on his Sharingan. Hinata was training with Kurenai. Naruto didn't know much about what she was doing, and with good reason. After all, she will most likely end up facing him in the finals, so he should have some surprises in store for his blonde. If you looked closely, you would notice that both Naruto and Hinata, they faced members of the clan. So to speak, Naruto faced Sasuke, and both were carriers of a Sharingan, and Yada faced his cousin Neji. Both were users of the Byakugan. Naruto remembered from the preliminaries all the details of the fights. An advantage of the Sharingan is that it grants the user photographic memory. That is the reason why the Sharingan can copy jutsus. Neji and Nada were mainly taijutsu users, being Hinata a very good user of Suidan Fu. She was an insect user in Suidan, but also the Nanabai Jinchuriki Yujito was a fire user and very flexible in taijutsu. And I saw in the Nibi Jinchuriki Temari was a long-range wind user. So her taijutsu should be low. Shikamaru was a shadow user, and as Temari was long-range type, so her taijutsu should be her weak point. Kankuro was unknown since he didn't fight. And finally, there's Gaara, the sand user, and the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata were lying on the couch with Hinata wrapped in Naruto's arms and with her back resting on his chest. They were relaxing after a long day of training. How was your training? Naruto asked while gently stroking her hair, while he asked Suma-sensei for some training in taijutsu with daggers and trench knives. And Nada replied, daggers. They look good on you. They are beautiful and lethal, said Naruto. She turned to look at him and kiss him softly and placed her head on his chest. Flattery will get you nowhere, and he said. He chuckled. Oh, come now. It's true, you are beautiful, he said, and she blushed slightly. By the way, I need some tips on lightning manipulation. He said you did the leaf exercise, crumbling chakra through them. You need to increase the amount of output until the rocks break, he explained, and she nodded And how was your training with the pervert? Hinata asked. And he laughed. Naruto told her about his godfather and how he was the writer of a Uchiha that Kakashi likes so much. The best is that you have an idiot godfather who is constantly distracted with his research, said Naruto, sighing. He taught me some katan jutsus. It's the only nature we share, explained Naruto. Hinata snuggled further into Naruto's chest. She was always surprised by the warmth he gave her and always felt safe in his presence. They rested for a few minutes until Naruto remembered something he had talked about with Jiraiya. Hey, Ayami, asked Naruto, and Shitaro in response, did you know that your mother was my godmother? He asked seriously, asked Hinata, while raising my head and staring at him. According to Ero Sennin, your parents were my parents' best friends. Imagine, he said, laughing. I wonder what my father gave in Yasi, mused Naruto. You know, I think my father was never that bad, said Hinata softly, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. I was 3, but I seem to remember him being nice to me. After my mother died, he became cold, and the elders didn't help. Then I got kidnapped, and the result of my kidnapping forced Niji's father and handed over to Kyumo as payment. I think he blames me for that. If I had been stronger, they wouldn't have kidnapped me, explained. It was my fault. If I had been stronger, said Hinata. Through tears, Naruto picked her up and wiped her tears with his hands. He hugged her, and she snuggled in his chest. It wasn't your fault. You were 6 years old. No one could have expected you to defend yourself from a Honin, explained Naruto, easing her worries. But you managed to kill him, she replied with a weak voice that threatened to break. That was pure luck. I had my Sharingan, my Akuma. Without both of them would have killed me. Instantly, I think he didn't kill me because he wanted my bloodline too, Naruto whispered to her, and she nodded slowly. He continued to hold her for a few minutes and felt her tension slowly subside. Hinata meant the world to him. People like Naruto, the Jinchuriki, no matter where they live, grow up in a world of pain, suffering, and hatred. Living in an environment like this is never good, much less when you're a child growing up. For people like Naruto, who are rarely shown kindness or love, that makes them very protective of that person, since they gave them something they never had. This is the case with Naruto, and Nada was the first person who truly loved him deeply and unconditionally. So he is very protective of her and would do anything to keep her happy and safe. Do you feel better? Asked Naruto. As he wiped her dried tears, she nodded and snuggled closer to him. She always found comfort and security in him. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared in the center of the room where they were. When the smoke cleared, it was revealed to be a fox. Hello, Kyofu, said Naruto. Flashback. Forest of Death. Team 8 just entered the gates of the Forest of Death, preparing to pass the exam. Guys, wait. I want to do something, said Naruto, and perform hand seal summoning jutsu, said Naruto, and Kafu appeared. What do you need? Asked Kafu. I need you to spy on Kabuto. Something about him isn't right. His chakra levels are close to that of a Honin, and he still failed 6 times here, said Naruto, and he showed a chakra card he secretly stole from Kabuto's deck. Smell it, and you can find it. Naruto said, I have it. I'm leaving. Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. End of flashback. So what did you find out? Naruto asked. That guy Kabuto is working with Orochimaru. I found them talking in the Forest of Death. Kyofu said, I told you it smelled like snakes. Kurama yelled, and Naruto mentally yelled. I thought so. Kurama said it smelled like snakes. Naruto sighed. He would inform Hokage later. Is there anything else? He asked. Yes. I also heard Kabuto talk to the Sand Honing about an invasion during the finals, said Kyofu, and Naruto nodded. A few seconds later, Naruto shot out of the couch and yelled, lower your voice, said KY Fusa, while caressing his sensitive ears. Are you sure that you heard right? Asked Naruto, very seriously. Yes, I'm sure, said Kyofu. What time is it? Asked Naruto, worried. It's 7 p.m. Why did he ask? Hinata, confused. The old man should still be in his office. We have to warn him, said Naruto, and Hinata nodded. They both picked up their jackets, and Kyo, he jumped on Naruto's shoulder as they left the apartment and headed towards Hokage's tower. Hokage's tower. The Hokage was in his office doing what he does best, doing paperwork. After Naruto told him about the Kage trick, the old man's life improved a lot. Now he could enjoy what he liked to do, which was drink tea, smoke his pipe, read his Uchiha, and walk around the village. Suddenly, the door opened so fast that even the hidden Ambu jumped in front of Hokage to protect him from the threat. For the love of Kami, retreat. It's just Naruto-kun, said the Hokage, and the Ambu retreated in shame and went into action without giving in to the threat. Naruto Is there a reason why you came into my office from that era? Asked the Hokage. Really, there's the sand is going to invade us during the finals, Naruto quickly said. What? Asked the Oki. Thinking that he had heard Naruto wrong, I said that the sand village would invade ours during the Chunin exam finals, said Naruto in a calmer tone. What makes you think that? Asked the Hokage with all his attention towards Naruto. This is Kafu, said Naruto, pointing at the fox on his shoulders. It's a spy fox. During the second round, I summoned him to spy on Jacuzzi Kabuto because he had honing level chakra reserves, and yet he claimed to have failed the exam 6 times. Kyofu found him talking to Orochimaru, and yesterday, he found him talking to the sand honing about the invasion. They're planning, Naruto explained, and Kafu nodded. Are you sure, Kafu? Asked the Hokage in a serious tone. Yes, Hokage-sama, answered the Inu. Fox, said the Hokage, and in front of him one with a dog mask appeared, summoned Shikaku and Jiraiya, said the Hokage, who said the Inbu, and disappeared. Now that you know, I'll go, old man, said Naruto, and gestured for him to leave. No, Naruto, you, and then not to stay. Maybe we need to know anything else that Kifu knows, and you deserve to hear this. Since you discovered it, said the Hokage, and they both nodded. Not even 15 minutes later, everyone was gathered in Hokage's office. Jiraiya, Shik, Naruto, and also Inada, welcome, and sorry for calling you so quickly, but that the situation could be serious. The Hokage began. Naruto claims that the Sand Village will invade during the final exams, said the Hokage. And everyone looked with wide eyes at Naruto, who was feeling a little insecure. That is a bold statement, Naruto. San, even more so, because the Sand Village is our ally. What is your test? Asked Shikaku. And Naruto explained his doubts about Kabuto, and their conversation. Orochimaru Baki, the Sand Jonin, is actually plausible, began Jiraiya. According to my spy network, the Tao of Wind has been giving more missions to our country that will undoubtedly cripple the Sand Village. And if they get desperate enough, they might attempt an invasion, concluded Jiraiya. What is Kabuto's story? He asked. Jiraiya is the adopted son of our head medic. They found him in an empty battlefield a few years ago, and the head medic adopted him. He said the Hokage should capture him for interrogation. He asked Jiraiya, no, if he isn't there, they could invade us immediately without giving us time to prepare. Explained the Hokage, and noticed that Naruto wanted to say something, but he felt a little unsure. After all, this was almost a war meeting. Is there something you want to say, Naruto-kun? Asked the Hokage, and he nodded before starting. Do you remember when I brought Rock AI? Asked Naruto, and the Hokage nodded. Well, before trapping him in the scroll, I interrogated him, and he said that he belonged to the Sound Village, and that his cage was Orochimaru. Then is it not possible that the Sound Village and the Sand Village will form an alliance to attack us? Asked Naruto, letting the idea drop out loud. It's true. I heard about a new village that was formed a few months ago, and there were insane genin competing, Jiraiya explained. Besides, it's very strange to bring Ichibi Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams when he's clearly mentally unstable. Unless you were planning on unleashing Shikaku in the middle of the village, Naruto said. Naruto is right. I've heard rumors about the Sandbrat. He's as unstable as can be. It wouldn't take much for him to fall apart, Jiraiya said. So everyone agrees. Where they'll most likely invade? Asked the Hokage, and everyone nodded. Boo, then let's make plans. I'll immediately call most of our shinobi who are on missions. What about our evacuation routes and shelters? Asked the Hokage. They're always prepared, but we'll stockpile some supplies just to be safe. Also, we can't evacuate before then because they might get suspicious. Our best option is a surprise counterattack. Once they start the invasion, explained Shikaku, they'll focus on the OS. More important ones like the academy, the hospital, the IT department, and the ambush station. Shikaku continued, but was interrupted by Naruto. I have a suggestion, Naruto began. I found a couple of barrier seals in my house that might serve a purpose. They can create a barrier dome around a building to protect it from harm. Furthermore, people inside can leave freely. However, for someone to enter, someone inside must open the barrier. Naruto explained with barrier seals. Jiraiya asked, yes, they belong to the Uzumaki clan. I have studied them, and a Chunin can power the shield for a day. Their strength is directly related to the chakra that powers them. So a Chunin can create a barrier that will stop any technique below its rank. Naruto explained, and everyone was shocked. The Whirlpool Village was home to the Uzumaki clan, the most renowned Fuinjutsu user in the world. It took the combined effort of 3 villages to bring together a single clan. It seems there is more to Naruto than meets the eye. They are problematic blondes, Shikaka said. Very well. Jiraiya, I want you and Naruto to prepare the seals around our main buildings for the next few weeks. Be discreet, the Hokage explained, and they both nodded. Now that the evacuation plans are set up, what about Shikaku? The Hokage explained. I could take care of him, Naruto said, and everyone turned to look at him again. The Hokage asked, during the finals, we will face each other in combat. I will defeat Sasuke, without a doubt. Gaara will definitely win against his brother. Second round, we will face each other, and I can seal Shikaku strong enough that it won't be a problem, explained Naruto. That is a very serious statement. You make Naruto. Are you sure you can do it? Asked the Hokage. He had no doubt that Naruto was strong and skilled, but going up against a Beige was a different matter. Absolutely, said Naruto, and looked at everyone in the room, with Sun shining with all its power, sending shivers down everyone present. They could feel the power behind those eyes, the true power of the Sharingan, the power of Uchiha. Problematic blonde, Shikaka muttered, would have asked, but it would be too troublesome to know. Since when do you have a Mang? Jiraiya asked, completely surprised with his godson. He knew very well the powers behind eyes like those. I have had it since I became a genin. But I will tell you later, said Naruto. Is a very high risk you are taking, said the Hokage, and thought for a moment. I will trust you, but I will have Jiraiya waiting if necessary, explained the Hokage, and Naruto nodded. Don't worry, old man. Have I ever disappointed you? Asked Naruto. No. But don't forget that this is a Bijo, said the Hokage, and then mine has 8 more tails, said Naruto, smiling. Very well, the initial preparations are ready. Summon the rest of the clan heads to inform them, and always be discreet, said the Hokage. And Naruto and Hinata left the room. It was an interesting night. Kumogakure Raikage's office. The Raikage was in his office doing his best against the #1 enemy of the Kage, the paperwork. He is a tall, dark-skinned man with a large, muscular build, with his white hair combed back, a small mustache and beard. His face is very distinguished with pronounced cheekbones and tear grooves below his eyes and a prominent crease on his forehead. He has pointed canines, and his upper lip is also a darker shade than his lower one. The Rake was his name. He was the son of the 3rd Rajay, who was demoted after the Yuga affair. Curse you, father, for leaving me with this paperwork nightmare. He cursed in his thoughts as he was signing another mission report when suddenly someone knocked on the door. The Raikage entered the door. The door opened, and a woman entered his office. Mabui was a young woman with dark skin and green eyes. She was wearing a very formal outfit that consisted of a long-sleeved, high-collared shirt and a skirt along with a pair of long earrings and sandals. Her light gray hair was tied back in a bun with 2 bangs falling on either side of her face. Mabui was the Raikage's assistant in handling the paperwork. Ripe-sama. It seems that Yuyan has arrived to the finals during Konoha's Chunin exams. Maui explained. Excellent, please send a letter informing the Hokage that I will attend the finals, said the Raikage. Yes, Rake-sama, answered Maui. Darwi, see, shouted the Rake, and in front of him fell 2 shinobi. See is a young man with short blonde hair and dark eyes. He wears a sleeveless black shirt with a single strip white flak jacket over one shoulder, forehead protector, characteristic black arm protectors up to the elbows, and red and white shin guard from Kumogakure, along with a pair of sandals. Darui is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, a lazy look in his eyes, and shaggy white hair. Covering his left eye, he wears a high-collared, no-handed uniform with baggy pants, bandages on his wrists, and the single-strap flak jacket over one shoulder of a Kumogakure shinobi. Darui also has stylized characters for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively, denoting the natural affinities of his chakra water element and lightning element, as well as the fact that he has a Kiri Henkai, the storm element. The tattoo on his left arm also means that he has inherited the black lightning of the 3rd Rake. These 2 Shin are the Rake's main bodyguards. We're going to the Leaf Village immediately, said the Rake, and jumped through the window, breaking the glass in the process. Another window mouse sighed and got out. Let's, Darwi said, as he prepared to jump through the broken window. This is very boring. I'm going to open the door, and I'll catch up with you, said Darwi, and left Konoha. The next day, Jiraiya walked through the village towards his destination. If someone watched him, they would see Jiraiya walking calmly, however, in his head Jiraiya was taking every precaution to make sure no one followed him. Why was he taking precautions, you may ask? The answer is quite simple. The destination was none other than the Namek compound. Agreed to meet Naruto there and prepare the Barrera seal to place it around some buildings. After all, no one has used the Namek compound since the Yondaime died 14 years ago. Defeating the QB and seeing even Jiraiya at the entrance of the compound would raise too many questions. Jiraiya arrived at the gates of the compound and rang the bell. Naruto appeared a few minutes later and opened the gate and added his chakra signature to the seals protecting the compound. Jiraiya walked in, and when he saw Naruto, he looked at him and shuddered. "What's wrong?" asked Naruto, clearly confused as to why Jiraiya would be shaking like that when he saw him. "Nothing really. Can you do me a favor and activate your Sharingan?" said Jiraiya. As he stared at Naruto, Naruto was confused by his statement, but didn't think anything of it. He activated his Sharingan and noticed that Jiraiya was shaking once again. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "You remind me too much of Madara with that hair. And when you activated your Sharingan, it got even worse. I remember when I first met and saw him, I was only 5 years old," Jiraiya explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Naruto's hair had changed drastically. His hair was still the same spiky, but now it reached his waist with shoulder-length bangs that framed the sides of his face and covered most of his right. Basically, his hair was like Malara's. He just needed black hair and to wear Senju armor, and he would like the same Madara without the whiskers. I found a jutsu that lengthened my hair. You said I should let it grow to use those jutsus you taught me, plus Hinata-chan likes it better like that. And so do I," Naruto said, smiling, and activated his ends, making poor Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. "Once more, come in, and let's prepare the seal," said Naruto, and they both entered. Jiraiya felt nostalgic, remembering being inside with Minato. He was walking with Naruto when he suddenly remembered a particular scene when he was in his living room. "Scene Tive is an amazing book," said Minato as he finished reading the first book. "Sasira published the story of the bravest shinobi. That's why I want to name our son Naruto. I want him to become a great and brave shinobi like you, main character," said Minato seriously. That name came to mind while eating ramen, replied Jiraiya. "Naruto, that is a beautiful name," said Kusina as she left the kitchen to join them in the living room. In a flashback, "What are you thinking?" asked Naruto as he half closed his eyes in suspicion. "Nothing. I only remember some memories of this place," said Jiraiya. As he sighed, Naruto nodded and proceeded to guide Jiraiya towards his library. The library of the Namek house was located in the basement, and it was protected by multi-layered seals to prevent access by any unauthorized person. Naruto placed his hand on the seal. The seal seemed to recognize his chakra signature and his blood and automatically glowed slightly before the door opened. "These are the seals." Naruto picked them up and showed them to Jiraiya. He placed them on the table and began to analyze them. "These are some high-quality seals as expected of the Uzumaki clan," said Jiraiya. After a few minutes, "Kai, Bizen no Jutsu," said Naruto, and 100 clones appeared. "I want each of you to replicate that barrier seal," Naruto ordered, and each clone took a small piece of paper and began to write the seal. Not even 5 minutes had passed, and Naruto already owned 100 copies of the barrier seal. "That is an impressive manufacturing speed," said Jiraiya, and Naruto chuckled. After all, once Naruto learned how to seal, he never needed to buy explosive tags or sealing scrolls, since he could make them easily. "Let's go." "Heroes and Naruto," said Jiraiya. "I twitch, stop calling me that," Jiraiya yelled. Naruto and Jiraiya headed to the academy and arrived at the main gate. Naruto immediately took 4 seals and placed one on each wall. They stayed there until Naruto channeled some chakra and disappeared into the wall. They proceeded to place these seals in all the important places in Konoha: the academy, the hospital, the computer department, the prison, the ambu department, and they decided to place them on the shelters as well. "It's done," said Naruto, after placing the last of the seals around the shelters where the civilians will be taken once the invasion begins. "I will speak with Sensei about the arrangements to activate the barriers," said Jiraiya, and went to the Loge office. Naruto looked at the sky and saw the sun to see the time. It was around 3 p.m., so it was still early. "I could go visit him," Naruto thought as he activated the Konoha Chunin. Naruto arrived at the entrance of the hospital. He never liked them. Hospitals, the feeling of death that it produced, made him tremble. He entered through the main door and calmly walked towards the woman.